I remember the old days.
Yeah, you wish. Okay, good morning. And it is May 19th. Welcome to your boardroom. This is a meeting of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, and we're calling to order, and we'll have a roll call, please.
Supervisor Foy. Supervisor Foy. Supervisor Parks. Supervisor Bennett.
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
And Supervisor Long.
I'm here also. Thank you very much. And minutes of our meeting of May 12th are before the board for consideration. There is a motion. Somebody make a motion. There we go. There's a second. All, please vote. And that passes unanimously. Now we'll have our CEO for agenda review. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Chair Long. A few items. Item number 12, County Executive Office Tobacco Settlement Program allocation. We have a couple of speaker cards on that. We request to hear that on the regular agenda. Item 13, CEO's Office approval to appoint Loretta McCarty to the Area Housing Authority Board. A comment letter from Jane McClanahan has been submitted, and we request that this item also be heard on the regular agenda. Item 25, Supervisors Long and Bennett direct County Council to draft a trail defense and indemnification ordinance. A comment letter from Richard Rush has been submitted. Item 31, RMA, receive and file the 2015 annual report on the status of the general plan. A PowerPoint presentation has been submitted. Item 32, CEO's Office, receive and file department budget presentations. PowerPoint presentations have been submitted. Item 35, CEO's Office, public hearing regarding proposed amendments, including new fees for various county services. Revised attachments 1 through 10 have been submitted. And then finally, item 39, Department of Airports, public hearing regarding Department of Airports rent and fee schedule. A revised board letter and a PowerPoint presentation have been submitted. And that's it.
Ma'am, on 35, it's attachments 1 and 10, not 1 through 10. Sorry.
Thank you, Brian. I was just testing you.
35, 1 and 10. Okay. Okay, board members, anything else on agenda review?
I just wanted to pull item 11 for comment.
Okay, so at this point we'll have 11, 12, and 13. Okay, then let's take an action on the agenda review.
So moved.
Motion and a second, please vote. And that passes. Okay, then at this time, let's do our, we're going to do a moment of no, we're not. We're going to do a Pledge of Allegiance. I'm sorry. Oh, I just ran right through that. I am so sorry. Supervisor Foy.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I have too much stimuli around me here. Okay, now we're going to go to a very special moment of inspiration. I've invited, and he graciously accepted, Ed Lamb. Ed is the Coastal Region Specialist for California Southern Baptist Convention Disaster Relief. And as we are recognizing National Public Works Week, I invited Ed, representing the Southern California Baptist Convention Disaster Relief Team, to bring attention to unsung heroes in our community who respond to disasters or emergency. Ed is a volunteer team, led a volunteer team to help clean up following the Camarillo Springs mudslide. The disaster relief group has more than 4,000 trained volunteers. They're active in debris removal after fires, mudslides, floods, rock slides, ice storms, etc. Ed is a Ventura County resident, lives in Ojai. Been volunteering for disaster relief since August of 2005. And his volunteer service has included deployments for Hurricane Katrina, Rita, Wilma, as well as the 2007 wildfires in San Diego. He led teams to assist in debris removal after a number of regional fire incidents, currently serves as the Executive Board of the Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster, BOAD, having been a member for 10 years, and is a local ham radio operator. Very important to us in everything in response in this county. So thank you so much for coming in this morning, and particularly for your work with Cam Springs. Please.
And a really
Thank you for the
key, credible member of the Ojai Valley community. Right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Thank you for the opportunity, and
look at
we're
that.
going to show a few slides here of the before and after of the event in Camarillo Springs. This was a home owned by a man named Phil Eads, and he had purchased those portable rental dividers, I can't think what they're called, but K-rails. And we didn't even know that you could rent those things. You fill them with water, and they actually saved his home. They saved the home from the rocks going through the home. But this was a home on Gitano, and you see we have to remove the drywall and insulation up above the mud line. This is what it looked like. Where I'm standing right there, underneath that mud, I found a 6-foot tree. And to give you an idea of the debris, and this is how high it was in some of the homes. This is a home on Gitano that we worked on. But the rocks and debris were quite extensive. And I got in there quite by accident. I wanted to be in there initially when this thing happened. Normally I will get a call from state OES or county OES and inviting us to a local assistance center where we can meet with the people. Well, this was handled a little differently, and it was handled through meetings, homeowner meetings at the facility, and I couldn't get the invitation. I can't go through gated communities without getting the invitation. So it took me 4 months to get in there, and through the work of VOAD and also the City of Camarillo, John Fraser, I was able to get in there and assess the property and start meeting the people. And that's when I realized that, yeah, we could do this job. I looked at it, and my first thought was, I've seen worse, and I have. And this was bad enough. It was huge, especially if you live in that neighborhood. But I didn't see anything that we couldn't do just by using our equipment and manpower. The removal of the rocks was probably the biggest issue. On 3 homes we removed 33 of those dumpster things full of rocks. That's a lot on 3 homes, and then four dumpsters of debris from the insides of the homes. But what I mainly was interested in, the first time I toured the property, I started meeting the people, and I could see by the look on their face. I'm a trained chaplain, and I could see by the look on the face they'd lost hope. It had been 4 months, and they're feeling like they were neglected. Even though a lot of work had been done, they still couldn't see any progress, and I wanted to give them that hope. And when I put my team together, or my off-site coordinator put the team together, I asked her for people who had been cross-trained in chaplaincy. So I had 8 chaplains on board with us when we started over there, because the residents, even though if their home wasn't directly affected, they were affected emotionally. And many people had a chance to really debrief. Our people are really expert at getting them to debrief and get those feelings and emotions out. So that part was the most enjoyable for us, just being able to meet with the people. The president of the Homeowners Association had done us a huge favor. She had put a newsletter out and told everybody to stay away from the area that we were working in, so they wouldn't be in the way. And that just brought them all in, so we got to talk to all of them, and it was fine with us. That's what we're trained to do. The person who does our chaplaincy training is very skilled. She works for the FBI. She's the lead chaplain for the FBI. Her office is in Langley, and she's just really extremely skilled at it. And we love her a lot. She lives in Texas with her husband, but she does our trainings for us. And so therefore, most of us that are trained in the lead chaplaincy role, we're licensed for any FEMA or Homeland Security event. But we also do mass feedings, too. That's probably the thing we do the most of, is mass feeding after earthquakes or floods or fires or natural disasters of any kind. And we have 3 mobile kitchens in California. Each one will produce 35,000 hot meals per day. We have 100 of those kitchens nationwide, and the crews to maintain them. All of our people are pre-trained. Our 4,000 volunteers in California are pre-trained. We have 100,000 volunteers nationwide. So we're ready to move. Right now we have people working in Tornado Alley, doing mass feeding, doing cleanup and recovery, doing chainsaw work. We have people in Nepal. We've already distributed thousands of 50-pound bags of rice all over Nepal, to villages where people are, they have no hope. We're the first people to arrive to help them. We're the only help they've seen. So we're trying to cover a lot of bases. I'm glad I could cover the local base because I live in this county, and when I finally got in there and started meeting the people, I knew that I wanted to do it. But it was a great opportunity, and I thank you for the recognition.
Yeah, no, thank you. Very incredible work, and incredible that that the organization is so strong internationally that you're able to respond and help folks in disasters. But this was a very, as you said, very personal, being in your backyard, and so appreciated by this community. So very much appreciated.
The crew that I brought in for this, they came in from all over California, from Petaluma, Sacramento, Santee, from all over the state, and they were really, really impressed with the city of Camarillo. They kept saying this must really be an upscale community, because they were really impressed with the whole city. We were headquartered at the First Baptist Church on Temple, and I had brought in a shower unit from San Diego. We have portable shower units. I brought in different equipment from different parts of the state, and everybody was really impressed with the area and impressed with the people and the treatment. Every place I went in Camarillo, I was getting recognition, and because everyone had a connection to Camarillo Springs. It seemed like everybody knew someone that lived there.
Yeah.
And what a contribution just to the community of people to create that kind of organizational capacity for these kinds of things. So that it took a lot of work to get that capacity built up, and to do that, just to be there for people at some point in time in the future, is a real contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
You realize you're...
Ed, thank you for carrying this. It's extremely important, especially when you see something that, that bad, especially in Camarillo, and I have, my sister-in-law lives there too, so thank you to you for your work.
Thank you.
You realize, too, that it's your volunteer work, but you do have the expertise, too, and we just really appreciate the work that you there, and that you were so nice and local, too. That was great.
Thank you.
We have on the dais some information Ed's left with us, so we hope we don't have other disasters. We always hope that, but should we do, we know who to call on for that extra help.
We
So
hate the
thank
disasters. We love helping the people.
you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank
Your
you for the
gift.
opportunity.
Your gift. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. All right, board members, we have our consent items 11 through 23. Why don't we hear 11, 12, and 13, and then we'll take a full action on all three. And 11, you wanted to speak? Supervisor
Yes,
Parks.
item 11 is the end of a very complex process that probably took about 2 years to accomplish, and this was getting a brand new water district in our county, and that would be in Lake Sherwood, to meet the needs of the community there. And I know it went to LAFCO, and a couple of you were on LAFCO at the time, and I think we might have had it 4 or 5 times there, and it didn't even have the staff recommendation for this, but the community really wanted it. It was a good solution that fit, and it was nice to see they had an election, and over 81% of the people all voted in favor of forming this, so glad to see it happen. All the homeowner associations were for it, and it was nice to see something that we can do for the community, and I look forward to getting an advisory board to this waterworks district too, as we have with all the others, and I'm sure the community service district we have there now, we can definitely tap those members, so glad to see this culmination.
Yeah, great. I agree. Okay, item 12. We're going to have some comments on 12. Right.
Yeah, I'll make a quick presentation, Board.
Okay.
Paul Dershey from the County Executive Office. Good morning, Board members. Relatively routine board letter regarding our tobacco settlement plan of adopting almost $8 million in tobacco settlement funding. I think the only key note I would like to make is that on March 24th, your board may recall that we did come to your board with a multi-year spending reduction plan, recognizing that tobacco settlement revenues are ramping down, and we need to ramp down the spending in the future. So we had a multi-year plan to do exactly that, and that multi-year plan is about $275,000 a year up until 2019-20. Of note is that these reductions will not impact the community-based organization. So other than that, that's all I have to say on this as far as my comments. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them relative to this board letter.
We do have 2 public comment requests on this board letter, I believe, correct? Yes. Anyone had questions for Mr. Dursey at this time? All right, then let's call up Carlin Gutierrez. Charlene.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Charlene Gutierrez, and I'm from Westminster Free Clinic. And I just wanted to take a few moments to thank you for the support and for helping us through the Tobacco Settlement Fund. So recently, we had a patient who came in, and she was diagnosed with diabetes, and she really panicked. This patient was 48 years old, and her mother had passed away at 49 years old from diabetes complications. So with your help, we were able to provide health education programs and everything needed so they can take control of their diabetes. In the last 6 months, she has lost about 10 to 15 pounds, and she went from out-of-control diabetic to a full in-control diabetic person. She could never afford insurance. Even now with the Affordable Care Act in Covered California, she just was not able to pay her premium. So that's why she came to us. And this is a common misperception that everybody has insurance, health insurance now, but this is not so. Our numbers have actually been rising due to the working poor that just cannot afford it. So thank you, because of you, it makes a huge impact in our patients and in our community. And not only our patients, but our patients' daughters, sons, their children. Some of them are their first time going to college in their family. So it makes a huge difference for them. It helps our community in so many ways. And I just wanted to take the time to thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Westminster Clinic does an outstanding job. We appreciate your work, too. Thank you. Ellen Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ellen Johnson with Livingston Memorial Visiting Nurse Association, and I also want to thank you for your funding with the nonprofits as well as Westminster for us and also long-term care services. We really appreciate this funding. Just to give you an idea, like Westminster, we're seeing our numbers grow for people who are uninsured as well as the underinsured people of Ventura County. We've been providing home health services since 1947. In 2014, our numbers for patients overall throughout Ventura County is about 4,500 people. For under or uninsured people that needed subsidized care, we provided services to 650 patients at a cost of about $750,000. So your money is helping us make sure that nobody goes without home health or hospice care in this county. And again, we just want to thank you. This makes Ventura County a much better place for people who are underinsured or uninsured.
Thank you. And we also appreciate much the work of Livingston. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, board member, that completes the comments on that one. And shall we then proceed to the next consent item, 13? Well, I thought we'd approve the consent all at once, but if we want to take them separately, we can. But why don't we hear item 13? Ms. Madden, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Christy Madden with the County Executive Office. We are pleased to present for your consideration today the appointment of Ms. Loretta McCarty to the Area Housing Authority Board. She will be taking over the completed term of Kathy Jenks, who's served on the Area Housing Authority Board diligently for us for the past 5 years. In my capacity as staff to the countywide continuum of care, the collaborative applicant, and having just completed the first regional consolidated plan that includes all of the communities within the Area Housing Authority's jurisdiction, We recognize the importance of regional collaboration, and we frequently have opportunities to interact with community partners who are active in addressing the needs of our very low income and disenfranchised populations. We know that Ms. McCarty is very, very dedicated to serving the needs of this population. She was an active participant in the Housing Subcommittee when we put together the 10-year plan to end homelessness that both Supervisors Long and Bennett were instrumental in chairing and facilitating. So we think that she would be a wonderful appointee to the Area Housing Authority Board. Now, we have heard some concerns about potential conflicts of interest. I would also point out that one of the strategies that we've been using regionally in competition for funds is to actually communicate amongst proposed applicants for funding in order to enhance the competitiveness of individual projects and to improve the chances of getting funding for projects locally. Housing authorities administer Section 8 funding and public housing projects, and do have some private projects that they operate as nonprofit affiliates. But we are very excited to bring Loretta's name forward for your consideration and be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Just in the quick, I just saw the letter that came from the Housing Authority's chairperson, and I'm glad you brought up the conflict thing, because it sounds like that's what they had an issue in here for. And but they have this thing under the government code. It appears the appointment could be in violation of California Health and Safety Code 34727. I don't know if you looked at that, Leroy, or what, just to make sure we're not in a conflict here, because why the chair would write us on something, because it says they don't care about the appointment, but what's the deal?
Yes, we've looked at it, and we do not believe there's any legal reason the board can't make the appointment. There were two issues. One was incompatible offices, which is sort of a common law doctrine. We do not believe there's any issue of incompatible offices. Then there's a legal issue of conflicts of interest, and that really applies on a case-by-case basis as to certain contracts that might come before the Area Regional Housing Authority, and that would be for whoever sits on that body to make that determination whether on some particular contract or program they might have to recuse themselves. But there's no reason across the board that this appointment couldn't be made from a conflict of interest.
So somebody has to be responsible when they sit on the board to say, I have a conflict, I need to recuse myself.
If a particular contract would come up, and
the same we do or anybody else would do.
Exactly.
Personal conflict or something, okay. And then you said that also the person that we're talking about is involved, or somebody else at some other boards are work together or on different boards together?
You talk about Ms. McCarty?
Yeah, or just
in
other
Santa
people.
Barbara, the Ventura Housing Authority.
Yeah, we do know for a fact that the current chair of the Ventura Housing Authority Board, for example,
right. Like
is
this person would be in this letter, right?
Right, and that is a chief financial officer for Santa Barbara Housing Authority, and from a competition for funds, housing authorities are likely applying for the same funding, so if there's not a conflict there, we don't see that there would be a conflict here as well. And we do have Denise Wise here. I think she submitted a card. She's the executive director to the Ventura Housing Authority, who could probably more appropriately speak to that.
Okay, so the issue of conflicts we don't see, and if there is a personal conflict, somebody has to do that with.
No, we actually see that it's a potential benefit of having the knowledge coordinated amongst county agencies. We think that's beneficial.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions at this time? We do have public speakers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Mabb, we may have you back up. We'll see. Douglas Tapking. I should have put this to 3 minutes.
Good morning, members. I'm Douglas Tapking. I am the director for the Area Housing Authority of the County of Ventura. With me are 3 of our board members today representing 3 of the 7 jurisdictions that we represent. We strongly disagree with Ms. Madden's report, and respectfully, we have a different opinion regarding the conflict of interest along this line. We think that is a serious issue, number one. And we've submitted a letter requesting that we be given and the council be given an opportunity to sit down and discuss that more fully. We've actually requested that council request an opinion from the Attorney General's office because of that. We are aware that the City of Ventura utilizes an employee from the County of Santa Barbara. I recognize that raises other questions also. I can't help that. There is no question that Ms. McCarty is a delightful individual and has significant experience that is very helpful in her organization. But it is that organizational experience, frankly, that we are questioning today, because we believe that that role presents some incompatibilities. And although there may not be the technical, legal 100% issue along that line, the perception is clearly there. When an agency, your agency, my agency, the city, etc., is developing strategies for funding, those many times are shared. And as we compete for limited public fundings at the state, the local, and the national level, those strategies become critical to the development of those projects. We don't work together when we do that. You cannot. The City Housing Authority is responsible for providing housing within the city of Ventura. We are responsible for providing housing within the 7 jurisdictions. Now, the Board of Commissioners of those jurisdictions authorized the chair to write this letter. Those 6 of those 7, and frankly, the representative from unincorporated Ventura County, have indicated quite clearly that we believe this is an issue. In the 20 years that I've been working with you, we've never stepped forward and said to you, we believe this is an issue, and please then withhold this until we can address that. We are not interested in putting another employee in a position of having a problem, whether it is perceived or not. Whether it is perceived or not. This doesn't have to be done today. There is no criticality on this. You can withhold this and bring it back in a week, in 2 weeks, whatever, until the Area Housing Authority and your council and your staff have had an opportunity to review all the details of this. We are in the midst of transition. I'm retiring on the 4th of July. And we are in the process of selecting a replacement. Ms. Jenks has significant history, 5 years, as you've recognized, with the Area Housing Authority. She has worked diligently during that period of time to ensure that stability occurs during that time. That stability is needed now in order for us to move forward. Her history in Ojai, in the unincorporated county, and working with you has not been questioned. You've recognized that on a regular basis. If you decide you don't want her as your candidate, fine. That's your choice in the end. We made that very clear. But we believe that you need to afford us the opportunity to complete our process in an efficient fashion. And that's what we're asking you for today. Let us review the situation with your council, with your staff, and with our board. If there is no real conflict, wonderful. Let us find a way to deal with those individual cases as Leroy has indicated. Let's work through that. Let's find a methodology so that we don't provide any embarrassment to the person that you're chatting about today, or to the City Housing Authority, or to the Area Housing Authority. The Area Housing Authority has had that problem in the past. Frankly, it's not pretty when you have a member of your board with a conflict of interest and you have to sit down with the elected representatives of the community that they're in and say, there is an issue here. That has happened. Don't want to see that again.
Mr. Tacking, are you saying it's illegal?
Pardon me?
Are you saying it's illegal?
It's illegal?
Yes.
To do what?
To appoint someone?
I'm not an attorney, ma'am. I can't answer that for you today. In reading the section, there is clearly questions on incompatibility, which Leroy's talked about. But our council sent you a 3 or 4 page letter basically saying here are some of the reasons, and has requested that they get an attorney general's opinion, as has happened in the past when other individuals have faced this situation.
So you don't know?
That's why I'm not a counsel. That's why I'm not an attorney.
Okay.
But
Well, I'm
we're
glad we
raising
do
a
have an
point.
attorney.
Okay?
Thank you,
Well,
Mr. Tappan.
let me just ask this, Tappan. So you were saying your opinion wasn't your board's opinion. You were saying it's a legal opinion is what, another legal opinion is where you...
That's
came
correct. Our council has pointed this out. We've done the research. They've done part of the research. And as anybody else knows, I mean, you get two attorneys in the same room. We have, what, 4 opinions?
be.
Maybe 5 along that line.
All depends how much you're paying, but...
Yeah, right.
No, but, okay, so I understand it. So you're saying bring this back next week?
Well, bring it back in a week, bring it back in 2 weeks. Give us a chance to talk about this.
So you don't have as much of an issue with the person?
Oh, no, not at all. Loretta and I have worked on committees in the past. She and has worked on other committees. We've all worked on this continuum of care. Kathy Long and I were there in the very beginning when this started. Loretta was there. We've all worked carefully on this. It's never been a question about her as an individual. It's simply about this role and the fact that we believe that there are issues that are conflicting in this area.
So, but going back, so if the Attorney General comes back and says, we don't see a conflict, what do you say? Because you also had a different piece, which was, well, we're doing strategies, and we really don't want to reveal those strategies to somebody that could take some of those strategies someplace else. What's the
we
deal
will
with
have
that?
to work very carefully with your counsel and our counsel to define those situations so that that individual will be excluded from those conversations. I think somebody raised the question that you step back and recuse yourself. I think that's clearly what's going to happen. I don't know how often that's going to happen. That does provide some concern to us. Is we would prefer, much like you, to have an effective and efficient board member sitting there on a regular basis. But if there's a way that Leroy and our counsel and us, and we can sit down with the commissioner and resolve that issue, wonderful. Give us the opportunity to sit down and do that before we're forced to do that.
So you're concerned that you would be forced in the situation
Yes.
to say, we got some concerns.
Yeah, and I don't,
you don't know what they would be, but whatever
Exactly.
would come up. And I'm just curious. I'm glad to hear that it's not about the person.
Oh, not at all.
No.
Never has been.
Okay,
Never
it's just
has
about
been.
this process, and really most of the process deals with the issue of strategies to find, like you said, that rare little bit of money that we'd like to get for our housing authority versus somebody else finding someplace else.
Yes, Supervisor, and those are very real issues. The reality is that the City Housing Authority does not share its strategies with us when we're looking for funding opportunities, et cetera, nor do we share with them. There are certain times when projects go forward and they go to the state, they go anyplace else, and somebody makes that decision, and they're based upon a merit. But in order to get to that merit and that percentage, there are points that are added, and everybody scrambles in order to get the highest scoring projects around. Sure. Supervisor Parks and I worked in the past on some of those issues as we've dealt with those. You and I have also in your areas, as have Kathy Long. We've all worked on these when we've done projects in order to get that. I've worked with Christy in order to ensure that some of those things. Now, clearly some of this is opinions, and clearly some of this is issues that we can't resolve here at this particular point, which is why I'm asking you for
I'd like
time.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand this real quickly.
Because I have some questions
at the other
down
issue
here
is
also.
because your meetings like ours are public meetings, right?
Yes, sir.
So aren't those strategies public anyway?
No, they're not. Strategies are held in private whenever you're doing a funding.
Is it in a closed session type situation?
Yes, it is.
So if closed session is closed session, that can't be public. They couldn't bring that information out, could they? I guess I'm just trying to understand, because if it's closed session, we go to closed session. We can't speak in closed session about what went on. So if I'm sat on another board, Mr. Powers sits on St. John's Hospital board, and something in closed session, he can't go tell our hospital about a strategy because that's required. So I guess I'm just trying to figure that out.
I'm not sure that I can answer that for you today.
Pardon?
I'm not sure I can answer that for you. I can tell you very clearly that the Area Housing Authority has been the recipient of people speaking out of turn. I know that that's happened here. You've expressed those issues,
Okay. Yeah, like I said,
let's avoid it.
I mean, I'd have no problem delaying a week, but because it sounds like it's not the person, it's the issue. But
it's not the person.
Yeah,
it's not the issue. Never has been.
Okay. Well,
thank you. Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you. A number of questions here for you. Mr. Tapping, did you contact our CEO about your concerns
I did.
about this appointment, right? And did you contact Ms. McCarthy, the person we're considering appointing?
I did. I asked her if she was aware of it. She told me she'd received a call from somebody here asking her whether she would be interested.
Thank you. Did you also send an email to Ms. Weiss Executive Director?
Of course I did.
Right. And could you, to go back, you had said that you have public meetings. Are you a Brown Act committee?
Oh, yes.
You follow the Brown Act. And do you make recommendations to various appointing authorities about who you recommend that they appoint, like to the Board of Supervisors? You have somebody that you think would be good and you make recommendations. Do you do that?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking me.
Do you, when there is an opening on your board, do you sometimes make recommendations to the various appointing authorities, the cities or the county, about who you recommend that they appoint?
I don't know that we make a recommendation. We send a letter like we did to you that says that Commissioner so-and-so is seeking reappointment. We do that on a regular basis. Most of the committees, most of the cities that we represent at some point will send us a list or ask us, give a phone call. These are the people we're considering. Are there any issues that you're aware of? Our comments are always reserved to, this is what we know, here's the areas you need to be aware of.
Do you sometimes make recommendations of people to appoint?
Well, I have never made a recommendation that somebody be specifically.
Be careful here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, I think we did come back to you and recommend that Terry Wall be appointed. Isn't that correct, Ms. Parks? Didn't we do that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think we did do that.
I have some records.
I think we have.
You've made recommendations a number of times. I just want
to this board?
To various boards, and including this board. But so anyway, just what I wanted to be clear on that. So what do you believe the role of the 15-member board is? What are the major roles that they play?
They're a policy-making board.
Right.
Okay. And we provide housing within that. They work together as a unit in order to provide housing within Ventura County.
And do they also have a role of hiring the employees?
They hire me and they hire the council.
Right. And do they also have a role of oversight of the actions of those employees?
Of the executive director.
That's right.
That's correct.
So they have oversight of you.
Yeah, the good news is that I'm not going to be here.
That's
the reality, isn't it? If I'm not going to be here, I've already, I've been retiring.
You've made that clear.
Good.
Earlier.
On the 4th of July, we're hoping to see some of you at that party.
And could you characterize your contact with our CEO? You asked him to delay this. Could you characterize the major reasons why you requested?
Because we're in the middle of the selection process. I indicated that quite clearly to him, and we wanted Kathy Jinks, her history, to be part of that because she's worked diligently as part of that. I was asked the other day, is she part of the subcommittee? The answer is no, she's not. She's a member of the board. But she's part of the group that submitted questions. She will be part of the selection committee, assuming that she's still sitting at that particular time.
And could you characterize your conversations with Ms. McCarthy?
Short.
Could you characterize what was the tone? I
asked her. She told me that she was being considered. I asked her if she really wanted to do that at that point. She indicated that she'd received a call from a representative from the county of Ventura asking if she would accept an appointment. That's the extent of our conversation.
Did you discourage her from accepting the appointment?
No, I simply said, do you really want to do this?
And then how about your email to Ms. Weiss? Could you characterize that?
I asked her to chat with her employee and indicated very clearly that the board was adamant about this because of this particular problem that we're bringing forward to you today. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that my emails between Ms. Wise and I were public along this line, or that she had. I'm sorry, I guess I didn't realize that you shared all this information. I really think that that's an inappropriate question.
And how would
it's the same thing if I were to talk with you about something along that line.
So if you talk to the CEO about postponing this and giving him some reasons why, do you think that's private also?
Is that private, Michael?
Well, my question is for you, sir.
Okay, well, I just asked you, Michael.
Yeah, my question is for you. Do you believe it's private? You're suggesting
my comments with Ms. Wise are between Ms. Wise and I.
And how about your comments between you and the CEO?
Those are on a different level. I asked him to do something. I expected him to share that with you. Please tell me what that has to do with this.
I think it has a great deal to do with this, but and we have two more people that are going to speak. And
Good. I expect to hear them.
How would you characterize your behavior here now?
Concerned and a little frustrated as to what's going on. I'm simply asking
an attempt to be intimidating?
to postpone this.
An attempt to be intimidating?
There are 8 people standing up there, and I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
And
Just-
if I'm,
I'm just
if I'm
asking you.
intimidating to you, Mr. Bennett, please accept my deepest and sincerest apologies. I guess that's something I didn't realize that I had the ability to do.
I appreciate the sincerity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tapkin.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Denise Weiss?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Powers, for the opportunity to address your body this morning regarding the appointment of Ms. Loretta McCarty to the Area Housing Board. As you know, Ms. McCarty is an employee of the Housing Authority of the City of San Buenaventura, and I am its Chief Executive Officer. The governance of our agency is comprised of a 7-member board. 2 are residents, and 5 are at-large members who are appointed by the City Council of Ventura. The city and our board have agreed that what makes for a dynamic organization is a governance structure that is both diverse in composition and talents. As an example, Mr. John Polanski, the board chair, serves in the capacity of Real Estate Development Director of the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. That is the same capacity that Ms. McCarty serves for our organization. There are no conflicts. As a matter of fact, it adds to the dialogue and public discourse at our commission meetings. The intent of the board should not only be fiduciary, meaning a well-run, fiscally responsible agency. However, it is also to ensure that we provide premier service to our residents and our community. That requires a cross-section of representation and knowledge. Do we compete with the Santa Barbara County Housing Authority for various programs? The answer is yes, particularly in the form of tax credits. We are in the same pool. We are in the same pool as the Area Housing Authority. We are in the same pool as Santa Barbara, Oxnard, Port Hueneme, and the City of Santa Barbara. However, those awards are made on merit, not on conflict of interests. However, there are no trade secrets, but rather a well-run, transparent organization. So when Ms. McCarty spoke to me about this opportunity that's becoming available to her, we sought our general counsel, and he researched and found no conflict. We were not aware of the letter until late last night that was issued by the Board of Commissioners. And I do understand that often statutes are about interpretation. However, what I will submit to Mr. Palmer, and we were not able to get to you ahead of time, is our attorney who opined on this. I consider myself and my organization stewards of the public trust. Therefore, we are subject to the Brown Act. As stewards of the public trust, we also, all of our meetings are open, all of our agendas are published, and when we do go into closed session, not unlike you just mentioned, when we come out, we have to explain and disclose if any decisions are made. We also require our commissioners once a year to sign conflict of interest statements, so it's very clear that if there is, they do recuse themselves, as a matter of fact. I would like to also submit, as a steward of the public trust, my communications are open. And yes, Mr. Tapkin did send me an email. He did in that email, and I'll read one sentence and I will submit it. The Commission is unanimously adamant in its opposition to this appointment. The Chair will sign a strong letter of opposition today and deliver it, and we'll be there in the morning. Does Loretta really want to step into this? If she accepts the appointment, the commission will not welcome her and will undoubtedly seek additional redress. I responded back, and when I responded back, there were several CCs on here. So this should not be a surprise upon my submission. And this is not about good, bad, indifferent. What this is for me is about being direct and open about what happens. I have in the past experienced a good working relationship with Doug and his team, and we've consulted on matters in the past. However, we've never collaborated on projects. So with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and whatever your deliberations are, of course, they'll be respected. Thank you very much.
Ms. Wise, do you see opportunities for collaboration because of the appointment?
Absolutely. That, as a matter of fact, as I mentioned, the board chair that we have, he's with the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara, works in the same capacity as Loretta does in our organization. And so we actually work together to improve applications. We will provide letters of support. We talk openly about what we do. Again, it's about building some regionality. As a matter of fact, we're working with the City of Santa Barbara and the County of Santa Barbara to go forward with a couple of initiatives with HUD as a region, not just as our separate agency, but looking as far as looking at regionality, because it is true. Through your CDBG entitlements, things are getting less and less. And so the best way is not to separate, but to actually collaborate, to try and see what we can do to bring more money into the county.
And I think I heard you say there hasn't been a collaboration with the one in our area.
In area?
In my area, so.
I've been not during my tenure. It'll be in October. It'll be 4 years that I've been with the Housing Authority with the City of San Buenaventura.
Thank you.
Yes.
Denise, according
Yes, sir.
to your letter here from the Housing Authority Council,
Yes, sir.
is that he states right here that the appointment of Mrs. McCarty does not pose a conflict of interest and should not present no barrier to her appointment. So we have the opinion of your council and also
Precisely.
our council about that.
Precisely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Loretta McCarty.
May I ask for a council speak first?
Absolutely. Christopher Beck.
Thank you very much, Chair Long. Supervisors, I appreciate it. I apologize for wearing a suit. I didn't get the memo about the dress code today. But as Supervisor Zaragoza just stated, it is my opinion that this does not present a conflict. And just to clarify something, the Health and Safety Code cited in the letter from Area Housing Authority cites Code 34272. What that code says, and I've described it in my letter, is that a city or county employee is not particularly precluded from serving on a housing authority board in a jurisdiction that it serves. Loretta is neither a city employee nor a county employee. The housing authority is separate from the city in Ventura, so that code wholeheartedly doesn't apply as it stands. That's the only code relied upon in that letter. As your counsel would tell you, and is my opinion, conflicts of interest for public appointees in California is governed by the Political Reform Act, that's Government Code 87100, and Government Code 1090. I have reviewed these codes extensively, ad nauseum, and I find no conflict. So I thank you very much for the time. My letter espouses a bit more of my reasoning and logic behind the failure to find any conflict. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. All right, then, Loretta.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, and Mr. Powers. My name is Loretta McCarty. I'm COO of the Housing Authority City of San Buenaventura. I've been employed at the Housing Authority about 14 years after working in the CEO's office here at the county in the community development area, specifically helping with the administration of federal home funds. I was hired by the Housing Authority to help the agency with its affordable housing programs and help it move into nonprofit housing development. Since that time, we built 3 tax credit projects with a 4th under construction. We converted 144 public housing units to nonprofit ownership. Another 101 units will convert in June. Another 95 will convert later this year. We also have a 24-unit farm worker housing project and a 50-unit senior project in our development pipeline. The need for affordable housing for very low families is growing. Earlier this month, a report was released with new analysis of census data. It found that more than 25% of the renters in the United States spend at least half their income on housing and utilities. It's even worse in California, Florida, New Jersey, and New York. In these states, 30% of renters are using at least half their income for rental housing and utilities. I've dedicated most of my career to those who need affordable housing. This need is growing. I'm grateful for my job with the Ventura Housing Authority, and I'm honored for the opportunity to serve on the Area Housing Authority's Board of Commissioners, where I hope to become a member of a team exploring new ways to serve the most vulnerable segment of the population. I believe I can share my knowledge with the Board of Commissioners from my recent years of employment with the Ventura Housing Authority and also my years administering CDBG and home program funds. I do believe bullying tactics were used in communications from the Area Housing Authority. I will not be intimidated. Therefore, I will serve on this commission should the Board of Supervisors agree to this appointment.
Thank you for your comments. Questions? Comments there?
Just a real quick
No?
comment from me.
Yes.
Well, you seem like a pretty special lady. A lot going on here. But it sounds like you've done a lot. I guess I kind of got to agree with your attorney. Our attorney, I don't see the conflict, and I seem like you're mature enough to understand if I have a conflict, I'd get myself, and I'd recuse myself. But it sounds like you've worked here and done a lot of work here. You've done a lot of work there in Ventura. So it sounds like right. Even Mr. Tapking said you seem to be a wonderful person. So it's good to hear from all sides.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry this had to end up in such a controversy over this kind of a thing. But and if the board wants to go get an opinion, I guess they can do that. I don't see you can do it in a week. That's my problem. So they can continue to do that if there's some issue down the line, if they wanted to see if that was the issue. But I can't see that would be a problem. So anyway, good to see you here, and sorry you had to go through what you did, but hope you can deserve it. I'm sure you will serve well.
Thank you.
I also would just like to say, I mean, you are certainly qualified. I know members of the board, and I don't think of the Area Housing Authority, I don't think they're going to be unwelcoming. I don't think they're going to have, quote, a problem with you the day you walk in the door. I'm sorry that it has gone to this level of attack, and even writing to your boss and trying to have her convince you to step down. So I'm glad that you've decided to throw your hat in the ring, and appreciate the potential collaboration I see that we can have from your appointment.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Tapping.
Thank you, Loretta.
Thank you.
Loretta leaves. Loretta, thank you so much for your work, and I've worked with the Housing Authority in Oxnard and other housing authorities, so I think it's important that work that you do, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Tapping, could I follow up with a question, please?
You're not going to let it go, are you?
Supervisor.
Were you able to agendize this item of Ms. McCarthy's appointment with your housing authority?
It is not scheduled for our next meeting, which is coming up on the 27th.
And it wasn't covered before?
No, sir. We just found out about this a week ago. So there was no chance, there was no reason to hold an emergency meeting on something like this. If the board decides to approve it, we of course will work forward with that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
You can be seated.
Thank you.
County Council, I have a question for you. If we have an email communication that's been presented to us from Mr. Tapping to the Ventura Housing Authority saying that the commission is unanimously adamant in its opposition to this appointment, wouldn't that be something that would have to be agendized before you could ascertain that there was unanimous opposition? You couldn't go around and poll your commission on an item you haven't agendized according to the Brown Act. Am I correct or am I wrong there?
I think you're correct based on the implications of that sentence. How else would you get a unanimous or a consensus?
So I guess that raises the question, how did Mr. Tapping get the unanimous opposition from his board on an item that was never agendized on his board's agenda? So I think that it's pretty clear that Mr. Tapping protests us too much here. And I have some real concerns over the course of this last week. First, the communication to the CEO, which Mr. Powers, in your recollection, was the communication to you that Ms. Jenks actually served on the committee?
Yes, it was. I'll just relay the actual sequence. So Mr. Tapkin called my office, and I called him back, and he expressed two concerns. One, that there was a conflict, and two, that Ms. Jenks was involved in the recruitment process, and this would not be a good time to do it. I checked with County Council, found there to be no conflict. Checked with Christy. She didn't feel that was an issue, so I called him back in terms of the timing and shared the issue, shared the news. Mr. Tapkin led me to believe, or I was under the impression from what he said, that Kathy was actually part of the subcommittee interviewing candidates, and for that reason I thought, well, maybe we should hold off until the recruitment process is finished, and she's participated in that. And then I went back and talked to Christy, and she indicated, and she found out that Ms. Jenks was not actually on that subcommittee. And then I called Mr. Tapking back and relayed that to him, and he clarified that, in fact, she hadn't interviewed anybody, but that she had prepared the questions for the interviews. And I said, based on that, I didn't see a need to hold off, to postpone the item, and we were planning to move forward.
So at least first, what we have at least is the CEO's impression that Mr. Tapping communicated to him that she was actually interviewing the candidates, and therefore Ms. Jenks should stay, and we shouldn't appoint Ms. McCarthy until after that. And we find out that's not the case. Mr. Tapping says that's not what he said to the CEO, potential one miscommunication. Then Mr. Tapping actually calls the candidate, Ms. McCarthy, and by her characterization tries to bully her away from taking this position. By his characterization, and I would leave it to the public after watching the performance today to decide whether there was any bullying that potentially took place with Ms. McCarthy. Then when that was not effective, sent this email that's been read into the record, and the email disturbed me enough that when it came, I asked to have a few of the things put up onto a PowerPoint. So could we please put the PowerPoint up? These are in Mr. Tapping's email yesterday to Ms. Weiss about this appointment. After going to the CEO and asking for it to be delayed, the CEO tentatively agreed and then found out that what he had understood from Mr. Tapping wasn't the case. Then going to the candidate and trying to get her to not do that. And I'm still waiting for the PowerPoint to come up, please. Great. And then after those two things weren't successful, I think you have to ask yourself, why this over-the-top excessiveness? So this is the first thing. The commission is unanimously adamant in its opposition to this appointment. And I would suggest to you this is a potential Brown Act violation, number one. Number two, you have to either question the veracity of this statement or there has been a Brown Act violation, one or the other. Either the commission was unanimously polled by Mr. Tapping, or they weren't. The statement potentially not true, but they never had a meeting about this to actually have a public discussion where some of these issues could have been ascertained. This is in his letter. Does Loretta really want to step into this? ? If she accepts the appointment, the commission will not welcome her and will undoubtedly seek additional redress. I asked the question of Mr. Tapping here in front of the public, did he think his behavior was intimidating? I would suggest to you that reading this sentence and having Ms. McCarthy report that the phone conversation felt bullying to her, everybody should ask themselves where would they stand in terms of that. But that is certainly threatening at best. I think you would call that threatening. Second, why would she accept this knowing that the commission will have a problem with her the day she walks in the door? I'd like to ask everybody in the public, how would you like to be thinking about being appointed to a commission and having the executive director of that commission say, everybody on the commission, right, will have a problem with you the minute you walk in the door? Now, I admire Ms. McCarthy's courage to say, I will not be bullied. But that is a bullying statement there. That is an intimidating statement there. Don't take this appointment because they will have a problem with you. Now, of course, we'll probably get a different statement later, as this goes forward. And this is the end of the email. This is the last sentence before he puts his name. And again, I'd like to ask you to be the judge in how you would characterize this. That's what he says in his email. Not sincerely, not best wishes, or I hope we can work well in the future, but what a pain, Doug. I would offer to you, we have a problem here, and the question I have is this. This is the letter that comes ostensibly from the chair of the commission, which I'm sure was crafted, the staff certainly helped to create. But Ms. McCarthy is staff of the Housing Authority of San Buenos. She has intimate knowledge of its operations. I would suggest something we should consider, that we don't know for sure, but perhaps there is something to hide. Perhaps there is a reason why Mr. Tapping is so adamant to have Ms. McCarthy not be appointed, or not be appointed until after the successor to Mr. Tapping has, the decision has been made there. I don't know what is the explanation for this over-the-top behavior, but I welcome somebody like Ms. McCarthy and other people on the board asking themselves this question as to why this behavior has been so over the top. In general, I think we know at the local government level, when you have a local governing body that only meets once a month and they're from disparate parts of the county and they don't spend much time together, the executive director of an organization like that can accumulate an enormous amount of power, because there's not a governing body that bonds enough to be able to challenge that executive director. Whether there is something that needs to be investigated, certainly the question has been raised in my eyes here. Thank you very much. I will wholeheartedly support the recommendation. I appreciate Christy Madden making a recommendation and suggesting a strong person that could bring perhaps a new cultural view and present it to the board and see what the other board members think about that. I appreciate Loretta McCarthy saying she would not be bullied in this situation. I appreciate Denise Weiss being upfront about communications that she's had and had the courage. Clearly, executive directors in this business all work together and you get a reputation, and she's risking hers by standing up for what she thinks is right. I appreciate the CEO continuing to bring this forward when he feels like he didn't get what in his mind were accurate or strong reasons for delaying this. And I appreciate hearing from the board members so far that have said they support this. Thank you very much.
Okay, board members, we're going to move ahead and vote on these three items on the entire consent agenda. I'll just say that I think the CEO certainly took time to hear the concerns. He asked the right questions of our legal counsel, of our leadership team in the CEO's office, who's very familiar with what the value of our housing authorities are, the tax credits that are invaluable to each and every one of us in putting housing on the ground, and that there has to, and those projects are done on merit, not on competition. I think there are good people. There's no question there are good people. They're volunteers on every one of these authorities. It's really our decision, our appointment to make this, and I certainly am convinced that I certainly don't want to, I wouldn't exercise more time with legal counsel review and challenges on conflicts. I think that I too have worked with Ms. McCartney in the past. Very, very much respect her work, her professionalism, her judgment, and I'll move the rest of the consent agendas. All of the consent agendas on that action.
Second.
Please
I also,
vote.
if I may, just want to give my compliments to Westminster and Livingston Memorial. It's nice to be able to provide some funding. You guys do really good work in helping people who need it the most. And also, I wanted to give a shout out to Reddy Picala, who's no longer with us, and also David Sasick and their help with getting the community service district for Lake Sherwood. And then appreciate the public comments today, and I've already expressed my opinion regarding the Area Housing Authority recommendation.
Madam Chair, if I could, since we're voting on all three of these together, I do want to point out, a week ago we were fortunate enough to be able to find our way to make some contributions to the Boys and Girls Club, and there were some questions raised about that. And this just points out we've been supporting these organizations here, and that's the Long-Term Care Services, Livingston Memorial, and Westminster Free Clinic for a number of years, and we're going to continue to do that for a number of years. So there is there are organizations that we support ongoing like this, and I admire all three of these organizations a lot. $165,000 to Westminster, $65,000 to Livingston Memorial, and $59,000 to long-term care. Those are significant contributions on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I also want to thank Gutierrez and Johnson. Thank you for being here today and your good work.
Okay, has everyone voted? Okay, that passes unanimously. The consent agenda now is passed. For anyone waiting here on consent agenda items, thank you all, and now you put me way behind. Thank you to those who came to speak this morning. That's what freedom of speech is about. Okay, we're going to do corporate games because I know they're ready to go here. We're gonna celebrate. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, Christy. I have public comment. Do I have other public comment cards? I know. Are there any public comment cards? Two. I'm sorry. Public comment first. No, I don't see him. Gareth Owens? Yes.
Good morning, honorable supervisors,
They've been waiting.
Chairwoman Long, and Mr. Powers. My name is Gareth Owens. I work as a facilities engineer at a local oil and gas company, the California Resources Corporation, and I wanted to come here today to thank you all for handling such controversials related to my industry. I see today it's not an easy thing you have to do every day, and when those issues come up related to our industry, we greatly appreciate the work you do. I grew up in Simi Valley, as well as my parents have lived in Ventura County before me. Like Mr. Lamb earlier, I'm a ham radio operator. Went to Moore Park College, and after that to Cal Poly and studied mechanical engineering. After my time at Cal Poly, I had a bit of a lull before finding a job. The economy has not been the easiest thing to find a job in at the time, but I was very lucky to find a job here in Ventura County working for a local oil and gas company. If it weren't for that job offer, I would have ended up in China Lake or Buffalo, New York. And so I'm very glad to be here near the beaches with wonderful hiking and horseback riding opportunities. I've been here for a little over 4 years working in the oil and gas industry. And I believe the oil and gas industry supplies many job opportunities, not just for mechanical engineers, but also for many other walks of life, mechanics and boat captains and other such things. There are local industry organizations such as the National Association of Corrosion Engineers. I received scholarships from them when I went to college. They helped me out a great deal. And the American Petroleum Institute, which I'll be attending a scholarship dinner tomorrow night in support of a couple of friends who will be receiving scholarships as well. We have great economic impact in addition to our charitable contributions. We employ over 12,000 people here in Ventura County. We generate a little over $500 million in taxes at the state and local levels. and $2.7 billion in economic activity within Ventura County. But these statistics don't really tell the full story. They don't tell the stories of my friends and colleagues who work every day to protect Ventura County. Environmentally, they are the ones who live and work here, and every day that they spend at work, they protect our environment and our health and our safety. In fact, I noticed when I saw all the bicyclists come in, some of my colleagues at CRC are very active in the cycling community as well. And they keep inviting me to come out there, but I haven't yet summoned up the nerve to do that. But to sum up, my colleagues and I enjoy Ventura's beaches and parks. We shop at our restaurants. We shop at our stores. We go to the same restaurants, and the economic activity that we generate supports our community. And I'd like to thank you for your continued support of our community and for the wonderful opportunities that I've had and that many of my colleagues have had.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Glad you
your
were able
comments.
to find a job here in the county and do that. Sounds good. She's a Cal Poly. I was there, he was there, but mechanical engineering, there's no way you're going to get through that, man. Smart kid. Great.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for
Owens.
your story. Thank you.
Suzanne Duckett.
Cal Poly, yay. Suzanne Duckett from Thousand Oaks. Ernie Kish, he preferred to be called Pete Kish, was a neighbor of mine. Not only a neighbor, but a kindred spirit. He was violently killed in the Amtrak collision of 2008. After thinking that the railroad was safer than driving his car, he bought his pass. He was dead wrong. I'm here today to ask you to put together a commission that will oversee the railroads here in Ventura County. Now, you might say that it's not your purview, but it should be. If we don't watch out for it here, if the county supervisors don't pay attention to this, I can tell you the national people do not care. That accident last week was going to happen, and I'm so glad that it happened back on the line from New York to Washington and the other direction. I mean, I'm not happy that it happened at all, but I'm glad that it happened there. And that was what I thought last week. This week, I realize how naive I am, thinking that the railroads were going to be repaired and made safe. But only that line is going to be made safe. I would like to see a commission put together that will oversee the railroads and give you reports about safety here in Ventura County. I don't want to see another road that doesn't have signs stating that there's a railroad there. I want all the railroad crossings completely made public to every single mode of transportation that crosses that track. I would like to find out when you're going to put this commission together, because it's needed. and I thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes, Suzanne, I do want to say that the Ventura County Transportation Commission has a member that sits on the Metrolink board, and that Metrolink has been in the nation foremost in putting the positive train control technologies in effect, and they're saying that that could have both prevented the one in Simi as well as the one that just happened recently. But that would be a good board for you to speak as, the Transportation Commission, which does have a seat on Metrolink.
And do you get reports?
We do get reports and we meet once a month. I think it's the first Friday of the month at 9 a.m. in the city of Camarillo, but I can get you that information.
And we
Thanks.
do get reports.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do they give the train enough attention?
We can talk about that, and
Okay.
I'll get you information on what
Okay.
we do receive and give you an opportunity to speak there too, if you'd like.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And, you know, I'm also on a commission that meets monthly here, a Ventura commission that meets monthly. And I want to thank you for our chairperson, who's absolutely professional and totally respected. And you have the best public health workers here in this county. They're wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We, as mentioned by the supervisor, all of us belong to VCTC, Ventura County Transportation Commission. And because of what's happened in our railroads, we have Congresswoman Julia Brownlee also helping us out, so you can contact her office too for assistance. But we do get reports on the railroad conditions and what we can do to assist the railroads to get additional funding. Funding is a big problem right now for the railroads, as you know. So.
Thank you. I'm
But,
sorry,
Well,
but we have to move on.
I
Thank
can
you
tell
for your
that we have to
comments.
keep on that Amtrak because they're not going to do it unless you keep on them.
But
Thank you for
thank you
your
for your
comments.
concern.
Okay, board members, I'm going to go to item 25 first and then come back, I'm sorry, to 24 because we have time certain item there too also. I'm sorry. So let's move ahead. And this is an item brought forward by myself and Supervisor Bennett to ask our county council to draft a trail defense indemnification ordinance for future consideration by the board. And as you can see in the board letter, and all of the board members as members of the Transportation Commission certainly did receive back in December a report that was commissioned by the Transportation Commission, Santa Paula Branch Line Recreational Trail Compatibility Survey. In that report, it called out nationwide examples of issues related to trails and the placement of trails and connectivity, access, alternative forms of transportation available through public-private partnerships, the increased recreational opportunities. It also talked about the barriers to cooperative use, and certainly one is the questions that we've heard over the years from our agricultural community, strategies that were put in place in other areas across the nation to address those. And the one that is before us today in concept is to move forward to ask County Council to take a look at this report and also at certainly at the legal issues to draft a trail defense and indemnification ordinance similar to the one adopted by the County of Ventura. San Diego. I'm in Ventura. San Diego. And that ordinance, it was certainly put together to provide a defense and indemnification, legal protection to the grantor of the easement for recreational trail uses. And so that's pretty straightforward what the request is here. We know there is great interest in additional trails and recreational opportunities in our county. And it's not just that's in the Santa Clara Valley that really was the focus of this particular study and related to the VCTC grant and ownership of the rail line through the Santa Clara Valley and the adjacent opportunity for trails to be developed. But also there's great interest, and we're working on, Supervisor Parks and myself, for trail connection for between the city of Camarillo and the CSU-CI University. So this is, the interest is to look at what we might, as a board, be agreeable to after our county council takes a look at issues related to barriers in the law and indemnification, and to move forward, bring back to us for consideration for adoption and application in the unincorporated areas of our county. Supervisor Bennett.
You said it so well, and we're behind. I'll
There
echo
we
your
go.
comments.
There we go. And if there are any questions, I do have public comments requested here. And Supervisor Parks.
Leroy, I had a question regarding whether the San Diego and Trail Indemnification Ordinance, how that relates to the state law, which indemnifies public agencies that have recreational trails, and just wanting to make sure that if we move towards something like that, we're not kind of superseding that law and not having that indemnification the state already gives us.
Perhaps you can report back on that.
Yeah, I can include that as part of my report back, but, you know, familiar with it a little bit, and I don't think it's a barrier. I think the county can have an ordinance that harmonizes with that, and it shouldn't be a barrier, but we can report back on the effect of one over the other.
I would want to make sure that in drafting the ordinance, we don't end up losing the indemnification we already have. That's my point.
Yes, we can look at that.
Good question. Thank you. Okay, let's go to our public comments. First, I'd like to invite Mike Mishler. Mike sits on the Board of Trustees for the Pleasant Valley Rec and Park District. Thank you for coming in this morning.
Hi, good morning. Like you said, my name is Mike Mishler. Welcome, supervisors. I'm a board member on Pleasant Valley Rec and Park, and for those who are not familiar with that, not only do we cover all the city limits, but we also extend outside the city limits. We go, as you go to the east, we go up Santa Rosa Valley toward those high-tension power lines. We head up to Newberry Park, where our boundary is, going east, and then we also go down to the university there, Channel Islands, and even south of it there a little bit. So we have a lot of farmland and open space around us. And in our goal session meetings and stuff, we are very interested in putting out, we don't have any now, but we are very interested in developing bike trails and trails further out into that area. And the top of our goal list is the trail you just mentioned, Supervisor Long mentioned, going from the city limits down to the university along the creek. We don't have any time frame or anything, but I'm just saying we don't have any funding right now, but it's on our wish list. It's at the top one on our wish list going out there. That's all within our district area. The city, as you know, has it already down to Pleasant Valley Road, and then what we would do is pick it up and carry it down to the university, potentially. It would be the point where agency may be on that. So we are very interested in this, and we support it very much, and we see it as a win-win and a good thing for the people and for the county and for the farmers and everybody else out there. And so we support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming in to speak to it. Doing a great job with the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, and thank you for your district's willingness to participate in that trail.
Right. Thank you very much. Tom Stark. Oh, I should have set this at 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, county exec. As you can see from my uniform, I'm a dues-paying member of the Channel Islands Bike Club. We are in full support and very encouraged to see that the supervisors are, in fact, in favor of proposing and, in fact, funding a bicycle trail through the agricultural land in the county. We ride frequently from Ventura to Santa Paula. In fact, they're going to go there when we leave here, if they still have any food left for us. But in that ride, there are no roads that don't go through agricultural land. As a matter of fact, the only roads that you can get to Santa Paula, other than the freeway, are Telegraph Road, Foothill Road, Santa Paula Road, Cummings Road, and some of those intersecting streets. So all of those roads go through agricultural land. There's no mystery or another path that you could take to get there except through agricultural lands. So we don't see a difference between a bike trail on a dedicated rail line, and less riding on a roadway where we conflict with vehicle traffic, trucks, agricultural vehicles, and our safety, we think, would be enhanced by a dedicated trail. There was, in fact, somebody did a number on your microphone, there was, in fact, a death of one of our members. It's been a few years ago on Telegraph Road, right near the intersection of Cummins Road. And at that section of Telegraph Road, in case you're not familiar with, the shoulder is quite wide. So no matter how safely you think you're riding, you have to look out for those other vehicles. I'm going to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Teresa Satterfield.
Good morning. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk. My name is Teresa Satterfield, and I've been a member of the Channel Islands Bike Club for 28 years. I am very much in support of this trail. Bike paths are good for families, but protected bike paths are better for families. We have a few protected bike paths in the West County. We have the Ventura-Ojai Trail, we have the Arundel Barranca Path, and of course we have the absolutely beautiful 101 path that goes all the way up to Bates Road. People throughout the county deserve routes like this. We deserve more routes. The very existence of protected bike paths encourages people to get out and ride, particularly people who don't normally get out and ride, people who don't wear funny clothes, people who wear normal clothes. Women and children get out and ride, people who don't exercise. Protected bike paths are a safe place for families to ride and for children to explore and to learn independence. We have all seen the astonishing success of the Botanical Trails gardens behind Ventura City Hall, where people of all ages and all exercise levels and fitness levels are out there enjoying the hiking and enjoying our absolutely beautiful city. There is so much more to see of Ventura County, and you see it so much better from the seat of a bicycle. We are convinced that as regards to this new bike path, that the saying will be true: if you build it, they will come. And if they build it, they will come. We mean all kinds of people will come, not just people like us who wear funny clothes. There will be all kinds of people. Obviously, the most important question is the liability issue, and that needs to be settled first, and we encourage you to do that. There is such a need out there, and we really appreciate all effort you are to making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Leslie Ogden.
Good morning. I'm Leslie Ogden, also with the Channel Islands Bike Club. Increasing the ability of Ventura residents to safely bicycle between cities makes sense for a lot of reasons. In addition to those mentioned, increasing the number of safe bike paths between our cities can help the tourism in Ventura County. Cyclists can fill our hotels, cyclists can support our hospitality centers. In other areas have invested in bicycling infrastructure have seen significant economic improvements. So it's a good thing that Santa Barbara counties and Ventura counties and their visitor bureaus and their local businesses are working together to brand our area as a top-notch cycling area, such as Tuscany or Provence, because we belong in those ranks. We really do. It's a beautiful place to cycle. A safe and a beautiful link between Ventura and Santa Paula would make our area all the more attractive to tourists. The real reason, however, to move forward with this is because the people of our county really want this. We're here representing a small percentage of the thousands of people who yearn for better, safer cycling. We are one bicycle club of many, and our little club has 300 members. We're riding all the time. I don't think it's possible to have an idea of the tremendous explosion of the cycling as a sport in this area in particular, unless you're on those back roads on weekends. It's full of people. You know, they're packed with folks. And these are folks that are willing to do their part. They're taking their cars off the road. They're keeping themselves fit by being active. And not all of those folks can attend a Tuesday morning meeting. So those of us who can are putting in the time to let you know that we think it is important. Ventura leaders need to partner with us, need to pull us forward into 21st century in terms of a balanced use of our transportation resources. A bike mobility option is fast becoming a requirement. We need to get our bikes off the roads. We need to reduce the number of interactions, shall we say, between bikes and cars. And our citizens need and want this tremendous improvement in their quality of life. This is a reasonable first step to being able to move forward to making a bike path on a piece of land that the county bought decades ago for that purpose. We so encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lynn Jensen?
Good morning. Thank you. CoLab Ventura County is a nonprofit organization of farmers, ranchers, business professionals, and experts who are dedicated to working with the county on projects that impact businesses here. The way the county ultimately deals with the compatibility issues with agriculture, and I think that's the big thing we're talking about here is compatibility, in the urban interface between schools and houses and trails will define the future of agriculture in this county. And keep in mind that Ventura County ranks 10th in farm sales in counties in the United States, and it is key to our nation's food security. So to start with, VCTC claims that they own the bike path right-of-way in fee. I've heard this several times, and was talking to Steve Onstadt, he's a planning commissioner, who has investigated the title of all the properties along the right-of-way, most of which are easements that were granted in the 1800s by farmers for the purpose of rail. The deed from Standard Pacific to VCTC does not contain a warranty of title. And VCTC has admitted that no title work has been done. And we think that the first step in the process is for County Council to do its due diligence and insist that the title work be done to determine the legal right to convert the properties into a public trail, for starters. We're not here today to oppose or support the regional trail. CoLab spent considerable resources analyzing the Phase 3 Piru Bike Path project, including looking at the EIR, which was adopted 16 years ago. In this case, the trail was a 1-mile segment ending in the middle of a strawberry field with no secure fencing or gates and no way to close the trail. And so we did not support that. And we get that the bike enthusiasts want this trail, but we want them to treat this project like the public trail would be going through their own backyards. They should insist on an indemnification agreement that protects the asset of agriculture. The San Diego indemnification ordinance, as written, is of little value to adjacent farmers. It only indemnifies an adjacent property owner for injuries on the trail when being used by recreational purposes. We recommend that County Council write a true indemnification agreement covering the risks to adjacent farmers related to trespassing, including theft, vandalism, injury, and criminal activity on the adjacent private property that has this public access. And if you're saying that these trails are no different than on roads, then I would think that it would be easy then to go ahead and do this more indemnification for the adjacent farmers. We agree with the consultant that new strategies need to be sought to address the relationship between agricultural and recreational interests, and there needs to be respect on both sides. This area is not on the fringe edge of agriculture, as were many of the examples in the consultant report. This is the center of agriculture in the Santa Clara Valley, and any project needs to have considerable protection for these agricultural assets, including an indemnification agreement that bike enthusiasts would agree to if the pathway went through their own backyards. Thank you.
Ms. Jensen?
Thank you.
Ms. Jensen?
Yes.
Yeah, I just have a question for you. Your CoLab is suggesting that there be expanded liability being adopted by the county more than what they've done in San Diego.
Yes.
And then you made the comparison between, if these are like streets, then why wouldn't the county? With the county street system, is it your understanding that the county takes liability for people trespassing onto agricultural property off of a street?
The big difference between this project and a project that's on the county streets is visibility. You're going to see this, and you're going to be able to get emergency vehicles and police vehicles in and out. And I don't know how this project is going to go. We really aren't sure how wide the easement is and how these are going to go. We need to look at the engineering plans and see what it looks like. But yes, it could be that these are very different than just riding along a public street.
Thank you.
And then can I ask you, this consultant's report, tell me a little bit about what you're talking about here.
CoLab actually looked a little bit at the consulting report. We haven't gone through it with a fine-tooth comb, but what was interesting to me is that the closest bike path in the county is the Arundel Barranca, and I actually rode through there a little bit ago, and it's a very narrow bike trail, and people walk on it as well. But if you look at the fencing, and if you were to take pictures of the fencing, there are areas where the fences are cut through all along the space. And the day that we went, there was actually a place where they had kind of ripped it open. And I think that the consultant should have at least talked to the adjacent farmers on that project, because it's so close and because it goes right through row crop land. The row crop land is actually very close to it, to discuss with those farmers if there were any issues.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay, just what's before the board is just, I think it's pretty straightforward. I understand there are other issues yet to be explored and discussed and researched related to whether VCTC moves forward, whether this board moves forward. So I think those have been recognized, and this is just one piece of it. So I certainly think that we need to answer this question as best we can and have County Council bring it back to us. So that's my motion.
It says, Leroy,
Sure.
when we're doing this, is there just a regular, I mean, you're going to go through this whole indemnity. Is there something about the farming community that needs to be involved in this, or they have to, or so there's certain indemnity issues that they're concerned with? If we're building this up, I mean, is it something that you do, or do you bring some other people in and say, okay, what other issues are you going to have that we may not be thinking about? So if we're going to do something that's pretty broad, that if they're going to go down this, they feel protected, is what I'm saying.
Well, from our perspective, you raised some policy questions there about who needs to be involved. I think what I view our task as is just to draft an ordinance that would be legal, and but a piece of that is eventually to explain what the effect of this ordinance is, like how will that change from current law to future law, what will be the effect of adopting that ordinance. So we can draft an ordinance that's modeled on the San Diego County ordinance and bring that back, supply it to the board, and also answer questions at that time about what effect that ordinance will have. And, then it's up to the board to determine, policy questions beyond that, whether they want to adopt it or not. But our task is to draft it and then advise you what the legal consequences are of that ordinance.
Yeah, I guess I was just more in ways you're drafting it, what other issues that may come up that they're already covered in the draft before we get down, we may have to add that, That's what I was thinking more of it. But
any direction you'd like to give us, we can now.
I would offer as a second of the motion that we have a pretty comprehensive study. It didn't just study San Diego. It studied bike trails through agriculture and many different places if you look at the study. And so I think that should be the basis of the foundation for the things that the County Council looks at and includes in the ordinance as it comes back.
Okay, sounds good. No problem.
So that's the motion. And again, that ordinance seems to have held the test of time, but I think we certainly should hear what the other questions are, whether or not it's applicable here when it comes back to us, and go from there. Please vote.
I have no problem with this. This sounds interesting, that whole thing about ownership of this whole thing. That's going to be an interesting
Yes,
issue.
that is an issue.
While the vote's coming in, I just encourage the Channel Islands bike riders to ride safe on the street without a big shoulder, and hopefully you'll have a safe place to ride sometime. Right?
Thank you for coming in. Hope you get to eat. Thank you. All right, board members, we are going to go next to corporate games, which is item 24. Then we're going to do military appreciation, item 27. And then item 28, older Americans, and I'm sorry to our Public Works folks. I know they have some children out there who are enjoying the big toys. Let them play with the big toys. We'll be with you shortly. Thank you. Ms. Madden.
Oh, boy. Good morning. Christy Madden, County Executive Office and Corporate Games Coordinator. I'm going to keep this brief because I know we're a little bit behind schedule today. This is our 13th year of participating in the Corporate Games, and I don't know if many people know it, but there are 13 stars on the back of this shirt, which represents our 13 years of coordinating and participating in the Corporate Games. We reclaimed our title in the AA division. Here's our... So we'll have this engraved, and it will go back in our trophy cabinet out front where it belongs. So
don't they have a bigger trophy?
Its rightful place. I'd like to really thank our dedicated Corporate Games event coordinators. None of this would be possible without their dedication and commitment. It really is a lot of work and takes a lot of strategy to try and build teams and put them in the proper brackets and et cetera, et cetera. We did get come home with 159 medals. There may be more. I might have missed one or two along the way, and if so, I do apologize. It's been a wonderful, wonderful event. This year, the City of Ventura did opening ceremonies out at, I call it Kimball Park. I don't know what the proper title is, but it was a wonderful event. It was family friendly, held on a Saturday. There were lots of activities. Many of the photos here that are circulating were from that event. We had wonderful participation. Thanks to our IT department, we implemented a new push notification system for county employees who could keep abreast of what's going on in Corporate Games throughout the 5 weeks of competition. It was wonderful. I know we have 1 million people who participated in the games, and I suspect many of our employees had to get back to their day jobs. So I have a small collection of people here. I want to just thank all of you for your dedication, commitment, and participation. I have some certificates for my event coordinators, small token of my appreciation, but we're going to come back, and our friends in probation, I'm sad to report, were dethroned at this year's Corporate Games and Tug of War. So I have it on good authority from Mr. Varela that they are going to be back with a vengeance next year. So with that, thank you very much. I don't know if anybody, I've got a camera here. Can I get a real quick picture?
Yeah, everybody stand up. All the folks here for the Corporate Games and those who are able to stick around, thank you. And board members, as you look at the list of the Exhibit 3 and you see all those golds, we've got golds in basketball, golds in bowling, golds in horseshoes, golds in darts and dodgeball, flag football. Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
I would just say,
thank you so much.
Please do.
Yeah, that's actually 159 medals.
That's right.
First of all, I would like to thank probation for being gracious. Let Oxnard win that one. Build their confidence. That's good. Set them up for next year.
Oxnard PD, it's our collaboration. We've
that's
had that
right.
as
That's
a
what we
team.
do. But I really want to thank the event coordinators and Christy. This is a lot of work year-round to get to this point, and it does great team building for our county, makes our county family stronger. So thank you.
Thanks.
Hey.
Thank you so much.
That's a great trophy. Yeah. What's that? Okay, board members, receive and file on this, please. There's a motion to receive and file. Could I get a second?
I got it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second to receive and file. Please vote. You're all too rowdy down there. Please vote. Okay. All right. Thank you, board members. That passes. All right. Now we're going to go to Military Appreciation Month, and I appreciate that folks have come in here to receive that. This is item 27. We're going to do that first. And where's Lauren? I've lost track of who's here.
Master Chief Trust is here to accept the resolution
Please come forward, Command Master Chief, and Mike, please come forward. I had a piece of paper somewhere. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in today. We are very proud and very fortunate that we have a strong military base in our county. We have a strong history with Naval Base Ventura County. We so much appreciate our veterans, our servicemen who are serving us today, and the importance of what they do for our country and how important they are to our county. So we really do like to recognize Military Appreciation Month in the month of May. And this is to acknowledge the vigilance of the members of the United States Armed Forces, instrumental in the preservation of our freedom, our security, our prosperity, all of that enjoyed here in our county. The values and principles that Americans have dedicated themselves to in service and sacrifice throughout the history of our nation encourages all residents to appreciate the heritage of the United States Armed Forces. The success of the Armed Forces depends on dedicated staff, members, their families, our civilian employees who also serve and work on the base, active service members, veterans in our county, every branch of the armed forces, and to utilize their expertise to make invaluable contributions to our country. As the service of those in the armed forces embody the courage and character that make America's military the finest in the world, their family members embody the resilience and the generosity that makes our community strong. So every year, approximately 700 sailors are deployed out of Naval Base Ventura County, leaving their families behind to serve our nation's call to duty. Presently, Naval Mobile Construction Battalion NMCB 5 is deployed to the Pacific Theater. Carrier Airborne Early Warning Squadron 116 is deployed aboard the USS Carl Vinson on their way home from a 10-month deployment in the Middle East. And so, along with the organizations who support our military families, American Red Cross of Ventura County, the Navy Marine Corps Relief Society, and at home our very own Veteran Services, and the many veterans who have retired and live here in our community. It's all very, very valuable to us to appreciate, again, both their service, their duty to country, and that there's so much of fabric of our community. So I'll step down to present this, invite you to say a few words. Thank you.
Yes. Supervisor Long and Board, greatly appreciated on behalf of Captain Yankee, Commanding Officer, and the Armed Forces service members of Naval Base Ventura County. We wholeheartedly appreciate everything you've done. Out of my 25 years in the Navy, and I've been overseas and different places in the country, Ventura County by far is the most supportive of its military members. We're not just a number, we're a name, as you see a small group and an extension of a family. And I'd like to thank you for everything that the county has done for Naval Base Ventura County. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Long, Supervisors, Mr. Powers, for the opportunity to say a few words today. I'm Mike McManus, the County of Ventura's Veteran Service Officer and retired Air Force First Sergeant, retired out of Navy Base Ventura County. Not many active duty Air Force out there, but we're there. We represent. Just have a few brief comments. And first, I'd like, though, to ask any veterans or family members of veterans to please stand. Thank you for your service. It's an honor to be with you this morning as we observe Military Appreciation Month, and in particular Memorial Day next Monday. Since its inception, it's been a day of remembrance for those who sacrificed and died in our nation's service. It's a celebration in memory of all who have fought and defended our right to freedom. It's important to not only recognize their service, but to respect their devotion to duty. The lives of the men and women who fought in America's battles and who served their country all made significant sacrifices in fighting for the freedom and the liberty that we enjoy today. Our flag is a symbol of that freedom and liberty. Let it remind us that the sacrifice made by the men and women who have worn this nation's uniform. Let us not forget that we will forever see it wave because of their service, and sacrifice. We can best honor that sacrifice by remembering their families who have lost so much. Long after the battlefield is silenced and the bombs stop exploding, the children of our fallen heroes will still be missing a parent. Spouses will be without their life partners. Parents will continue to grieve for their sons and daughters that died way too early. We need to be aware, we need to be there for them as American citizens. Nobody can replace these fallen heroes, especially in the eyes of their families, but we can offer support, assistance, and assurance that their loved one's sacrifice will not be forgotten. Americans must remember that the freedom isn't free. In fact, it's only possible because our fallen heroes have paid its high price. Price paid which enables us to have ceremonies and observances like this today. While exceptional valor and sacrifice has occurred in all of America's wars, we do not always honor our fallen heroes with a day dedicated in their honor. Let us never lose focus of what Memorial Day means. It's not about a weekend spent at the beach or picnics or the baseball game. It's a day to remember. It's a day to remember that the promise President Lincoln made to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan. To those who died and to all who fought, we owe respect for delivering to all of us freedom upon nothing less than the commitment of their life and their willingness to lose it if called upon. So let us pause with respect and honor to remember those who fought, for those who gave their life, to those whose fate is still unknown, and for those who willingly stand ready today to do the same, to defend our freedom and our way of life. God bless our men and women who have served and continue to serve. God bless their families. God bless America. Thank you.
Madam Chair, while you're giving those, taking some photos, I just want to thank the military, thank Mike McManus. I'd like to share that my family has served from Second World War to the Korean War, Vietnam War, and also I have, currently my grandson is in Norfolk, Virginia, serving the U.S. Navy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, board members, for recognizing that. It really is an honor to have such a presence in our county that really appreciates and honors our military and our families. Now we're going to go to Public Works, and then we're going to do older Americans. So please, we're all patient here. We have a great room. Look at all these.
Jeff, do you have all these employees around us?
Public Works?
We have existing employees and hopefully some future employees standing around you.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Long. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt. I'm with the Public Works Agency, as you know. I'm here with colleagues and friends to celebrate National Public Works Week. The committee organizing it this year hit the ball of the park. We reached some sort of critical mass.
Well, I guess.
We have like 550 students here,
wow.
High schools, and I actually have a list of the schools that have joined us and the activities that I can share with the board. As you know, this year's theme is Community Begins Here, and we at Public Works like to think you couldn't do anything without us. We do the roads, we do the water, we do the dams, we do the bridges. What else do we do? All sorts of stuff. Sanitation, engineering, we build stuff, the engineering services, we take care of the water quality. And I'm here to invite you out to the parking lot where you can see the activities we have going on, and in the foyer where we've got films running. We've got tours running around. We're featuring a new film from I think it's the first ever Ventura County News Channel production, where they're displaying Public Works as the first responders. I hope you get a chance to see that. Outside, we have a career booth. We have heavy equipment demonstrations. We have native and invasive plants on display. And actually, we're giving away some of the native plants. The surveyors are out there. We've got water testing and water quality testing for drinking water. And we've got a voting booth out there, so you can vote for your favorite channel names in the J Street and Oxnard.
That's right.
Naming. Is that a contest or a?
It is.
We also have the PWA mobile command post. And as you know, I know you're pressed for time, but this is the time of year when we honor our employees of the year. It'll be the last thing I do, and then I'll invite you out and and we'll get out of here so you can get on with your board meeting. But this year, I'd like to read off the nominees. We have 3 categories, one for field, one for office, and this year, for the first time ever, we've got Management Employee of the Year. So I'd also like to recognize the defending champion, Bill Dufresne, if he'd stand up.
All right.
Our other Employee of the Year last year is retired, so Bill's it. We were going to ask him to present the Oscars, but we don't have the Oscars here. They got lost somewhere. So,
Great.
Oh, we do? Oh, thank goodness. Well, Bill, come on up. So, I'm going to ask the nominees to stand up as I read your names. Rob Grenville, Transportation. This is for Field Employee. Hey, Rob. David Hazen, Water and Sand. Where he is. Hey. Julie Rigo from Watershed Protection. Let's go. Okay, office staff. Lucy Taylor, Central Services. Joe DeCellis, Engineering Services. Joe here? Oh. Pete Wessel, Transportation. Oh, looks nice in the tie. Denise Moen, Water and Sand. Ken Mendoza, Watershed Protection. Oh yeah, he's already standing. That's great. Okay, the new category this year, Management. Keith Filligard, Central Services. Where's he at? Oh, right here. Couldn't get in the door probably. Jim Otusa, Engineering Services. Rodney Perez, Transportation. Where are you, Rodney? I saw him. Derek Wilson, Water and Sanitation. Derek, you there? Oh, there he is, way in the back. And Roger Boris from Watershed Protection. Oh, okay, stay standing. A big round of applause for all these guys once more. Okay, winner from the field staff category, David Hazen. Come up and get your... Okay, office staff, make way for Lucy Taylor. And for management, Jim Otusa, come on down. That's our presentation, and we can answer any questions you might have. Oh, wait, yeah. Pictures, that's right, sorry. All the nominees, yes, all the nominees, please come down.
Madam Chair?
No, you stay. You're the defending champ.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Jeff?
Yes, sir.
Jeff, I want to thank all your workers, for providing water, wastewater, refuse collection, the watershed programs, streets and highways, lifeline work, and I just want to thank all your employees that are here today for all the extra work. If you turn on that faucet and water doesn't come out, we're going to hear about it. If you flush it and it doesn't go down, we're going to hear about it. But thank you so much for the good work and all the Public Works employees. Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Yay! Well, congratulations to all the nominees and the recipients of the award. Nice to be recognized by your peers and your department, and to all of the schools who have joined us today, thank you for coming to learn about what does Public Works do. And that community begins here with Public Works. And as has been said, you'll see all of the equipment and the displays out there. It really does talk about the importance of Public Works in our county, how they work to keep us many ways clean, safe, and sound. And Mr. Pratt, on behalf of the board, will proclaim May 17th to the 23rd is National Public Works Week. Community begins here. There you go.
Thank you, Chair Long. Thank you so much. Yes. And for all you students, don't forget, you're not too young to stop at the career booth, all right? You guys look at those job announcements.
Let's turn around here and take a picture this way.
Oh, yeah, you guys out to the tree for pictures.
All right, let's
Nominees, can I get you to turn this way so I can get the whole room, please?
Well, yeah, there you go.
So she can get a broad shot there.
Selfie.
All right, on three.
Look up. Here we go.
One, grind to be done. Sorry. 1, 2, 3. All right.
And
thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, that's it.
Hey, Jeff, great job. That's right. Succession planning.
That's it.
Do we get to ride the tractor if we go out there?
Yeah, if you want, anything for you, Mike.
All right.
We're going to be at recess for the next 5-10 minutes.
I'm going to do some highlights from this proclamation, then I'll step down and ask you to say a few words. So, May is Older Americans Month, and the theme is Get Into the Act. So that sounds good. Congress passed the Older Americans Act in 1965 in response to concerns by policymakers about a lack of community social services and advocacy for older Americans. This marks the 50th anniversary of the enactment of that act. It was created to address, again, the concerns of the overall well-being of our older Americans with the greatest social and economic needs, especially our minority older Americans. In recognition of the changing needs of a rapidly aging senior population, the Older Americans Act of 1965 has been amended to really address those needs and awaits reauthorization to reflect those changes. The Area Agency on Aging is committed to more than 165,000 citizens aged 60 years or older, with more than 48,000 over the age of 75 and over 28,000 living alone in Ventura County and witnessing the rapid increase of the aging baby boomers. That's some of us up here. AAA is a focal point that serves the aging population in Ventura County, and it is committed to advocating for supporting and creating programs that help our older Americans to be healthier and to maintain their independence. Actively works towards informing and encouraging citizens to live optimally by encouraging them to eat healthier, exercise more, make behavioral changes to reduce the risk of disease, disability, and injury. And in collaboration with other agencies, it really works to allow older adults to safely and securely age in place through the Home Share program by providing matching home providers with home seekers, by the Fall Prevention program, which provides and coordinates resources that empower older adults, give them the tools and instruction to reduce their fear of falling and that of future falls. That's just a couple examples of the many programs that the Area Agency on Aging Commission and our great advocates in the community work with one another to really support our aging population. So this is, again, to proclaim the month of May as Older Americans Month, to urge our residents to join with the Area Agency on Aging, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Older Americans Act and celebrating the many contributions of our older Americans in our country and our county. So I'll step down to present this, and thank you so much for joining us this morning.
All right, thank you. I'd like to ask the other members of the VC AAA Advisory Committee and staff to join me down here. We certainly appreciate this recognition of Older Americans Act and the Older Americans Month in May of this year, and also appreciate all of the support that we've gotten, both tangible and not so tangible, from the Board of Supervisors over the years. And thank you. And we're also, the VC AAA is celebrating Older Americans Month itself by showing a vintage movie and so forth tonight. That it's His Girl Friday, starring Cary Grant and Rosalind Russell. It's going to be shown at 7 o'clock tonight at the Regency Theaters at 1440 Eastman Avenue in Ventura. There are limited 300 seats here. We have tickets available for all of the board members and so forth, and you'll be happy to know that the tickets are free to everyone, so you don't have to report it as a gift. I also have a disclaimer that I was asked to read related to the movie and so forth. It says, please note, VC AAA cannot control the content of this film, and in no way does the VC AAA endorse any opinions expressed in the film.
That'll guarantee a big turnout.
Yeah.
What's in this movie now?
Yeah, you might
Banned
be
in
wondering
Boston.
what controversy stimulated this and so forth, and you'll have to come and find out. All right.
One of many celebrations.
Yes.
That's nice.
And just preceding the movie at 6:30, we're going to have some music and a live singer and so forth. So if you can get there a little early and so forth, there's something else to enjoy. So, anyway.
Thank you all for being here.
Right.
Let's take a picture.
Madam Chair, I also want to thank all the AAA volunteers and all the work that you do. It's excellent work for our seniors. When I get there, I'm going to need your help. Thank you.
Also, I just want to thank you all for what you do. It's wonderful having Nick Fotheringham in my district. He does some great opinion pieces too. He's very on top of the news and the events that are happening. And you guys do such wonderful work. We really do. I love working with you. We had the Senior Summit coming up this year too, so we look forward to working with you on that. So. Thank you all so much for what you do. And you know, this is they say Older Americans Month, but really as America becomes older, every month becomes Older American Month.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we had to change the name to Wiser Americans.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for all your good work. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Finally, we got this boardroom at manageable capacity. That's right. That last one could have.
Okay, there we go. Now,
I think we can delay the next one.
oh, okay, all those can wait. All right, we'll go right to our 10:30, which is receive and file report of investments. Item number 29. Good morning, sir.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the board, Mr. Powers, I am here on this item to discuss the report of investments and to make good on a promise or threat, if you will, to over the last 6 months to spend a few minutes more talking with you about
Okay, I need to ask you a personal question. Did you make this presentation up?
I confess I am in very deep water here because I've been entrusted with this thing that they say will cause slides to come up when I get to the general discussion of the pool.
Well, I mean, this is just so different. So it looks so good.
It is all Mrs. Lee's work. So if it goes badly.
Please proceed.
So the investment report is straightforward, not especially different from other reports. I have the advantage today of being able to tell you what the report for April will show, which is a return to the upward curve in yield, and I even know what the first half of May will show, which is a further upward curve of the yield into the 44 basis point range. And I can tell you that as of today, we are invested in issues that will yield to maturity close to 47 basis points, figure which improves regularly.
Good.
So the future, apparently, regardless of what the Fed does with interest rates, suggests a higher yield. And as usual, and I'm of course tired of saying this, we are ideally positioned to take advantage of the projected slow increase in interest rates over the next year or so, although the talking heads are now saying no rate increase until at least September and possibly as late as December. If you have questions on the actual investment report, I'll be happy to take those. Otherwise, I'd like to use some of my time on the report that deals generally informationally about the investment pool.
Any questions? Please proceed.
Where do I point this thing? There we go. Summary. It's a $2 billion pool, plus or minus. Right now, it is the largest it has ever been on the $2.35 billion range. It will shrink to $1.7 billion by October as agencies take money out. But we call it a $2 billion pool because I think that's what it's going to average as we go along. There are 260 participants in the pool. The majority of the individual participants are county agencies. The next largest group of participants are school districts. School districts have contributed the majority of the money to the pool. We have our participants range from extremely small agencies like the Piru Cemetery District up to large participants like county schools. We manage this pool entirely in-house. We do not employ any outside consultants. We try to avoid getting advice from our brokers because neither they nor we want to get involved in the SEC rules about municipal fund advisors, which is a paperwork morass that nobody would like to get into if we can avoid it. We keep our expenses below 8 basis points, and in fact right now they're below 7 basis points, which makes us exceedingly thrifty compared to other investment pools. Partly that's a product of size. So LAIF's expenses, the state local agency investment fund, is in the 1 basis point range because they're huge. On the other hand, Cal Trust, which is another form of another competitor, if you will, takes 14 basis points. So we are efficiently managed. The fund is highly rated. In fact, AAAF S1 Plus is the highest rating given to any municipal fund in the United States, and there's only one other general fund like ours in California that has the same rating, Contra Costa County, and only 8, if I recall, nationwide that have that exact rating. It is a matter of great interest to our staff to maintain that rating as much as it is for you. Our style of the fund is what we call buy and hold. That is, we do not intend to sell stuff. Occasionally we sell when we have a cash flow issue, although we have other methods of dealing with that I prefer. We occasionally sell things when there's a rating change. That happened with Deutsche Bank last year. There are other sales are very infrequent, and they're broken out separately in the monthly investment report. One of the advantages of buy and hold is that you know from the get-go what you're going to earn, and it frees us from paying attention to the day-to-day variations in the secondary sale market. We intend to hold these things to maturity, and that way we know that we'll get our principal and we'll get our interest that was figured at the time of the purchase. We are a short-term fund with a horizon of less than 3 years. In other words, we don't buy anything that doesn't mature within 3 years. And we're limited by our policy to approximately a 365 days average maturity. So we have to keep the average of the fund within 1 year. That means essentially that we invest the entire $2 billion fund every year. And we are less than 1 duration. Duration is an investment term that describes the sensitivity of your fund to interest rate changes. Our actual duration is 0.68, which is quite low, and it means that our fund is not very sensitive to interest rate changes, which is a good thing. We are policy driven, which is to say we have a policy which you approve every year and which we review constantly and refer to daily to see what we can and can't do. And we do not intentionally vary from that policy at all. It is rules is rules, and I like rules, and I like to stay within our policy. The principal parts of our policy goals are capital preservation first, liquidity first and a quarter, and a competitive rate of return rather below that. So our idea is we want the money to be there, and we want it to be there when our participants want to withdraw it. And we have a very liberal policy on withdrawals of funds that enable our participants, some of our participants, to use us as a checkbook. We don't encourage that, but that's the way it happens sometimes.
Do you do anything to market it to participants or potential participants? You know, there's a lot of different agencies out there that sometimes look at how to reinvest.
We do, in 2 words. It requires a certain amount of time to make the contacts. It's not all that easy to find out who has money that they could put into the pool. Not everybody is especially transparent about whether they have money or not. But we either seek them out, like cities, which we have done, or they are referred to us by other people, such as the Blanchard School District. So we're actively looking, and that's part of our goals for the next fiscal year, is to continue to increase our offerings of participation.
It's a good idea, and we definitely have a story to tell. You know, we're getting better returns than a lot of other types of investments.
Well, yes, we're making nearly twice what LAIF makes. Any agency that is putting their cash with LAIF is leaving 10 to 15 basis points on the table.
And probably most of them are doing life, too, so
Yes.
that's a good comparison.
Have you have brought people on, haven't you?
Yes, we
Yeah.
have added the city of Simi Valley, city of Thousand Oaks, the city of Moore Park, the Blanchard Library, the Gold Coast Healthcare District made a significant deposit. So we're out there. I don't want to become a salesperson for our fund. That may not be exactly what my duties are, but I want to offer them the service that we provide. And so we are doing that.
While we're on that topic, I just would suggest, I'm in agreement with your position. I don't think we should be marketing the fund. I think we should be offering the fund. And there is a subtle distinction, but Orange County, one of the reasons they got in trouble is they started to market the fund. They wanted to see how big they could get it, and then that puts pressure on for
and
other things.
They also took participants who were not from Orange County.
Right.
And that's just wrong.
Right.
So we contact people, we let them know that we have a service if they didn't know about it and that they're eligible to participate in it. And if they want to talk more, we talk more with them.
But it does help because, as you said, when you get a little bigger, that expense factor goes down. So people get even a greater return, don't they?
Is true. Finally, on this page, our operations are extremely transparent, ranging from the reports that you get every month to the computer monitor out there in the main plaza that will tell you what today's transactions were, to the mass of investment reports that are on our website. So anybody who wants to see can. We have instituted, especially since 2012, a significant set of internal controls with the separation of jobs, job responsibilities, to make sure that nobody does more than one of the jobs, so that it significantly significantly limits the possibility of mishandling of the funds, and it greatly increases the ability of making intelligent decisions. We are reviewed. Sometimes it seems endlessly, but that's the way it is when you're handling large sums of money. We count our monthly reports to you as a review by you as representatives of the people. We have a Treasury Oversight Committee, which meets twice a year. The committee itself has an audit. We have, through the auditor-controller, at least an annual audit. We report to Standard & Poor's monthly so that they can see what our fund is made of and how we fit with their descriptions. So we are reviewed and audited about as often as you could hope for. This slide shows you the, I think I skipped one. I'm sorry. Summary. Yes. Historic portfolio size going back to 2007. This will show you the increase in the size of the pool. This is not because we've retained earnings. We distribute all of the earnings every quarter. So it's not that we're withholding funds to make the fund bigger, but just our users have, especially as county and local government funding has improved, they've been placing more money with us. Historical yield, you got to put in the bad with the good, eh? So here we go back to May of 2011. That's a 4-year period if you're no better at math than I am. The unfortunate thing about this, of course, is that it's steadily downward, but if you do as I often do, which is try to draw imaginary lines, you can see that it has bottomed out and is on a very brief upswing, which I think will continue. Right here is where Mr. Hansen retired early in January. I remember his discomfiture when he realized that he was going to break the 1% yield. He was in a terrible mood. And it went on for a while. We've gone back, for example, to see what things were like in 2011 in terms of the way the pool was and whether what we're doing now in terms of managing the pool is improving things or changing things. And the fact is that if the pool now looked as it did then, the yield would be significantly lower. This is a daily report which is a little bit squished in the slide, and if you want a better copy, we'll be happy to distribute it to you. But this is prepared every afternoon, reflects the exact status of the investment pool as of that day, and then I use it the next morning to help decide what we're going to do with investments that day. I have not seen this as I have looked at records of other investment pools, and it's staff developed this internally, and I'm proud of them for this kind of work. It is especially good at pointing out where we approach our limits. Our investment policy has limits in it that we're not supposed to exceed, both in terms of the sector and in terms of individual issuances, and this is useful in pointing that out. Changes to security types since May of 2011. The first thing I want to emphasize is we don't buy stocks. We don't own any part of any business. If you got right down to the root of what we do, we're making loans. We buy promises to pay. That's our entire portfolio, is a promise to pay. So you can see in May of 2011, the portfolio was very heavily weighted in favor of treasuries and agencies. And as you can see now, it's significantly lower weighted in those because the yields on those dropped right off the edge of the table. And unless you're going to buy something with a 2-year maturity, you're not going to get a competitive yield that's over what our average yield is. So what we are doing instead, and we've placed a greater emphasis on cash flow protection to make sure that we have the money in the pool without having to take up any of the other alternatives like cashing out of LAIF or going into the compensating balance account that our custodian has. So we've bought a lot more commercial paper and Yankee CDs to use as the regulation of our cash flow. And we've gone into some of the other sectors, and in particular the supranationals. Those are World Bank products that the beauty of them, and the reason I use them, is they have competitive yield and they don't count anything on our Standard & Poor's report. In other words, they're so highly rated, AAA all the way through, that we can go 3 years with those, and Standard & Poor's does not dock us any points for that, where if we buy a 3-year treasury or agency, we are assessed points on our monthly report for as long as they are on there. And so in seeking yield at the same time that we're trying to keep Standard & Poor's happy, the supranationals, which you recently authorized us to go to starting the first of the year, have been a very attractive alternative.
Could you summarize briefly the difference between May 2011 and May 2015? I mean, it definitely looks like you're more diversified and a lot less in government and treasury.
Yes. We are significantly, let me say first that I believe that Mr. Hansen would have moved in this direction too in an effort to maintain yield as things happen. This is the way things would work. I went back and looked at his portfolio. If we had that May 2011 portfolio today, it would be making 30 or 32 basis points. So you can't get any yield worth mentioning on a treasury or government agency unless you go out 2 years. Okay, so right there, that's an issue, and Standard & Poor's will charge us points on our monthly report for a full year of that. So we have to be cautious about buying longer treasuries and agencies. But the fact is, on commercial paper and Yankee CDs, if I go out 9 months, which is our policy limit, if I go out 9 months, I can get 50 basis points. Whereas if I buy a 9-month treasury or agency, I get 25 basis points. So in terms of yield, commercial paper and Yankee CDs are the place to be. And we review them daily, practically, monthly formally, but daily based on information that we receive about whether any particular issuer is still good for us.
I know you're on your last slide, so I have just 2 quick questions.
Yes, sir.
One, this isn't a question, it's sort of an observation. It's sort of interesting that the supranationals don't ding you for a point, yet when you buy a United States government security, which is supposed to be the most secure, you actually get dinged by Standard & Poor's.
It is, yes.
So
the United States securities are rated AA+, which sounds great.
Right.
But
AAA for
AAA is
for
better.
J.P. Morgan and those other big banks.
J.P. Morgan actually is on the bubble in terms of whether they're even going to stay on our approved issuers list.
So, so that's interesting, and it tells you something about the United States government finances that we have that situation.
Yeah, but on the other hand, there are no other sovereigns with a AA+ rating. So if you want to characterize it that, it's like realtors say we have the best house in a bad neighborhood.
The other question that I have though is, to what extent do you buy initial offerings that are going to expire within the 3-year period, and to what extent are you buying something that actually had a longer duration than 3 years, but you're buying it when it's within 3 years of its maturity?
We buy initial offerings as often as we can. All of our broker-dealers have instructions that we want to buy new issues. Right. They're terrific. And that's especially true in the municipal bond market, is we want to buy California-based munis when they're offered, and we'll buy entire issuances to do
you have a rough percentage in your head? How often are we buying initials versus how often we're buying?
In Cal-based muni, it's 100% initials.
Overall in the portfolio? 50%, 60%, 25%, just roughly.
I'm guessing a little bit, but I'd say that 30% of our treasury and agency and corporate medium-term notes and Cal-based munis and supranationals are new issues, and the remainder are in the secondary market. However, our broker-dealers are instructed not to offer us stuff on which there's a significant premium or significant accrued interest, because we don't want to do that.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. That is my presentation on the essence of the investment pool, so that you will have a grip on what it is, how it's shaped, and what it's about. Our goals are to increase yield, to offer our services generally to agencies that have money to place, and to maintain our liquidity so that agencies like, for example, the Hospital Construction Fund, will have the money to spend when they need to have the checks issued.
Thank you, and we appreciate that.
This
Thank
is a
you for the
receive and
report.
file report.
It is that. Motion to receive and file, please. And a second. Please vote, and thank you. That was an excellent
Thank you.
report on the investments. Thank you very much. Item 30 is a receive and file on our satellite operations.
Thank you. I am still Stephen Hintz. This is a summary report on the temporary satellite office that we opened in Thousand Oaks in Supervisor Parks' public meeting room, and thank you, Supervisor Parks. We could not have done this without you. The office, we did a pilot project in April of 2014 just to see how it would work, and then the full operation with notices in the bills and in the press and everything exceeded everybody's expectations by a factor of between 2 and 5. So basically we served over 2,000 taxpayers, processing 1,700 transactions and collecting $5.3 million. And we expect that that amount will go up as more and more people become accustomed to the existence of the facility. We have hundreds of cards from people who use the facility, which we're going to sort out and offer to you to for your information, although some of the significant comments are included in Exhibit 1 of the report. We have minimized our costs and improved the service by working with information technology services to make sure that everything worked. And I tell you, setting up computer systems in a remote area must be a terrific challenge, and I'm grateful to them for all of their hard work, and to General Services Agency, who designed the equivalent of a pop-up office, which we can use over and over again and adapt to other spaces if it actually became necessary. And so I want to thank the people from General Services for their hard work in enabling us to do this. And of course, again, Supervisor Parks for giving us the space. We have submitted this program for a challenge award from the state.
From CSAC. Great. Thank you.
I've kind of lost track of the name of the agency that gives
CSAC, State Association of Counties. Yep.
We're preparing that application. As it is, we think that this is a great example of Ventura County's commitment to working together in a collaborative fashion to serve the public better. I am, of course, here to respond to your questions.
Great. Any questions, comments?
Just, I do get hearing from not just people from Thousand Oaks, but also from Simi Valley that they were able to come here, and it did save them the time. So, and I just laud your initiative to do this and carrying it through. I think, as you say, it's going to continue to grow, and it's the whole concept of trying to get more East County services so people don't have to drive to this county to seat.
No, Supervisor, you make a good point. I saw Mark Lund the other day, and he said that he opened 2 days a week, went to 3, and now he's at 4 and going to 5. And people are loving the idea that they have those services in the East County. So good. Glad you're doing it.
We don't have the workflow to go out there more often than the 2-week periods at the end of each of the collection periods, but it certainly has been a useful project. I'd like to also mention that this is a good example of one of those times where in my morning executive meeting I say it's time to go to the East County, and the next day Mrs. Lee has made the plan. So
get her done.
There we go.
That's right. Thank you, sir. We have
Thank
a
you.
motion
This
and a
is a
second
receive
on
and
this.
file.
And this is a good time also to advertise that there is space at my office for others who want to come, other agencies, departments that need some room over in the East County. I know Veteran Services comes out there. Home Share is now working out of the office. Child Protective Services has been there, and as well as other agencies like Fish and Wildlife and others. So we're glad to be able to have that space available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And that is a receive and file unanimous. Thank you very much. Board members, we're going to go now to item 40 before we do our next time certains, because we have some folks here from the public who wish to speak to item 40. So we're going to introduce that, and it's a recommendation of Supervisor Bennett and myself. And Supervisor Bennett, you're up.
Thank you very much. Both Supervisor Long and myself were able to attend the most recent farm worker housing summit that was called together. They had one that we both attended 10 years ago. This was another call to action. And there are a number of things that we need to try to do to keep pushing the ball forward in terms of providing farm worker housing. A few things I would just like to point out, besides the obvious that this is a request for us to come up with $1 million, is to try to identify what it is that we're looking for with this $1 million. What are we looking to actually get for the citizens of Ventura County? And the few things I'd like to point out is we want to make sure it's truly farm worker housing, that there are farm workers that really need this, and there unfortunately are some times when people take advantage of a situation like this and they end up providing the housing for somebody else. Maybe worthy people, but we want to focus this with the interest we have in supporting the agricultural industry in Ventura County. So I'd like to direct the CEO to do everything they can to try to, when they bring this policy back to us, to bring back a policy that has the appropriate safeguards to make sure that it is long-term farm worker housing. Second thing is this money should be intended to be matching grant money. We heard at the conference that the biggest need is to come up with the local matching grant to get other grants. So we don't have the resources to be able to build the housing here in Ventura County, but we may have some resources to be able to at least match the grants. And I know it's particularly for I'm drawing a blank on it now, the tax such and such, the 9% tax. Yeah, there we go. The 9% rebate tax, et cetera. Help me with that when you come up and talk about it. But we want it to be matching, and we'd like the CEO's office to come back also with the policy on how will this $1 million be used, what would be the matching criteria that the CEO's office is recommending for us. It has to have this level of match, this level of certainty or confidence, and to what level the match should be. And the third thing is my sense, unless I hear something different from the CEO, but that this should be for organizations that focus on providing farm worker housing. I think that I just want to eliminate from the beginning individuals coming up and saying, "Hey, you got $1 million. I want to build some farm worker housing on my farm." I don't think that that's going to make the kind of impact that we're looking to make with the $1 million, and will be much harder for us to have the safeguards in there that we're looking for to get the matching and to have the other safeguards. So those are the three things I wanted to make sure that I brought up here early for both the speakers who are coming to speak can hear about that. I think we crafted the motion as we spent considerable time on it, asking essentially the CEO to work out some of these details about what do we do, how do we do it, how does it get administered, and so I look forward to that all coming back. But I think this is the appropriate first step from a policy standpoint. Thank you.
Yes, and I certainly, in bringing this forward, we have, through our resource management agency, some public information pieces that are really very useful. Farm worker housing complexes and farm worker and animal caretaker dwelling units. Specific in the farm worker housing complex piece, it says there's a capacity to build up to 185 farm worker housing complexes on unincorporated land. That's the capacity. And this board years ago took some very progressive action, I believe, in looking at how to incentivize that in the way of our land use zoning and minimum lot size, and to say that parcels may be allowed for farm worker housing complexes on land zoned AE within or adjacent to a city's sphere of influence, provided that there's a minimum of 10 acres. So we have taken over the years many steps policy-wise to really incentivize this. But as everything with housing, the tighter it gets with both the available stock and with the developers interested in developing housing, the more you really do need to look at how we can step up and incentivize that. And I think by doing this, we have that opportunity to make a strong commitment to really get some farm worker housing actually developed. We're fortunate in this county. I shouldn't say that we haven't been, because there's Rancho Sespe and Fillmore, Villa Naro and Piru. Cabrillo Economic has done excellent jobs in our county, excellent jobs in the county and building farm worker housing, but as we know, it's not enough. So are there questions by the board before we open for public comments?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
I got some understanding where Supervisor Bennett said we don't want to give anything to farmers to build housing. I was a little concerned with a little bit of that, because I'm not really looking for us to give anything to anybody. I'm really more of the opportunity. I take an example of Limonaire, who just finished 72 units, and they took 7 years to get this through the county, and $1 million+ in permits to get that done. They were willing to take it on and do the thing they wanted. And, the biggest problem for me is, first of all, it took 7 years. Why would it take that long? We should speed that up. Those families that are living there now, it should have been great if they were living there 3 or 4 years earlier, and their kids would have been much better. But at the same time, there's a lot of organizations out there, a lot of farming organizations saying, look, I'd like to have this stuff on my ranches, on my farms, to have it. So maybe we could be in a position where this, quote, $1 million comes from, also in the idea of permit cost reductions or whatever, they're qualified to have farm worker, and because a lot of that opportunity goes because there's a certain wage farm workers make. But if I'm living on the land, I'm not traveling, I'm not driving, my money goes further, they live a much better life. So there's no reason for us not to exclude that side of it. And I'm not even saying give them anything, but it's really, they're going to make the investment, they're going to do it. Give some reductions in some of that cost, and find some way for planning and building safety to speed up that process to get this done. Because there's no question, when you can get these people moved on to the locations where they work, and they can move out of the cities and get into a much better place for their kids to grow up and their lives to grow up, I mean, it's just a much better thing. And that's what I was, when you talked about maybe not farmers, maybe I misunderstood that.
And again, I'm offering my beginning thoughts to the direction to the CEO's office. Right. And with all of those, I'm not locking in what the match should be. I'm not locking in, but my beginning thoughts are. Let me bracket it with the two extremes. A farmer says, I want to build a house. Right. On the land, and the back half of the house we're going to rent out to farm. We're going to have farm worker housing. For our farm manager, right. And it's a $350,000 house. I'm not so sure that's going to be very easy for us to monitor by comparison to one of the organizations, and I'm hesitant to mention any of them because I don't want to. Right, sure. Coming forward and saying we're building a farm worker housing complex for 100 people. Now, the Limonaire example you give is much more likely to be a corporate entity that can do that. So at that scale, I think you can get the safeguards in there that we're looking for. So I'm not opposed. I didn't say it's a hard fast. It can't be private, but I am trying to stay away from the small. I don't want to create the impression that every farmer just starts to line up and say, I'm getting ready to build an individual unit, and this $1 million is going to help me. Right. That's all.
And I agree. And a lot of it is like with Limonaire. You don't have to give them the money. Just if they could have got it done faster, maybe a reduction in fees, they would have spent their own money. We didn't have to give it. Those kind of things would have been an opportunity. Right. They had the wherewithal to get it done.
And toward that end, I think that this is something we can do also. Not instead of is that we can, for farm worker housing specific, not have a permit fee. We can do that. And looking at what the permit fees are, I don't think that would be as much of a hit on our county planning department. From what I understand, so that's something we can come back with.
Yeah, but because even the fees is just going back to planning and figuring out how to speed through the process, because the idea to them is we're going to spend the money anyway. We know it's going to cost us, but how do we get it done quicker and get these people working on our land and our farms and everything else? Could be part of that process too.
Madam Chair, I want to thank you and Madam Chair and Supervisor Bennett. As we all know here in Ventura County, in fact, Orange County, LA County, and Ventura County is very expensive for our farm workers or even individuals that are on a minimum wage. And I think it's important that this is a start to, or supplement to help our farm workers. In fact, I heard in the news this morning as I was getting dressed that in Orange County, it takes 137 hours for somebody in minimum wage. 137 hours just to pay the rent. They would look at 137 hours at 40 hours is about 3 weeks and plus, just to pay the rent. And it also takes the mom and the dad and the kids to pay the rent. So I think it's really difficult for people to rent here in Orange County and LA and Ventura County. So this $1 million I think is going to help us tremendously to get from point A to point B. So I think it's a good opportunity to start, helping out or to augment what we're doing now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to our public comments now, and I'm going to ask that we put a 3-minute on the comment period time. And the first one up will be Corinne Bell.
Good morning, Chairperson Long, members of the board, and Mr. Powers. My name is Corinne Bell, and I'm a deputy with the Ventura County Agricultural Commissioner's Office. Henry Gonzalez, Agricultural Commissioner, sends his regrets that he couldn't appear before you today, but he asks that I read to you this letter and present copies for the record. Dear members of the board, as the Agricultural Commissioner of Ventura County and former farm worker, I would like to commend Supervisor Steve Bennett and Kathy Long for the recommendation to approve a $1 million appropriation in matching funds for the construction of farm worker housing in Ventura County. Ventura County's $2 billion agricultural industry cannot be sustained without its labor force. Across the state of California, the lack of skilled agricultural labor is reaching a crisis point, and this will only continue to get worse if we cannot provide suitable housing for farm workers. If we are committed to the sustainability of agriculture in this county, we must provide safe, affordable options for the housing of its labor force. A home is so much more than an address. A home is where you can eat, sleep, recreate, and celebrate life. As a former farm worker, I have firsthand experience in what it means to have a place to sleep that's protected from the elements, let alone a bed. That is why, as Agricultural Commissioner, I have committed myself to causes such as those of house farm workers and the former Ag Futures Alliance. I will continue to support the efforts of such groups whose mission and goal is to provide safe homes for the children and families of agriculture's backbone. Not only will it help to ensure the sustainability of Ventura County's agricultural industry, but it is simply the right thing to do. Respectfully submitted, Henry S. Gonzalez. And I have copies for...
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Linda Braunschweiger.
Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Powers, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this morning. My name is Linda Braunschweiger, and I'm the CEO of the Ventura County Housing Trust Fund. And I want to thank you for recognizing this critical shortage of dollars going towards the development of housing for those residents in the low to extremely low income category. The Housing Trust Fund, as you know, is an independent 501c3 nonprofit that was developed in 2012 as a regional funding source to fill the gap in the insufficient supply of affordable housing. Our mission is to support more housing choices by generating and leveraging financial resources, working in partner with the public, private, and nonprofit sector throughout Ventura County. Over the last 3 years, with the help of the county initially stepping up with $500,000 and 5 cities, and we hope soon to be 2 more cities, and our other funding partners, the Housing Trust Fund has raised $2 million. which is being matched on a dollar for dollar with the state of California's Prop 1C Local Housing Trust Fund program. In the era of limited resources, the Housing Trust Fund plays a pivotal role in bringing together resources that traditionally haven't been a part of the affordable housing arena. We have a unique format in the sense that we are an innovative public-private partnership that attracts this type of capital. Currently, the Housing Trust Fund prioritizes projects with long-term, affordable, deed-restricted units for farm workers, homeless persons and families, youth transitioning from foster care, and veterans. Our funds are loaned out to developers, both nonprofit and for-profit, developing new units of affordable housing. Our loans are short-term. They're 3 to 5 years at this time, which allows these precious funds to be recycled back into the trust fund and put back out on the street to produce more affordable housing. Our funds are used for pre-development, the acquisition and conversion of market rate to affordable, and for construction and gap loans. To date, the Housing Trust Fund has approved and funded close to $2.5 million in loans since our inception. We are aggressively working with local developers to fund more affordable housing. In 2013, the Ventura County Community Foundation's Farm Worker Housing Fund gave us a matching grant, which we would love to put into future developments. We currently produce short-term loans. However, we recognize that a tremendous need is for long-term loans in affordable housing projects that can be matched by other sources. And as we move away from our Prop 1C funds, we look to make those long-term investments. We would like to partner with the county in offering our experience and to be a voice at the table to the county CEO's office as you prepare these guidelines and develop the disbursement process for these funds. We really look forward to working with the board to help you leverage these $1 million to many millions of dollars. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and appreciate the update. You've had great success. Really appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Levens.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Leslie Levens, and I'm representing House Farm Workers today. The last time I was here was to invite you all to the Farm Worker Housing Summit that we held in March, and most of you were there. Thank you so much for attending. I'm delighted to be here now, 2 months later, in support of the recommendation of Supervisors Bennett and Long for the appropriation of $1 million in matching funds for the construction of farm worker housing. As you know from attending the summit, House Farm Workers does not build farm worker housing. We help foster a favorable political and regulatory climate that makes it possible for others to do so. Your support today is exactly what we had hoped might come out of the summit and so much more. Thank you. In a particularly splendid coincidence, today is our founding leader, Ellen Brokaw's birthday.
Oh,
so,
nice.
Isn't that nice?
Yes.
Farm workers are among those in our community who have the most impact on the verdant landscape that surrounds us, yet are among those who can least afford to live here. They often live in overcrowded conditions, jamming multiple families into apartments and homes so that they can afford to pay the rent. There's no privacy. Kids have no place to study and often fall behind in their schoolwork. Since House Farm Workers was established a decade ago, more than 500 homes have been built dedicated to farm workers. One of the most moving stories I've heard was from a mom whose family had moved into a new home. They had the chance for the first time for the whole family to sit down together at one time and share a meal. That's something that most of us take for granted, but most farmers cannot take it for granted. Thank you so much for helping make dreams come true for more hardworking farm worker families in our community. Thank you.
And thank you for your advocacy. And please let your mother know it was a great gift. She's a great gift, frankly. Rosie Castillo.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Thank you for having us there. My name is Rosie Castillo, and I'm here on behalf of Limonera Company. I want to say that we are thrilled that Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Long have put this together. This is just something that's amazing, and as a property manager, I get to see firsthand the issues that we have with farm workers. I have people coming in on a daily basis looking for housing. I have people that are living in garages. The city is coming down and kicking them out, and they have no place to stay. As Supervisor Foy mentioned, as the 74 units that were approved on our conditional use permit, of those homes, we have occupied 8. And we are looking to occupy the rest on June 1st. It's been a long time, and we have a lot of exciting people, and we are having a tour with the Farm Worker Housing Group of the homes on Thursday, and hoping to cut ribbons and have a big party. But first of all, our priority is to get those farm workers occupied. So as soon as we can get them occupied, that is what we are doing. But again, this is a huge thing, I think, for Ventura County, that the board has made this recommendation in support of farm workers, and I want to show my appreciation for whoever it is that should get those funds. It is much needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Daniel Huerta? Daniel Huerta? Oh, okay. Daniel, wait. Sorry.
Hi there, Mike. Everybody, thank you for having this issue and matter on your agenda. It's long overdue, I agree, more than 7 years. My name is Daniel Huerta. I'm a son, grandfather. I'm a son of migrant workers, and my grandfather, Mr. Zaragoza, my grandfather Julio, I think you gave him for his 101st birthday key to the city of Oxnard.
I remember that, yeah, 100 years.
And so being a proud grandson of that, I remember the work. And I don't think I have to labor here today about the necessity for housing. Just share with you a little bit of the experiences that haunt me still to this day. As a little kid going to the housing unit on the corner of 5th and Rose, which was the first time I ever encountered the living conditions there. It was like barracks, and I think they still are, and no place for children. There's no services for the children or anything like that. And those memories goes back to 1959, 58, as far back as I can remember. I'm 59. And I go back, and I was raised in the Colonia. And I go back there now, and I noticed that all my friends have moved out. Everyone, just about everyone. Very few hang in there in the same place. But I come to find out, I go, what's happening here in the Colonia? And they say, well, a lot of these people who were able to own homes here have converted their homes to farm workers, but a very astronomical price for them to sustain themselves, let alone try to have a family member in there. And I went in there to several of these houses, and they opened up to me with confidence, and it's like seeing bunk bed city in one room. And in the room of the house could be 3 rooms, 4 rooms, and it'd be just bunks. And there was a turnover every time according to the seasons. And so, it's just something that not even with the struggle of Cesar Chavez was trying to undo, besides the pesticide issues we have in the fields that are promulgating a lot of health issues. So I hope not only is there housing issues, but also health issues to address the mothers, the fathers, their children who come out there instead of going to school like I did to bring in an extra $1, an extra egg, an extra coffee onto the table. Those are the choices I had to make, and I'm still trying to catch up. I graduated high school finally last year, and I'm going on to college. And but that's so many years left, and I don't know how much years I have left. But at least I'm benefiting and being proud of graduating and so forth. So I implore everyone here to really go for it. I think the issues of how to raise funds and so forth will come. That to me, that's semantics. And,
Thank you, sir.
And that it will come to be. We want to put our minds and hearts into it because we're the ones that feed you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you for your comments. Dan Goodwin.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members of the board, CEO. My name is Dan Goodwin, and the reason I wanted to speak a little bit is I'm really interested in helping promote a good housing option in a smart way. In my job as assessor, I look at study the low-income housing issue in a lot of ways, a lot of sides, so I have a pretty good background in it now, including the 100 projects that we decide about an exemption. So there's a couple things I was thinking I'd like to bring up. So the proposal could actually become part of an annuity that's self-renewing if it's handled in a smart way. So let's think about a couple ideas. The whole area of low-income housing financing is generally made up of a lot of factors. There's a conventional loan through a typical bank. There's state income tax credits, both 4% and 8% tax credits. There's community block grants. So there's a lot of things, and I think this money could be used to kind of jump in as a real catalyst to make some projects work that maybe wouldn't pencil out otherwise. So if you were to turn this $1 million amount into something that might have some multi-county regional diversity, that it would become like a portion of the contribution of a project. It could become like a silent second. In other words, a silent second is utilized to, it's funds that are presented. There's an interest that accumulates, but there's no payments made until the property changes ownership. And at that point in time, the loan would be paid back to the county. Then the county could take those same funds plus the interest and put them back into the account that would be used for further housing projects down the road. And it's very typical of these kind of projects that are developed. You know, developers do these low-income housing projects all the time throughout the state. Mm-hmm. You know, I had some time with that. Mm-hmm. And there's a real opportunity with that. I can give you more details at another time. Another issue is the fact that, you know, the RDA windfall that the county is receiving kind of is a logical use of these funds. In other words, RDAs were using some of their money to often help low-income housing projects, whether it be Oxnard, Simi, all the cities, Thousand Oaks. So the county's now receiving a bigger share of RDA money than they used to, which would kind of be a logical thing to point to as your funding opportunity for this motion. But if it's used wisely, you can perpetuate this and really create a lot more housing over time. Another theory is like for some regional diversity. So since we have 5 districts, you might even think about saying, well, we want to see this money go to a project in each district. Maybe a minimum of at least $100,000 of it will go to every district, a maximum of $300,000 to any one district. And there's some things we could talk about that. The biggest thing I want to caution you, though, is to avoid this first come, first serve concept. That's really just a nice cliche, but it's a substitute for thinking. There's an opportunity here to really make some real value out of this money. And as a guy who I spent some time as a boy in low-income housing in San Diego and San Francisco. And in fact, my wife, the first few years we were married, lived in low-income housing. So it's a good thing. I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Love to give you some more ideas.
Appreciate
Didn't have
your
much time
thinking
in
on
this
it.
one. It
Yeah,
came so fast.
thanks for being creative on that. Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of different, and perpetuation. I think that's a big piece. Yeah, it's great.
Thank you. John Christ.
Just wanted to check, make sure it's still morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mr. Powers, pleasure to be here. I'm John Christ, the CEO of the Farm Bureau of Ventura County. I want to really thank Supervisors Bennett and Long for bringing this to the board, and I really encourage the rest of you, your colleagues on the board, to support it. We're fully in support of it ourselves. As you know, the kind of agriculture we do in Ventura County is extremely labor intensive. Over the last 20 years, the number of jobs directly related to agriculture have grown by 84%. Now accounts for about 45,000 jobs in this county. The average wages of those folks, about $29,000 a year. And as you know, the average rent for a two-bedroom apartment in this county is now more than $20,000 a year. So the sort of implacable math that we confront, the economics of the situation, mean that everything we can do to provide safe, secure, stable housing for this workforce improves the stability of this crucial industry, which supports a lot of families, a lot of households, and $2 billion a year worth of agricultural production. So other people have spoken eloquently about what it means on a personal level to the people who managed to find these new homes that have been built. Their stories are extremely moving. I'm moved every time I hear them. But I'm taking the whole, cold, hard view of the industry. This is a vote in favor of agriculture. Helps keep it viable. Without these folks to tend the crops, we're nowhere. So again, thank you for bringing this forward. Urge you all to vote for it. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Theodore Devitt Cornyn.
Good morning to our Ventura County Board of Supervisors. I haven't spoken here in a long time. You've all switched places since the last time I was here. My name is Theodora Davitt Cornyn. I do community ministry in Ventura County. My faith tradition is Unitarian Universalist, and that's kind of what this shirt is about. It's, in English, it would say, standing on the side of love. And as a faith tradition, we honor and support the dignity and worth of every person. It's part of our foundational theology. And I represent one of the faith ministers in Oxnard, in the city of Oxnard, which is where I live. So I want to bring to you the attention of the people that I know who are farm workers, who live not only in Oxnard, but in all parts of Ventura County. I'm very aware that most of them have families. Most of them are very settled in our community. Oxnard has a population of approximately 200,000 people. It's a little bit more than that, like 206,000 or something. More than at least 20,000 of those are Spanish speakers, and many of the Spanish speakers are farm workers. So we have a tremendous presence of farm working families in our city. When I work with them, I try to find out what it is that they're most interested in, what do they want, and what do they need, so I can add my voice to theirs as a public advocate. And that's why I'm here today, because I think this is a tremendous opportunity to do something wonderful for a very essential population in our community. And I would just ask each and every one of you, if when we take a break at noon, which we will very soon, and we're going to go and have lunch, just remember when you have that wonderful salad or whatever it is that you're going to have for lunch, to remember to say thank you to the farm workers, because without their labor, we would not have any food. Thanks.
Thank you. Nice reminder. Benjamin Unsa, thank you.
I want to thank Supervisor Long and Supervisor Bennett for putting forth this measure, and I applaud every one of the county supervisors and the CEO for taking into account this housing measure. I'm here on behalf of Project Understanding. As a teenager, I was thrilled to be a farm worker, and my dad was furious with the farmer because I got paid the grand sum of $1 an hour. Fortunately, my life has changed since then, but a lot of farm workers are being paid equivalent to that in today's wages, and housing is really difficult. Project Understanding over the decades has helped launch things like Rancho Sespe, and person to person in our towns and around the county, we're helping to house scores of homeless people each year. But what you're looking at here can keep people from falling into that situation. And what you're looking at with housing these families can help break generational poverty for that next generation. It's not just what will happen to that family today. It will launch into the next coming decades and into the next century. And I applaud you considering this and thinking of every member in our community and how we can serve them together.
Thank you so much. Miguel Garcia.
Good morning. My name is Miguel Garcia. I'm with Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation. And I just wanted to speak on behalf of our organization. And I kind of wanted to put some numbers in perspective on the need of farm worker housing. Recently, as far as a week and a half ago, we just closed in Saticoy 28 units. And we moved in those applicants quick. So they're actually on the way of moving in right now. So that's off of Wells. And in there, we have 150 applicants that are on the waiting list. So that's just on 28 units. Across the street, we have another project in Azahar. It's called Azahar Place. And there, 30 units are for farm workers. And from what I understand, there's 300 families that are waiting for units there. I also finished a project in Piru by Naranjal. And that was a total of 66 units for farm workers. And in there, we have approximately 300 families waiting for units. So I just wanted to put that perspective in here that there is a lot of need, and I really applaud you both for bringing this item up, and we strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in to speak to us. That concludes all the public comments, and we thank each and every one of you for taking time to come in and speak to this item. Really appreciate both the advocacy and your very important stories to tell. Thank you. Back to the board, yes.
Madam Chair, as I mentioned before, I heard this morning that it takes about 137 hours of pay just to pay the rent. But I think it's important that our farm workers deserve decent, affordable housing for their families. And as was mentioned too, this is in Ventura County, we have a $2 billion ag industry and 45,000 jobs, which I think is extremely important. So this. Good farm workers are essential, to our growers, and I think it's essential that we provide good housing for them and for their families. And it was mentioned by Daniel, growing up in Colonia, it's important that we take care of the individual people that have made it, have gone out of Colonia and gone into higher jobs and better housing. So I think we need to continue to provide that housing in order to get those individuals and those families to a higher standard of living. And of course, I think that some of the problems that we have here is a shortage of housing. So many individuals will move to maybe the Central Valley or to other jobs over in Northern California. But I think it's important that we provide that, and I think this $1 million is really going to help us tremendously. And I want to thank you, Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Long, for bringing this to us. And I want to support it too. Thank you.
I also will support this. It seems like a natural progression if you look at what we've been doing at the Board of Supervisors. You look at our general plan and the amount of studies that we have done and really trying to hone in on where we can put them. And it seems like we've got a lot in place except for the funding, and particularly with the loss of redevelopment agency funds, it's been really difficult to get affordable housing projects built. So having this be a matching fund too, I think is very wise, and it will encourage more investment. And I know it's very much needed. And then also I would look that in the future we can see as we look at our permit costs. As I was reading one section where it's saying it's something like $1,500 permits. So where we can to eliminate the cost of the application process is something that we can do too. So I'd like to see that.
Yeah, some great comments, and Mr. Chris' comments we're supporting farming, which is really the key here. This is what this county's built on. We've got to do that. That I think is good. And then Mr. Goodwin's comments about finding some creative ways to ensure that this has an annuity that keeps going. Instead of giving money, maybe we do something. So because at some point you just run out of money, you can't do all that. But if there's ways to help encourage, then going back to permitting, and there's just so many things that we can do to encourage this farm worker housing, allowing people to do it in certain other areas, like we heard the gentleman talk about what they've been doing recently with all the housing, a lot of need out there. But there's also going to be land out there that farmers have. They can do some. It's a very broad opportunity, and then trying to make sure this spreads all out throughout the whole county. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes on around the Oxnard areas. There's other places, but spread it throughout so it is something that really benefits the whole county at the same time. But I think we have to look creative. I know, Mike, it's going to be in your office, kind of look at this thing and to figure out how to do this. But at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of people out there who would say, I'll build. I don't even all need the money. There's going to be some that want money. But I think we just got to figure out how to open up the floodgates and allow that to happen so that these families do not sit and have to be, as we heard, bunk beds and all that kind of stuff, and there's no place for kids. We've got to give these people a good life, because a lot of these people, like I said, you go back, talk to Harold Edwards, and what those people that grew up on that ranch that they have and living on a ranch and all that instead of living in a crowded place, it's a completely different life. And we heard somebody talk about the poverty, that, you know, we can break that part of poverty too. There's so many good opportunities that come out of what we can do here, I think is important. So anyway, good opportunities here.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, appreciate the comments, and just would like to say the biggest reason why I support this is I think it's consistent with two visions that are generally core values here in Ventura County. And one is a vision of social justice, of trying to get housing to the working poor in Ventura County, and this is a population, but also a vision of a core value is to try to maintain agriculture in Ventura County. And this is consistent with both of those. And so I really, I think back to, as Supervisor Foy talked about being creative, I think back to something I read a long time ago, and that was that you don't have to pave over all the ag land in Ventura County before you decide to get creative about building housing for people in Ventura County. And I really appreciate just the attitude that comes from the House Farm Workers Organization and the other advocates in their embracing creativity to try to solve this problem. We're not just trying to pave over all the ag land and build farm worker housing all over it. We're trying to find a way to keep that ag land and still build farm worker housing, and that requires creativity. And so when a Dan Goodwin comes and says, I have some creative ideas to stretch that money, that's great. When the CEO's office is so embracing of creative ideas, when people, the organizations are not drawing a line in the sand and by, you got to do it this way, but creativity is going to be essential for us to accomplish those dual missions that we have here. And so I'm encouraged by what I've heard, and I hope that we're all inspired to go be creative and really try to stretch this $1 million as well as we can. So thank you, and I appreciate Supervisor Long's leadership on this.
Okay, let's put a motion forward in a second. I certainly appreciate all the comments, and I think we have wonderful models out there already, and Mr. Goodwin's comments are very sound, and to look at how we can leverage, and that's the purpose. This $1 million won't build one unit, but leveraged, we can make progress. So thank you all. Please vote.
I was also
Mr.
noting,
CEO, you had something to say?
I was just going to note also that what we did by allowing for the minimum parcel size added an extra 185 farm worker complex that could be built, new sites, but altogether there's some 290 sites out there. So we just need to get creative and get the resources to do it.
Yes, we heard wonderful comments today, but this is also just the initiation of the dialogue. So we'll want to hear more from the farm workers, those who provide farm worker housing, and the ag community. So when I see Christy Madden there too, we'll be working with her and wanting to hear from you all. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, appreciate your time. That item passed unanimously. Okay, board members, we're going to do one more item. We're going to do our general plan item. It is slated for 45 minutes. I'm going to ask that we make that 30 minutes, and that we then will take a break for lunch, and then we'll come back to all the people who are at 11:15. We will be back here. We'll be back here at 1:30 and just finish the rest of the agenda from there on. Okay, board? Good with that?
Sounds good.
Yes, that was the answer. Okay, proceed. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Long, Mr. Powers, members of the board. I'm going to try to keep my presentation to 10 minutes, so we'll see if I'm just talking too quickly, let me know. The annual report, which we present to you every year, the 2015 version of that is attached as Exhibit 1 to your staff report. It includes a lot of information, which is listed on this slide, including a status report on the housing element and our 2014 housing data. This year, we used the state's new online reporting system to submit the first progress report for the new 8-year housing element cycle, and it says that we built 55 new dwelling units last year. Of those, 16 were affordable to lower income households, and of those 16, 5 were farm worker dwelling units. The annual report also contains a summary of general plan and related ordinance amendments. I'll be covering the completed projects, active projects, and pending programs. They're organized by fiscal year this year. The first major completed project is the Wireless Communication Facilities Ordinance. The non-coastal version of that ordinance was approved by your board in March, and it went into effect on April 24th. Last year, we also announced more than $354,000 in awards for 4 projects, which were submitted in response to an RFP for the Tree Mitigation Fund Distribution Program, which was approved by your board. These projects include 40 acres of habitat restoration and the planting of more than 2,300 protected trees in 5 different locations within the unincorporated county. This fiscal year, the Planning Division also completed a variety of ongoing programs, which included the processing of 2 privately initiated amendments to our non-coastal zoning ordinance. On June 2nd, one of those privately initiated amendments will be back before your board. That's the one that would allow the existing motocross facility in Piru to remain. And on June 2nd, we'll also be bringing back a board-initiated amendment that would effectively expand the public notification area in the more rural areas of our county. During the upcoming fiscal year, staff will finish 2 large grant-funded projects, and we expect to nearly finish our 3rd large grant-funded projects. These have been on our plate for a long time, and they have mandated deadlines, so we are really focused on getting these projects done. The first is a comprehensive update to the Saticoy Area Plan. Public review for that project ends tomorrow, and we expect to be at your board in September. By the way, this project does include new opportunity sites for affordable housing, which could be farm worker housing. Coastal biology is another large grant-funded project. The primary outstanding task on this project is the preparation of policies and standards for the development in environmentally sensitive habitat areas, which are also called ESHA. Proposed regulations for development in ESHA would be folded into our Phase 2 amendments for the local coastal program. That project is going to include, as you can see on the slide, a wide range of topics, and ranging from film permits to tree protection to the coastal trail. In order to provide adequate time for the certification process for those amendments, because that can take quite a while, it goes to the California Coastal Commission, we've targeted March of next year as our date for the board hearing on these amendments. Some of those amendments that will come before your board are not grant funded. That includes the coastal version of the wireless ordinance, which we're preparing right now, and the notification area expansion for coastal areas.
And as I understand, we are looking to get consistency with what Los Angeles County's just done on the coast, on their local coastal plan too.
To the degree that is warranted, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Our other active programs include 3 privately initiated amendments, which we have in-house at this time, and a major update to the subdivision ordinance, which is actually going to be processed by our residential permit section.
Can I ask a question? I'm not sure if this is the proper time for that or not, but I've gotten quite a few calls over from the beach, Silver Strand and also Hollywood about I think they call it Airbnb, the rental of homes, or not homes, rentals of homes, and also rooms. Have we looked at that at all? Would that be in this section here?
No, we
on
have no
controlling-
current amendments on our plate right now that would address that issue.
I can probably bring that back later, but I've been getting a lot of concerns from. Yes, but that would be part of the subdivision ordinance. Would that be part of that, or?
I don't
No.
believe that would be part of the subdivision ordinance.
Okay.
And as many of you know, we're also working and participating in the joint land use study, which addresses military compatibility issues. On January 27th, your board authorized the RMA director to enter into a contract for a qualified consultant to review our current general plan and to prepare recommendations for potential scopes of work for a general plan update. On July 7th, that's our tentative date, the consultant is expected to present this report to your board. We expect that report to contain a range of options for the general plan update and for your consideration.
Have you been happy with the turnout at the workshops?
Yes, I believe so. I mean, we had 3 public workshops. The consultant also conducted 28-hour-long interviews. So we've gotten a lot of input and a number of letters from stakeholder groups as well.
Thank you.
So we're pretty happy with the input that we've received so far. Our pending programs are work efforts that are either mandated by law or that your board has already directed us to do, but that currently lack staff resources or, in a few cases, funding resources for us to proceed. Pending projects, of course, include our housing element programs. The 4 main programs are listed on this slide. In addition to that, we have some recent board-directed projects such as the Dark Sky Ordinance in Ojai. And there are 3 pending projects that we've asked our consultant to list as options because we thought those could be processed concurrently with the general plan update.
On things like the decks and coastal setbacks, and I think, were you going to come back with some cost figures for that, or are you just moving forward on it?
Yes, Supervisor, we will do that. In fact, that kind of leads into my last slide, which is really a summary of our work program for the upcoming fiscal year. Our focus currently is getting those active projects, those big grant-funded projects finished. It's all hands on deck for those projects right now, and we expect that work to require our staff resources through the end of this calendar year. Starting next year, we will be taking a look at the pending projects and doing an evaluation of those projects at that time to see what are they going to cost, what the staff resources are necessary for them. Also looking at the board's direction on the general plan update. We would then put all that information together and bring it back to your board for further direction, and we expect that meeting to occur early next year. So that
May I ask
completes.
again, also, are you looking at the land use, the zoning, open space inconsistencies that we have? I mean, zoning general plan designation inconsistencies to correct those. Was that on your list?
Yes, it is. That's
Okay.
the item on the pending list called zoning map amendments.
Okay, great.
Yes.
That's
and
important.
that will be included as an option in the general plan report.
Okay. I don't know how optional it is. It seems like something you have to have.
It isn't optional, but the only thing that's really optional is whether or not we would do that concurrently with the general plan.
When we do it.
Yes.
Thank you.
So that concludes my presentation. I hope I kept to my 10-minute promise.
You did a great job, and
you did.
And appreciate the handout. It's very thorough. So to take back to our offices and work with our staff, and if we have any other questions to follow up with you, but appreciate the update on this. So
you're welcome.
Other questions by the board members? Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you.
So receive and file, we have a motion and a second. I know that was a lot of work, thank you. And that passes with 4 votes. Okay, board members, since you were so good in getting us done in 15 minutes instead of 45, we'll be back at 1 o'clock so we can get back to our agenda items if we can. Our 11:15 time certain. It's not my fault. Chief, how are you?
Good afternoon. Chair Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers, for the record, Mark Lorenzen, County Fire Chief. I'm going to chat with you briefly today, just give you a brief overview of our budget, talk a little bit about metrics and how we're measuring up, and then talk a little bit more about some long-term planning that we're doing in the fire district. So very quickly, just a brief overview on our major revenues. We have just a little over $140 million in revenues coming in annual operating revenues. Predominantly, as you all know, it's property taxes that we fund most of our programs through. Then we also have some intergovernmental revenues. A big chunk of it, $9.1 million off of that 14.6 comes from the state. That's for protecting the state responsibility areas, and they pay us to do just that, good, efficient government. Charges for services that you see there come from emergency reimbursements. That's when we send our engines outside of our county on federal and state fires. Fortunately enough, we're made more than whole on those and get reimbursed, and that shows up in our anticipated revenues. And then our other is just Prop 172 of about $2.4 million. What's that? Oh yeah, I sure do. Yes. On the big surprise on when we look at our expenditures, significant amount, 84% is spent on salaries and benefits, and I think that's probably normal for most government agencies. Probably a little bit higher for those that are public safety, just because of the retirement costs. And then the other part, services and supplies, and then a small amount that we actually budget annually for fixed or capital assets. Now on to some more interesting things. Back in 2011, January 25th to be exact, your board actually approved fire district benchmarks, and these are what we're going to be sharing with you today. We have a number of internal metrics that we use to measure our processes. These are probably the ones that the public is most concerned about, and the first one that you see here is actually our benchmark for first unit on scene time. We established an 8.5-minute response time standard. It's comprehensive. It means it includes dispatch time, turnout time, the amount of time it takes us to get dressed and prepared to move, and then also travel time. So the measure we set was 8.5 minutes, 90% of the time. You can see in that last 6-month period that we measured, we actually hit it 92% of the time. When we initially started these metrics back in 2011, we were at 88%, so we've actually had some moderate improvement in those benchmarks. We also recognize that our county is... Oh, sorry.
Could you just ask a quick question? First unit on scene. By first unit, you mean the first fire unit?
First fire unit. Right. Yeah, we're not measuring if it happens to be AMR or law enforcement. We don't measure that. So they may or may not arrive before us, but yes, we just measure what we can control.
How fast the first fire unit
First fire unit arriving on scene. So we also recognize that our county's not homogeneous in many ways, and really for us, we have another metric developed to address our rural areas, recognizing that we can't always provide the same level of service in our more rural areas. And so we have a 12-minute response time metric there. It was established at 12 minutes 90% of the time, and we are at 88%. And
Chief, that's an excellent time for rural areas, isn't it?
It really is. And
because, I mean, that's 12 minutes.
Yeah. Now there are some areas, obviously, it takes longer, and that's why we set that metric at 90% of the time, recognizing there's going to be outliers in every situation. When we first came to your board, we were at 84%, and now we are at 88%. So, again, a nice marked improvement. This one is actually one of my, if anybody could have a favorite benchmark, this would be mine, and it's our holding 95% of our wildland fires to 10 acres or less. And this really is an outcome measurement. With our response times, we don't get to measure outcomes. We don't get to measure the outcome of a medical call or anything with that. With this, we actually measure outcomes. And what we're doing is measuring whether we have appropriately placed our resources around the county in the critical areas, whether our folks are trained, whether we have good mutual aid systems, a number of things that all help us with this benchmark. This one fluctuates throughout the year. During the 6-month period, we hit 100%. We generally are, I don't think we've ever dropped below the 95% threshold, because most of our fires we're able to keep small. Obviously, every once in a while we have large ones.
But this has a big issue, too, because when this allows to get much bigger, that's where the big cost and everything else comes into.
Yeah, and that's always our policy and philosophy, as well as CAL FIRE, who we're in close partnership with, is hit them hard early and keep them small. So you'll see us bring in very expensive air tankers on very small fires, and that's because if we keep them small, we keep the costs small. And also the air tankers are all covered by CAL FIRE, so fortunately that expense doesn't even hit us. And then just in our dispatch center, answering all of our calls within 2 minutes, we hit 100% on that. Again, it really depends on the number of calls and the call volume we have, but that, again, is a great measurement of public service and customer service to the public, that we're getting these calls, answering them, and dispatching them within 2 minutes. Any questions on metrics before I move on? Yes.
And that is, what do you attribute the increased response times, the better response
the improvement? I'm glad you asked. It was probably about three years ago when we actually looked. I was doing an applied research project, and I looked at processes in our dispatching system to see if there was a way where we could create parallel processes. And one of the things that we were doing was we were going through this whole question-asking process before we would dispatch resources. And so it was really a simple fix of going in and saying, hey, as soon as we have a verified address and phone number, let's dispatch the resource, continuing asking the questions, and then we can either upgrade or downgrade them to code. And so that saved on average 23 seconds per call, which is actually pretty significant. And I know there are other agencies around the state that haven't done that yet, and so hopefully we can share that information with them and they can do that same thing too. It's just, when you have two processes that run end-to-end like this, if you can cause them to overlap without any detriment, that's great.
How often do you have to downgrade and substantiate?
Yeah, what we ended up doing, because that was a great question, is what do we initially dispatch them out, no code or code? And so we start out dispatching them code, so we make the assumption that it's an emergency call, and we downgrade the calls. It's probably about 6% of the time that we actually downgrade them. And the reality is by the time they've asked the questions, the guys are usually just rolling off the front ramp at the station. So, the amount of time that we needlessly go lights and sirens is very, very small.
Only 6% downgrades. Yeah. That's cool.
Talk a little bit about our capital improvements. You guys are all aware of these projects that we have going right now. This first one we have is Upper Ojai Fire Station 20. It was built in 1962. It's the smallest of our fire stations. Our living space in there is probably a little less than 1,000 square feet. We have many issues related to lot size and also methane there. And this is where we're going. It was our Fire Station 20 in Upper Ojai. It's 8,500 square feet. I don't know why the architect put a red fire engine in there. He probably was not aware. But all of our other drawings have yellow fire trucks in there. Approximately $6.3 million cost, and we're expecting, this one's going a little bit slower as we go through it, just our community education and outreach process with our towers and also some CEQA challenges that we've been going through. So November 2016 is when we're expecting to break ground on that. Next one, Fillmore Fire Station. This one was built in 1952. Obviously, all of these fire stations are old, outdated, and very small in size. This one is actually located in very close proximity to one of Fillmore City's fire stations. Our new proposed fire station is being built at River and C Street, still in the city of Fillmore. It's over by the skateboard park, and actually leverages the use of closest resource dispatching with us in Fillmore, and us moving a little bit further away actually benefits everybody. 14,000 square foot station, $9.7 million total cost, and we're planning on breaking ground around December 2015. And all these fire stations take about 15 months to complete after groundbreaking.
What do you do with your former fire station?
It varies. I didn't see where that question came from, but
I just, yeah.
So it really depends. Usually what we'll do is have a conversation with a board member whose jurisdiction it's in and see if they have an interest in doing something.
Just like we did in CMA.
Exactly.
Kind of,
yeah. With a Fire Station 20 up there, we'll see. With Station 27, we'll probably hold on to it and enter into a long-term lease with the Forest Service, who's currently in there, and do something along
Chief,
those lines.
do the residents have a hard time seeing a place like that? Does it look like a fire station?
Do they have a? They don't, and the residents appreciate it. This one actually is not even in a really residential area, but it's just behind the new project that's going up along the 126 there on C Street. So it's going to be a beautiful facility and great access for the public.
While we're on the topic, real
Yes,
quick,
sir.
Fire Station 20, Search and Rescue's been asking and interested?
They have expressed some interest in that. So that's one of the options there, and we'll work with your office on exploring that too. I think Ojai Oil had expressed some interest. So
who has?
Ojai Oil, they're the ones that run the oil fields up there. Okay. I don't know if they're what their specific interest is.
It would be good to hear on the land that you're moving the fire station to, who owns that. I mean, in some cases, I think the county already has some land available in these areas.
Oh, sure. So on this fire station, on the Upper Ojai's fire station was land that we actually were able to carve out a piece of a larger lot and acquire it. This lot here was actually for sale for commercial development in that whole development there in the city of Fillmore, and so we acquired it. It was a very low, good price when the economy was down. That was acquired through that. Fire Station 35, that land we actually acquired with some help with the city of Thousand Oaks and Mike Powers in working with Skyworks also, and that was a parcel that we were able to acquire through them. This fire station here was, it's again one of our oldest and smallest. The lot size alone is 10,000 square feet, about a little less than 2,000 square feet of living space, and those of you that know Fire Station 35, it's in a pretty poor location. The new facility that we are building is over on a lot we acquired from Skyworks. Great location in close proximity to the existing station. It's in a commercial industrial area, so really no impact on residential structures. Approximate size is going to be 10,000 square feet. We're looking at relocating our ladder truck over to this end once it's built, and probably adding some kind of support company over on the eastern end of Thousand Oaks. So maybe an increase in support. When I say support, that's our ladder trucks, our capabilities in locating those on both ends of the Conejo Valley. The $7.4 million are our budgeted costs for this, and December 2015 is when we hope to break ground on that.
So before you leave that,
yes, sir.
Years ago, we started down the road of trying to make sure that we had environmentally sensitive fire stations that were going to keep energy costs down in the long run. I notice a fair amount of indirect light just in these architectural drawings, but can you give us a quick update in terms of where are we with solar, with indirect light?
Sure. All of our stations, and I'll have staff correct me if I'm wrong, but they're all built to the LEED's silver standard, though we don't go through the certification process just for the extra cost. It's not worthy of that. So we do. We're very sensitive to them being green, self-sufficient as much as possible.
Will they all have solar?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I'll
if you
find
can
out.
get back, not just whether they have solar, but how large is the solar? I'd
Sure.
like to know that. I know we had some pretty small solar units in some of the older ones. that are some of the previous ones that we've approved recently. Thank you.
The other item that I have up on the screen is as we look towards the future, and we've been before your board to talk about this in the past, is the purchase of the land from Oxnard College. We're still working on this process. Our hope is longer term to acquire that land so we can have some infrastructure improvements and expend some capital in there and improving the training grounds there. Obviously, without a long-term lease, we've been reluctant to make any kind of significant capital expenditures in there. We currently have $6 million budgeted for the land, and in the out years, probably about another $6 million in capital improvements, and it just gives us great opportunities for the future. There's still some issues with the college district and some of the contamination in getting that site to be closed with the state, as we've talked about before. And then as we look towards the future and what else we have planned, we came before your board earlier this year with some great solutions and working on our partnership with the Sheriff's Air Unit in creating some long-term sustainability for the aviation fleet through the use of a sinking fund. So we have plans for doing that. In the future, we're looking also out, and this is just looking out 5 years, replacing fire stations out in the West Lake Sherwood area, Station 34, which is in Thousand Oaks, up on Avenida de los Arboles. That's an older fire station. And then we still have in our long-term budget a Station 48. That would be a new fire station that we've been talking about out in the campus park area of Moore Park. But it's really dependent on not only growth out there and development, but also, again, the beauty of our metrics that the board approved in 2011 is that we use those to determine whether there's any service level needs there and the need for a new fire station. So that's on our radar. And then we look again out at just other longer-term projects. Yes, sir.
If I was going to ask you those future fire stations, would that then finish you in your level of fire station be upgraded to things that are built in the last, 20-plus years? Or?
Yeah, once we're through with those, I think probably our older fire stations were built around 40 years ago, but most of them, if not all of them, have had pretty significant remodels done. And they were built a little bit larger. When they were built 40 years ago as opposed to the 50 and 60 years ago. So the footprint on them is adequate. This size is adequate for the time.
So you can remodel them to meet your needs versus having to go
And we have been doing that. We did that with our Piru fire station. We're looking at doing that with Fire Station 26 in Santa Paula, and where we can just spend some money on upgrading the interior and adding some privacy things, dormitories, male-female restrooms. Not all of our fire stations have gender-specific restrooms yet. So we're working on upgrading those too.
Good.
And then just longer term, we have a sinking fund set up to deal with our long-term non-recurring replacements, significant rolling stock with our engines, ladder trucks, and also looking forward, I know we've already started some discussions with Mike Pettit and his IT staff about what comes next with our radio infrastructure. And if you look back, it was just back in 2006 that we spent about $14 million on our current radio infrastructure. But that is just to show you that technology changes, and we can't just wait around for things to catch us off guard. So we're always looking forward at what's coming next and looking forward 10 years out in advance as to what we need to do next to ensure that our communications are good as far as public safety is concerned. And with that ends the formal presentation. I'm open for any questions.
Chief, I have a question on your revenues and expenditures. Could you provide at some point, are they trending up? What's your forecast?
Sure.
What's experience been in the last couple of years?
Yes, and I can give you just a verbal report, and then I'll provide you with our property tax revenues have actually been increasing very much in line with the counties, maybe even a little bit better than that, since we have our areas exclude Oxnard, Santa Paula, and Fillmore, which tend to be a little bit lower. But our revenues as far as property taxes have been trending up. Our state revenues have been trending up, especially with how robust the state's budget has been too. So, and then usually offsetting that, as you all know, is the our cost of benefits, and those are our primary sources of revenues. The revenues that come from permits and fees are going up slightly, as you'll see with our rates and fees board letter that comes at 130. But that's basically the synopsis. And I can give you some better estimates of what the future revenues look like for us.
Okay. One of the big pieces of equipment that you use, I guess is really not your ownership, you share with the sheriffs, is what's happening. We've got some old helicopters there, and what's the future of those?
Well, yes, that's they're all on the Super Huey platforms that are basically Vietnam War era platforms. The state is actually going through a process right now to determine what the next generation helicopter is going to be, and so that will be interesting to see. I think whatever platform they end up developing is what we might look towards as we look at a future purchase. I've already chatted with the director of CAL FIRE, Ken Pimlott, and as they go through the replacement process with their assets, they have talked very seriously about, I'll say, giving or selling very, very inexpensively their current Super Hueys that they have that are probably just about the cream of the crop as far as the fleet goes. So we might have some long-term, I should say, some medium-term sustainability as CAL FIRE's helicopter fleet is freed up and shared with us as a contract county. So in the short term, we might have access to those parts and those helicopters, and in the longer term, looking towards purchasing what CAL FIRE purchases.
Right. Okay.
So it's going to probably be a 2-year process before they determine exactly what that is. So.
I know your current fleet serves your needs, but they are getting a lot.
Well, and the one thing that the sheriff has done is they have a light ship that they're going to be placing into service. It's a Jet Ranger or a Long Ranger that's actually going to transfer a lot of the hours onto that smaller ship, smaller, less expensive ship, and off of these old Super Huey helicopters, which will be good for us.
Okay. Great.
Madam Chair, Chief, I'm sure you're getting ready for the long summer, with its drought, and probably you're going to be working with CAL FIRE and the C-130s, and I'm sure you're getting prepped for that. It's probably going to be a long summer with this drought.
We are anticipating a very long summer. Our fire season already started a couple months ago. I'm not sure it ever ended this winter, but if you've been looking around, you've noticed our river bottom fires that usually stop at about 100 square feet are growing into a couple acres, and that's just highly unusual for this time of year. It's just a really big indicator that it's going to be a busy, busy summer.
And we had a fire in Victoria just the other day.
Yeah, I know.
At the Seneca River, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up, Public Works.
Good afternoon, Chair Law and board members. Mr. Powers, for the record, Jeff Pratt with Public Works, and I do have some slides. I hope they're going to be coming up. I'm going to give you a little overview of our budget, issues, and trends, and we're going to look out 5 years plus. It's something that you have seen in our annual reports to you with Transportation and Watershed. And I don't think there'll be any big surprises, but this is the first time you'll be seeing it in this sort of context. So this year our budget's around $322 million. The big thing to notice about this is very little of that comes from the general fund, approximately $2.2 million. And the bulk of the general fund contribution to us is in the stormwater program, which is about $1.6 million of that $2.2 million. That is for stormwater compliance in the unincorporated county. There's also money spent for stormwater compliance in Watershed Protection District, and those two are to be distinguished. In the slide later, I'll show sort of the combined expenditures in that regard. The other general fund activities are the CRS program that your board has asked us to be in. That's the community rating system, and we're currently in at level 6. The franchise administration, leasing, and real estate stuff, the county surveyors in the general fund, land development, that's largely the grading, geotech stuff, grading permits, and there's an unincorporated floodplain management program that's required by FEMA. And you can see the funding sources we have on the other side. You've seen those before, so I won't go into them. These are sort of the cost control and efficiency programs we have and that we've been refining and been approaching. Our work plans continue to evolve. We're going through something we call our core services analysis, which is basically conceptually walking up to someone and saying, why do you do what you do? core services can be defined as those that the feds tell you have to do, state tells you have to do, your board tells us we have to do, and then good policy and practice tells us we have to do. Everything else is out, right? So that's what is everything else? It's the accretion of processes over decades. That we have to go after that accretion and knock it out. It's like cleaning out old pipes, I guess. You can think of it that way. This year, we've got a comprehensive workplace safety program underway. We hope to create training videos and start to standardize some of this stuff in an attempt to reduce some of our risks and our risk management expenses. We continue our Lean Six Sigma efforts. We've got several $1 million worth of savings to date and other opportunities. And we're trying to get enhanced feedback this year on our customer service program. While we've got a program in place, we'd really like to start getting into the weeds on what it is people feel about the way we do business. And this year, as you're aware, we're working on our public image, not something easy for engineers, but we have had some help over the last couple of years, and we're getting a little bit better at that. And we hope that helps out in the public when we're doing our business. I'm going to go through department by department and talk about just issues. First one, we're going in alphabetical order, is engineering services. Recall they do the vertical construction, they have the surveyor's office, and they also have grading and land development. And by the way, I'm joined by 3 of my colleagues in Public Works. The other 2 had interviews and Waterworks District 1 advisory committee meetings they had to scram out for, so I'll try and but they'll be helping me answer questions later in the presentation. In engineering services, floodplain permits, we're glad to say that a lot of the permits, most of them, they're either reduced or unchanged, no fee increases there. And those that we had to raise fees on are in the 3% range. Grading permits, in grading permits, your board spent a lot of time on how we've done that, but we only have increases from 1% to 3%. And then in surveying, the overall fee in surveying is reduced by 17%. While it looks like Public Works has gone up, there used to be 2 separate processes. They've been combined. One was in RMA, one was in Public Works. The combined cost is less than the cost now is less than the combined cost, but the Public Works component is more than the Public Works component. But we're down 17% overall. We remained very competitive with the private sector on our contract rates. These are the rates we charge other departments when we're working for them. For example, when we're building fire stations, we're working with healthcare on the hospital replacement wing, and that's important. And something that's really not really, I mean, that $148 includes things you don't get with other consultants. You get the risk management that the county has. You get the built-in, the county council stuff. You get a lot of things you don't get otherwise. So there's some real advantages for you.
Why the comparisons with these 3? Why not Ventura, Oxnard?
It's hard to get that information from the cities. They don't release it all. Now, I can tell you one time I went through this process. So there was a time when I went to the cities and I said, we're not carrying you in the principal permittee category anymore. You're going to start paying your own fees. Watershed's going to pay that. And there was this big hue and cry pushback from all the Public Works directors. Oh, you guys are so expensive. Why do we even use you? We're going out to the consulting community. So they commissioned an independent study of fees and our overhead rates. And that never made it out of draft form because when they started putting their numbers together and apples to apples, oranges to oranges, they found out they were more expensive than we were. And so they never went to consultants and they never picked it up themselves. That's the only data point I have for you on that. But so generally, another reason we do it this way is because our agencies couldn't go to the city of Ventura and say, can you do this for us, generally speaking. So we compare to who we compete with, essentially.
Thank you.
But I did like to throw that other thing in for a plug. So, Transportation Department. We spent a lot of time with your board going over the issues there. Your board has generally said they like the pavement condition index around 75 or above. There's been a lot of work done in the past few years to raise it. I have a slide that speaks to that in just a moment. And we'd like to keep it there, but there are going to be some real challenges. We want to, as a metric or an index, increase the sufficiency rating of all the bridges to 80 or above. The reason you pick 80 is because 80 and below is eligible for federal funding. And so we can get that money, get them all up, and the remaining improvements. It's not a structural deficiency. They're minor things like approaches, shoulders, that sort of thing. And then, of course, we are always chasing safety money, looking at ped improvements and bicycle active transportation projects.
Could you, what is our policy right now? We just had a lot of bicyclists in. Bicycling is growing, with that Pacific Coast Bike Trail. The number of people biking now, we have people from eastern Ventura County all over the place in Ventura, the city of Ventura, going, I'm lost. We're trying to find that Pacific Coast Bike Trail. Man, there's a lot of people getting on the road. What is our policy, and perhaps Mr. Fleisch has answered this, in terms of when we're paving a road, how much shoulder do we do? And I know sometimes you do shoulder and then you've got something where you can't keep the shoulder going. Is our policy to still try to do the shoulder so that the bicyclist is off the road 90% of the time and only, on the road 10% of the time? Where are we with that?
Well, I'll let Mr. Fleisch answer that. There's also a higher level answer to that question, but we'll let Mr. Fleisch answer the first one, and then we can talk about the second one.
If I understand the question, typically when we just are resurfacing a road, we don't add additional shoulder unless we get additional funding for that for bike lanes. So where we have shoulder, we maximize that to the best that we can. We have a bike master plan that's several years old that we're just in the process of beginning to update. And in that plan, we will look to add more bike lanes. So, for example, on Santa Ana, we kind of go back and forth. The goal is to get one continuous with the whole shoulder the whole way, although sometimes there's obstructions or bridges or things that prevent that. But if we can at all possible, we'll do that.
So, but our policy is not to, even where the bike plan calls for us to try to eventually get a bike trail there, we don't budget to expand the shoulder when we're just repaving. That's the biggest question I get. People say, you just repave this thing, and it certainly couldn't have cost too much more to add an extra 3 feet on the side.
It actually does cost a lot more than people think it does.
Why is that?
Because when we're resurfacing, we generally only put an inch and a half of asphalt down. If you put an inch and a half of asphalt down, it's going to fall apart fairly quickly.
So
you need a fairly deep base there that we don't have.
So you're putting 3 or 4 inches on
Correct.
the
plus,
side,
plus
on the
a
shoulder.
Different base other than what the shoulder material is. So you have to dig that out. You got to put a gravel base down and then the asphalt on top of it. So
well, it's a policy question I'd like to have us have more conversation about, and try to better understand what our options are, and so the board can have a comprehensive policy conversation about that whole issue of shoulders.
So flying up to 30,000 foot level, I've got Dave standing here just in case I hit something wrong, but generally our policy is that your board's adopted a sort of this constellation of documents that speak to active transportation projects. And there are these bicycle projects that are ranked by your board. So we chase money and go after those in the order that you've ranked them. And to the extent that we get the money, we expend it. So I just want to, you're probably all aware of that, but I just want to reinforce that point.
I know at one point this board did vote to, when you are out there paving, to see if you can widen it in bike lanes. I know that's somewhere in the administrative record, and just point out a lot of cyclists even from the West County come out to ride like in Hidden Valley. That's a really popular bike ride, and no bike lane there. So that we need to, I think, revisit the bike lane choices that we have there, because we have to go where the bicyclists are too.
Supervisor Parker is right. We did have a vote here saying our policy should be paving, and I'm not sure that we got that translated. So if you could,
we'll go back and do the research, and we'll be back. And we've got another slide that kind of it will be useful in this discussion.
Jeff, before you leave, I just want to thank Dave for paving Silver Strand. So our PCI in Silver Strand is what now, about 80 something, or?
Yes, sir. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's up pretty high.
But I mean, they're very, very happy with it, with all the paving at Silver Strand. So, good job.
It looks brand new. Yeah. All right. So moving on. So talking about paving. So moving on to, this is a slide with a lot of information on it, but it describes essentially where we've been with the pavement condition index and where we project that we're going, given our projections of funding. What you see there is a green line suggesting where we've been and where we're going, and an orange line that shows the shortfall The different colors on the bars are just different sources of funding. The yellow bars are Prop 1B funding. That funding's almost gone. We are on course to get one more year of it. It's been committed, but then it's gone. The green bars, most of it was ARA funding, and a little bit was STP. So that's either gone or it's been, in the case of the STP, redirected to regional projects, as you probably know, sitting on the VCTC board. The blue represents HUDA gas tax money that comes to us and is expended for these purposes. So what you're seeing, and oh, by the way, that doesn't start at zero. The right-hand ordinate, that starts at 20 million. Our base of operations is 20 million to keep the lights on, the regular maintenance that we do. Those increments above that are $2 million increments above the 20 million for the paving. A little hard to see on that. But the orange represents our projected shortfall. So to stay at 75 or above, we're going to need something on the order of an expenditure of about $6 million a year for the next few years. And we're predicting about, I guess, 2.5 on average, 2.5 million shortfall. There were $15 million total shortfall over the next 5 years.
Don't leave that chart. When you're finished, I'll ask questions.
I'm finished.
So first, you're saying in 2016, from our local gas tax, we were getting $30.8 million? 10.8 million plus the 20 million?
That's our total projected expenditure for that year. I have the road fund is at a fairly high amount. Therefore, we're trying to buy that down. So we're not getting 30 million, but we're going to spend 30 million.
We're going to spend 30 million. So the blue says local. That's what, local spending or local revenue?
That's the revenue attributed to what we're going to spend on paving.
We have a fund balance in the road account.
I'm aware of that.
I'm
trying to, what's your projection in terms of gas tax revenue for 2016?
It's going to go down this year. It's about almost 16 million. It'll be about 12 million next year.
Okay, so you're going to get about 12 million from 16 million. So we're dropping in gas tax revenue, right? Now, when you said with your chart, let me just take you from, so 2016, we're going to have enough expenditure to meet our goals, right? And if we wanted to stay at the 76% level going across, we'd have to stay at the orange line. We'd have to fund at that level. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But if we want to take it down and drop down to PCI with the current funding is going to drop to about 66%. Is that right?
The index will be 66%.
The index will be 66% if we do it. But what I'm having trouble understanding is take 2020 there, right? Mm-hmm. What is the 5 million in brown? That's shortfall 10-year budget needs analysis. You're saying that's what we need to make up with current funding?
Yes, sir.
With the general fund?
You need the orange bar to keep us at the orange line. So that's the shortfall in order to keep us at 76.
So if we do the orange bar, we'll stay at the 76, not at the 66.
Correct.
If we don't do the orange bar, if we don't do the extra 6 million, we're going to drop down to 66.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. So you're saying, so we ought to be, as we're looking out at our funding, we ought to be looking at general fund or some other revenue source of an extra $2 million in 17 and 18, an extra $5 million in 19, and an extra $6 million or an extra $5 million in 2020.
Roughly 15 million over the next 5 years.
Okay, to keep us where we need to be.
Right. And that's on the presumption that the gas tax, as it's currently formulated, remains as it is, and we expect to see that go down.
And so next year you're saying it's going to go from 16 to 12. What do you project it to be in 2020, or do you have a projection?
We're not sure, and part of that, one of the challenges with the gas tax is the Prop 42 swap they did about 4 years ago. The BOE, Board of Equalization, makes an assessment of the cost of gas and the amount of gas purchased, and then they set an excise tax, and that has done this over the last 4 years.
Okay.
And so we've been fortunate in that our road fund balance is what it is. We're absorbing that without it really being observed, where a lot of other agencies are not having that ability. So I expect it'll go down.
Okay. You're right. This chart has a lot of information in it. So I welcome the chart all being condensed like this, but it is a little hard without some more questioning to really, to really know that adding the orange bar gets you to the 76% in 2020, right, and stuff. But so anyway, great chart. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Could I ask a question too? Does it show no federal funding? Is that my understanding? You're just predicting no federal funding?
Right now, the Transportation Commission has dedicated all Surface Transportation Program, or STP, funding to the major regional projects, the 101 and the 118 expansions. And that was in the long-range transit plan. The Commission last month authorized $6 million next year of STP funding for local road paving, and that's factored in. I don't have that factored in here, obviously, because we have the slides done, but we expect about $1.7 million of that.
Because I think if you were to draw out that chart, you start at 2011 and you go back to 2005, 2002, all the way through. You've always had federal funding. So right now, I know Congress is kind of at a gridlock, and everyone's lobbying heavy to get them to unleash that money. And so I just don't know how accurate this is. I mean, it's based on what we know today. Tomorrow we may know something different in terms of the federal funding.
Most of the federal funding will actually be addressed in the next two slides. Okay. That doesn't fund paving, it funds the other projects. The paving has predominantly been done with gas tax and the STP funding, which is locally controlled by the Commission. The rest of the highway transportation funding typically doesn't go toward paving.
There's also legislation, isn't there, that's looking at asking the BOE to look at a smoothing of that so it doesn't do this?
It's on another slide. It's on a coming slide.
Thank you.
And also the Transportation Commission, I think, may have some reconsiderations of how they designated their funds, not really aware that at the time that it meant taking it all from their road funds. So I just, like I said, this seems to me like a conservative chart.
Yeah, we're generally conservative when we're presenting to your board.
Especially at budget time.
Okay, moving on. So this is about improving county roads, and again, getting them up to about county bridges. Getting them up to about level 80 sufficiency. The blue again is the road fund match. The green is CMAQ funding, CTP, and highway safety improvement funding. The other federal stuff that Dave was talking about. And as Supervisor Parks mentioned, there is, I think the highway bill is going to expire at the end of this month, and we don't know what's going on there. We have projected federal funding between 2017 and 2020, but again, the orange represents keeping the county bridges at a sufficiency rating of 80 if we wanted to. It is the shortfall. And now I should say that the shortfall doesn't mean that we're going to have structurally deficient bridges. The shortfall means we're going to have bridges that don't meet current design standards. Approaches, shoulders, that sort of railing. What else is in there, Dave?
The sufficiency rating really deals mostly with things like the bridge deck being cracked and where we need to coat it or some other things like that. And what's interesting to note on this on the green is the federal funding. The way we get our federal funding is we get paid in arrears. We do the work, and then once the work is done, then we get reimbursed. And so what you see in the green here are projects that have already been approved for federal funding. And we have no crystal ball about what's going to come in the future, but we know we already have those approved projects. It's just the execution of them, the environmental documents and what have you will be out in the next 3 years.
Dave, 60 Minutes had a good special on that the other day on the federal funding. But we have hundreds and thousands of bridges across the U.S. that are, deficient. So is that part of the lack of funding there? Or?
Yes, and your board may recall about a year ago I brought a presentation to your board on the condition of the bridges in the county, and in general we're in pretty good shape. What this does is looks at what we need to do to maximize whatever federal funding we can get for any of the deficiencies we have on our bridges.
So to put this together with the roads, we need about $5 million for the roads, roughly $3 million for the bridges. So we need by 2020 to be budgeting an extra $8 million for roads and bridges if we want to maintain this optimum level of roads and bridges in Ventura County.
Given our conservative projections.
Right.
Depending on
A
whether the
decent
fence
vision to
comes
have
in.
for Ventura County, though, is
It is.
to pass on to the next generation roads in 2020 and bridges that are in good shape.
Good bridges and good roads.
You may have stepped out when we aren't factoring in federal funds for roads or VCTC funds for roads.
We're not tracking that.
We weren't factoring in the STP because VCTC has said all the STP money is going someplace else. So that may change it.
Well, we just wanted to give you a ballpark sense as you're budgeting for next year, then the year after. What are those things that are looming out there? And what are the impacts? There may be other. Yeah, exactly.
Historically, the bridge program, there's two. There's the HBR, Highway Bridge Replacement Program, and the Highway Bridge Improvement Program, which is where most of the funding comes from. Historically, if you have projects, you'll be able to get funding. The biggest concern with the federal program when they created MAP 21 2 years ago is it reduced the amount of funding in the bridge program. And so I believe there will be federal funding. It's just how much we don't really know because there isn't a long-term bill.
So, Transportation Department issues. Here's one of the things Supervisor Long asked about SB 321, which would normalize the excise tax so you wouldn't see those large perturbations. I believe that member's name is Bell. Is that Bell? Beal? I thought so. Dave. So, in SB 16 is a proposal to generate about $2 billion in revenues by adding a levy or an amount to your auto registration. That's floating around out there. And then there's been all sorts of talk about user charges for the road system. Everyone realizes the antiquated gas tax system with the electric vehicles and so forth. And so they're starting to talk about vehicle miles traveled and other things, toll roads. You see what Supervisor Parks mentioned, the federal highway program. It's just been getting extended since 2009. It's set to expire May 31st this year. And every one of the last three slides is affected by that bill in these various program areas. And you should see transportation funding. There's a transportation funding flow chart in our office. And it's barely big enough to read, but it's as big as one of those panels behind you in its complexity of where all the money comes from and goes to. The 5-year outlook, of course, we're going to keep harping on the gas tax being an antiquated system and that it's a net reduction every year until it gets fixed by somebody in, Sacramento or Washington. Increasingly, people are looking over the fence in the unincorporated county and saying, why don't I have what they have for Newberry Park, sidewalks, streetlights, that sort of thing. Or in other places that they want these sort of services, but they want to stay in the unincorporated county. Your board's been told about a really oddball storm drain problem. It was a couple $100,000 to a resident in, I think it was Supervisor Long's district. So something your board may decide to pick up as a policy matter, and we've talked about sidewalks in Supervisor Parks' area, but these are city services that we just don't provide at this time. We know with the general plan update, multimodal transportation and complete streets going to be a big deal. We don't know exactly what that means yet, but we'll be working through that with Kim Pilhart and her bunch. And then every one of our agencies sees increasing regulatory requirements, which add expense to projects. So that's transportation in a nutshell. Water and sand, no real challenges there. Maybe the drought. Just kidding. The drought's a big one. And we're going to be coming to your board this summer, district by district, to tell you how that plays out. Right now, that's all in flux. You've been reading the papers, and you know the laws that are coming. And we're talking with some of your offices specifically about what we're planning. And your board recently let us move to a level 2 drought declaration in all of our districts. We're in the midst of the CEQA process for the Moore Park desalter. If we get what we need there, we'll be pumping 5,000 acre-feet of less expensive groundwater and maybe relieving some of the pressure on the metropolitan water supply in Cayugas. We've got aging infrastructure, and Supervisor Parks knows we've been talking with her office, Waterworks District 19. In fact, that's the reason Waterworks District 19 came and asked your board to take them over some years ago. They had deferred maintenance, and it's really starting to catch up. And we're going to continue to see electricity costs rise, and that stuff will be passed through to the ratepayers over time. The way we benchmark, you're all familiar with it. We look at other agencies to see what they can do, given their like structure, like size. We always compare favorably. We do have some outliers, like for example, Bell Canyon, where we have to pump the water, so many pumps to raise the water. That expense gets added to the water. We're constantly working with Edison to make sure we buy power at off-peak when we can. We're keeping our pumps well-maintained and efficient to keep the cost of operating them down. And, of course, maximizing any groundwater allocations we have. Those are largely in Waterworks District 1 and 19. We've automated services. You'll see SCADA in a minute. And where it's practical, we try to outsource. You know about the solar power projects we put online to reduce our reliance on Southern California Edison. You know about the Moore Park desalter. When that's up and running, the water should cost somewhere in the 1,200 acre foot range, as opposed to water that in just a couple of years that met will be about $2,000 an acre foot. We've got our SCADA systems in, which increases reliability, reduces manpower, and it increases efficiency. We've already got automatic meter reading in, but there's a new generation coming out where you won't even be. Right now, we have to drive through the neighborhood, get within a certain distance to pick up the signal. We, with Mike Powers and what's the Chamber of Commerce chairman and the chairman of the board or the chief executive officer for Semtech. There's a real exciting prospect with long-range radio waves and low frequency, which means lower power, longer distance of communications. In that case, we wouldn't even need anybody to drive around. Right now, Semtech is looking at Moore Park, the city, and the GMA as potential proof of concept to develop this technology. And we'll be right on the bleeding edge of that if it all works out for us. And we're working with IT and the CEO's office to see if we can make that happen.
So you read them from a specific location? Is that the way it's going to work?
Yeah, it would come in here, actually. We're told 70-mile distance on these things, and because it's low frequency, it doesn't have much problems with the hills and the interference. There's also another technology we just found out about last week where we can piggyback the gas company with their smart meters. They're going to be selling time on that network because they're putting in a dense network, and it's more of I think it's Wi-Fi, it might be cellular technology, but they're going to be selling time for something like this as well.
So we can work with them on that.
Yeah, we're keeping our eyes open, ears open, eyes peeled. Something I always mix my metaphors, but yeah, we're watching things. We chase grants wherever we can. In the case of water and sand, they can even get low interest loans through the state revolving fund. And, of course, we got the Lean Six stuff going on there as well. Watershed. Watershed's a little bit different operation. They do so many things, and very few people outside of your board, understand the span that they have. But really, they're about protecting life, property, public infrastructure, and I would argue the environment, too, with the number of environmental improvement projects we do. And it's even in the legislation. And that's gotten at in the second bullet by the watershed protection programs. In addition to those, you see the environmental restoration. There's a real emphasis on that now. You know that levee certification became an issue after Hurricane Katrina. The feds looked around and said, uh-oh, you guys got to do more than you've been doing on your levees. That's $100 million. We'll get into that in a minute, but that's a big proposition for us. And we are working hard to make sure the district's facilities are all sustainable and resilient. We're going to talk about that because a lot of them are getting kind of old. The primary revenue sources are the benefit assessment program and our share of the 1% of the property tax that goes to special districts. They generate round numbers, $25-26 million a year. The benefit assessment was authorized when it was originally authorized for three things. Operation and maintenance, which generates about $8 million a year for operation and maintenance. Stormwater quality, $3 million a year is generated there. And it's for use by the unincorporated county as well as the Watershed Protection District. And then we get a little bit for our flood damage repair reserve. Now understand the benefit assessment program, those revenues have been fixed since 1996, the passage of Prop 218. And the property tax in our case has been fixed since 1978 with the passage of Prop 13. And we get, there's little increases in that result from the increase in property values, but it's minimal compared to the base. And the benefit assessment actually goes down because as we refine over time, we're finding we're throwing people out or reducing the assessment on people that are too high. Looking out, you've heard this before, but more than 80% of our watershed protection district structures are past the age of 40, and a lot of them are past the age of 100. You'd ask, how can that be when you're only 67 years old or so? Well, it's because when the district formed, there were lots of special districts that that dissolved and gave their facilities to the watershed protection district. That's how we have the older stuff, old irrigation districts and drainage districts in the outlying areas. The benefit assessment is no longer covering routine maintenance. What does that mean? That means we dip into the property tax stuff, the stuff that ordinarily might be used for other programs like flood control projects or something. The levee improvement program, $100 million plus costs. We've gotten some of that done. We're looking for partnerships, but given the revenues we generate for that and the limited amount we have, if we don't find partnerships, grants, or we're in trouble. You'll see that in a minute. And then you know that every 5 years or so, we renegotiate our stormwater permit, we call it, with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. These requirements come down to the regional board from the feds through the Clean Water Act. And every 5 years, it becomes a little more onerous. And I'm not complaining. It's appropriately so. We become a little more involved. But that little more onerous means a little more expensive. And we kind of, in the projections you're about to see on the stormwater program, we just look at other permits that have been passed, and we assume we're going to get some of those requirements, and we project the costs of those. And then we don't know yet what's going to happen as a result of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA. We'll have to bring you more on that when we know. The stormwater program, the solid line represents the projection we feel.
Do you think before you go to stormwater, if I can ask a water question?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And this was discussed a little bit at VCOG also, but just I know Mr. Sasek isn't here, but you probably know. We have, as you were talking about the pipes in Waterworks District 19, there's like 100-year-old cast iron pipes that if the water isn't flowing through them, sometimes you end up getting a little bit of sediment, I guess, maybe iron, and they have problems with iron and manganese there. And I'm just wondering, as we do these kind of drought programs where you're only using the water twice a week to irrigate, if we might end up having more of that kind of sediment in those pipes. And then secondly, when you see what was happening in LA, where all of a sudden everyone's using it on Tuesdays and Thursdays and they're all watering at the same time, you see maybe the pressure in the pipes might burst them. So I'm just wondering if we have any concerns or thoughts about avoiding problems as we look at drought mitigation requirements.
I'm sure we do. I don't know specifically. I know enough to be dangerous about it. The pipes are usually under pressure, but we do have surges, and they can cause problems. And the manganese comes right from the groundwater, and the pipes do have a lot of buildup on the inside. But they're aware of those problems, and they watch for them. But I don't have the specifics on that.
Yeah, I just
Dave had to run to a Waterworks District 1 committee meeting. Advisory committee meeting, excuse me.
Yes, well, certainly we need to improve the system, but I'm just wondering, in the meantime, we're being faced with these onerous conditions to cut back, and I'm just wondering if there might be a better way of cutting back so we don't end up with everyone using it in such a way that ends up causing more problems.
That's a good question. We'll get back to you with the details of that.
Thanks.
Let's see. So on to this slide. For the stormwater program, this includes both the unincorporated county and the watershed protection district. What you see is the gray line, which are those revenues generated by the benefit assessment for the program. The solid orange line, that's the first 5 years. We're pretty comfortable with that projection based on our review of the LA permit. It gets a little dicier as you move out, so we've dashed that line. But basically, that line was it consisted of two things. One, a steady increase in cost that historically we've seen, and then the spikes that we see when permits being negotiated. Special studies, analysis, negotiations, all sorts of things you bring into the mix. So there's a little spike. So we just smoothed it out, and that's the resulting curve that you see there. So we're going to start falling behind, and already I know the CO's office is aware, and the CO's been kicking in about $1.6 million from the general fund on an annual basis to fund those activities. On our O&M, we are already behind. What you see, the gray line there, is the money that was generated by the benefit assessment. The orange line is actually what we expend. So the expenditure consists of both the benefit assessment money and the money we take from property tax. Now, it looks like a big number here, but some of the things we used to call capital, we're calling operation and maintenance. For example, a big channel rehab, which may be a couple $1 million, where we have to go in and replace the bottom, cover all the old stuff, cover all the steel, fix some sidewalls. That's all in here, and that's why this is a wider margin. But we've been, our message to your board has been that in a very short order, watershed protection is going to be about operation and maintenance on their own money, on the pay-as-you-go plan, and only about capital improvements where we can find grant money or partners or other sources of funding. This is operation and maintenance over some 20 years, including all the rehabilitation and replacement projects that would, this is projecting failures given the age, so it's very, very conservative. Maybe not going to be this bad, but if you look at out 20 years, you're looking at something like $560 million, $570 million worth of shortfall. That would be the area under the orange curve, between the gray and orange curve. And it just says we got fixed revenues and we've got decaying infrastructure. This is everything. This is if you included all of the flood control projects that your board might want to do. Now, how would we know what those are? The best way we have is to look at the FEMA-approved floodplain maps and look to where projects might be needed. That is in sort of urban areas, developed areas. And you calculate the costs of damages based on those floodplain maps. And you know that you would never do a project that had a benefit cost ratio of less than 1, so therefore you have a sort of a default project cost. It's the cost of damages. So you know what the damages will be if you don't fix them, and that's what's been added here. That essentially adds another $400 million, so you're almost at $1 billion of the area under curve shortfall over 20 years if you don't do anything. Now, what kind of projects don't we do because we don't have capital? Well, one big one that Supervisor Bennett's aware of is Fresno Drain. That was a big one, and remember 2005, several houses full of mud, people out for I don't know how long. And we're doing that project because we found a $3 million grant from FEMA to do that project. Those are the kind of things. Your board's not required to do them, but your board may want to do them. So, and those are in this projection. And that concludes the presentation. I have the 16-pound brains behind me to answer any questions you might have.
Just if we can, in the long run, start talking about what are possible ways we could solve this revenue gap. Be in the best interest of our citizens if we can not go forward with these big gaps. Just like in the roads department, we want to try to narrow that down. The roads department feels more manageable. These numbers are significantly larger when there are more unknowns built in with everything from groundwater sustainability agencies and stuff, but more unknowns, but still we know it's going to be significant with aging infrastructure by itself. So I'd love to kind of explore possibilities and see if there's something we can come up with that makes sense.
Okay. May I respond to that? Sure. One time, about 2005, there was a time when we had gone out and polled the county residents about water quality, water projects, and it was a very favorable poll. And there was a suggestion, the amount we polled was about $34 per household per year. And that we had I think it was a 60, at that level, 60+%. But it seemed like on the water issues, you have to bundle an entire package together. There's got to be supply, there's got to be quality, there's got to be environmental improvement, there's got to be flood control. It's a big package like that, and it seems like you have to drag all the cities into this conversation. But we'll get with your office and see if there are other ideas. Sorry, Mike.
At the Oak Park community meeting that you presented The people there were very interested in seeing that we have funding to take care of stormwater to keep the area clean. And I just also wanted to compliment you. Your presentation really was helpful. It was a very controversial project. You had a very heated room there, but I think you were excellent in the way you were being able to listen to the public and get their input and give them the comfort that you were listening, which was so important. But yeah, it would be interesting to find out what the feel is of the taxpayers in terms of being able to fund something that will directly clean up their water, particularly at a time when we need to reuse that water.
I was just going to say on that stormwater graph that you had, I think showing those expenses going up, as you said, that includes the city's cost as well too. So that's not just the county; that's city and unincorporated county and unincorporated area and cities as well, helping.
On the stormwater side,
right?
No, it was just the unincorporated
That's
county
just the unincorporated.
and the watershed protection district. I forgot to mention that we put those two together.
Oh, you did?
Because the watershed protection district, despite not having land use authority, the regional boards traditionally like to turn their facilities into, because we had trash in there,
Right.
they want to turn it into regional sort of stormwater control stuff. And we're not sure, so we were a little bit conservative on those estimates. We don't know what they'll do with watershed.
But you do manage the permit for the cities as well.
We do, yeah. So, all the costs of the management of the permit for all the cities is in there. You're right.
Okay, oh, that's what I was wondering. Okay. Just lastly, I appreciate your efforts and fire as well to keep the fees down, in spite of all the different additional work you have going and so forth. So, and doing the comparisons is very healthy.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have receive and file on that. Okay, that's an action on receive and file. Next up, we have our presentation on capital projects and debt. Mr. Dursey.
I'll kick it off.
Item 33.
33, yeah. Thank you very much. We will, board members will kick this off as soon as we get the presentation up on our annual presentation relative to our capital projects and debt. And just overview. Public Works covered it enough from their standpoint, so we're not going to be rehashing Public Works stuff. Excess of $500,000 in general when we're talking about capital projects and annual capital improvement plan, and it's a long-term planning resource, and it's dynamic because it changes as different criteria evolve.
And one of the things we wanted to do is just tie in real briefly just the high points of your board's strategic plan. And when we're looking at these capital projects, what are our priorities? And number one, you've told us is customer service, community needs. Where are the gaps in those services? Improving the overall health of our county, preventive care, at-risk youth, a real priority for your board, high-performing public safety services, investments that contribute to the improved competitiveness and service to our local businesses, and technology investments that improve our operational efficiencies and productivity. And we're always looking for cost versus benefit. And we listen to your board during this presentation, but throughout the year. Whenever we have other items and your board makes comments or staff makes presentations, we take that into account as we're establishing these priorities in terms of our projects.
The additional criteria, we list life safety concerns. I think some of the areas we kind of overlap also. For example, VCMC, the decision to expand and do the hospital replacement wing. It's based on some criteria relative to earthquake safety, but it's also an operational issue and just a good public policy to get a good functioning hospital in that regard. But anyway, these are the capital projects, additional prioritization criteria that we go through in evaluating the criteria. This is what we've accomplished in this last year. The capital improvements, finished our capital improvements, expanding about 20,000 square feet of space over at 1911 Williams Drive, Office 365 conversions, some voice internet, and just go right down the line relative to these items, Silver Strand. And our behavioral health clinic is about it was completed in December of 14. And then East County Administrative Facility, we put that down there also just to, we didn't buy a building, but we did structure a lease to take care of our needs out in the East County. These are the ones that are actually in process right now, capital improvement projects that are in process. The First one, the integrated property tax system, we've actually postponed that until January of 16. We're a little bit slower, and that may be postponed past that point in time. The financial management system is a go-live date of July of 2015. This year's budget is also being prepared with the new financial system, and so that is actually it's in use now, but the actual go-live date for the accounting aspect will be on July 1st of this year. The Horizon View Mental Health Rehab Center, I guess that's the new name, Horizon View, and that is out at the airport, and construction we expect to begin in September of this year of that facility. The sheriff communication upgrade is in process now, and they expect to full deployment at the end of this summer for the sheriff's communication upgrade. And the vehicle evidence storage facility we expect to begin in late July and complete by the end of next fiscal year, that storage structure. There's some non-general funds capital projects in process. If you notice that we do have a lot of capital projects going on throughout the county, and again, these are not even counting the ones that Public Works is working on relative to the roads and sewers and what have you. But electronic medical records is a major effort. Solar projects here and at the JJC going on right now. Hospital replacement wing, I think we're familiar with that one, and of course with three of the fire stations that the fire chief talked about a little earlier, and the Harbor Administration Building. When we get down to it, here's our recommended priority projects for next fiscal year that we're going to hopefully get started within the next fiscal year, and that is the first one on there, Todd Road Jail Medical Mental Health Housing Unit. Total cost is $61.5 million. We expect our share to be about 10%, about $6.1 million is what we expect to be our share. The Crisis Stabilization Unit, $2 million. We're right now in the process of trying to get a crisis stabilization unit between mental health department. That looks to be very promising. Animal Services Officer quarantine expansion, enterprise content management system, and the public safety departments. I think the public safety departments, when the public defender was here earlier, he touched on that a little bit, the need for some content management system. And then the acquisition of a building near the government center, and we're hoping to get that in process.
Mr. Dorsey, before you go on, we're talking about $2 million, for example, for the Children's Crisis Stabilization Center. That's $2 million of general fund money.
Yes.
Then other money will be also used for the project potentially?
Generally, in this situation, it'd be all general fund dollars.
$61.5 million for Todd Road Jail.
Yes.
We're talking about financing that over time?
The 61.5, we expect everything but 10% of it to be paid for by the state. So our share will be $6.1 million, $6.2 million in that range, and the rest will be paid for by state grant.
Paul, the number 2, the Children's Crisis Center?
Yes.
That's the one over at Ventura and Fuchsia in Oxnard?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Potential, yeah. Right now,
that's a nice
looking
center.
like a good potential. Yes.
That's ready to be moved in, too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Non-general fund recommended priority projects for next year: the Thousand Oaks Fire Station, hangars and apron at the airport, and then the Healthcare Agency Financial Administration Building and the acquisition of the sale of their current building down there right next to the Patagonia headquarters, and then the purchase of a building within the range of the government center to move their administrative people. The additional projects, what we call projects under consideration, this is also, I would call these on our radar. That's a healthcare facility in the East Area 1 out in Santa Paula, where they're building a major construction of new housing. We have our Nyland Acres Community Center. All these costs are to be determined because we don't know how they're going to be funded yet. And then the broadband network expansion project is also.
And Paul, that's a really important one, number 2, Nyland Center.
Oh, yeah?
We only have 1,000 children waiting for that.
Okay. So these are also on our radar for the future. And then get into some numbers, and I'll go these really quickly. I think the bottom line is that our current debt payment in the general fund is about $13.3 million, what we have budgeted for next year. The net, and we have a number of items that we have. For example, when you look at the top, the JJC courts, $1,097,000 in debt payment and $1,097,000 coming back. We issued the debt for that courthouse under our structure, and then we're getting reimbursed from a courthouse construction fund, basically. So we worked in conjunction with the courts to get that. So we have a lot of revenue offset of about $8.2 million. So our net cost, even on the debt, is about a little over $5 million for next year in the general fund. And here's our 5-year debt projection, assuming that our capital projects that we're recommending or our priority projects roll into these numbers, and they would go up a little bit over the years, but in general, staying right within that $13 to $15 million range on a debt service overall. And then this is what we would consider to be, let's call it the net cost relative to the net debt payment. The major increase in the 17, 18, 16, 17, those are for technology projects in the Auditor Controller's Office and then property tax technology system. Other than that, the net cost is right around that $8 million. We think that's very doable in the long term.
I know you gave it to us before. I just want to, on a general fund budget of approximately how much? 900?
Right around $1 billion we're expecting for next year. And we'll get into the statistics also, the measurements.
So $5 million debt service on a $1 billion general fund, right?
Is really
very small percentage, right?
Here's the current non-general fund debt. This is all in all the other departments, not part of. We have our general fund debt service budget unit, which is actually in the general fund. Some departments have some debt service within their departmental budgets, and then we also have non-general fund departments that have debt service within their budgets. See, the big one is the hospital replacement wing is $16 million, and the mental health records is almost $7 million. So $32 million in debt payment, about half of that just from the replacement wing. And when we do measure, by the way, when we do measure our debt service ratios, we measure everything against the general fund in general, and that's the way the rating agencies would measure it also. Potential non-general fund debt, Channel Islands Harbor, these are just additional costs that we've isolated that on our short list for next year. These are the debt services that if these come to be with as far as having to be paid for with debt.
Paul, can I ask you real quick?
Sure.
If you go back that one slide, with the Camarillo, you've got the Camarillo Airport.
Yes.
Apron hangars. The hangars, I thought Todd was coming up here pretty soon to talk about he's paying that out of his own. We do a debt on that or what?
We hope he can pay for it out of his own. We've issued this as debt. He may have to issue debt, but we're being very conservative in that regard, putting it up here. There are a couple items on here we hope to just pay cash for.
Right.
The harbor admin building, both of these up here potentially could be paid for with cash. We have them on our list as far as debt. We have them as capital projects, clearly, but we also being very, very conservative and applying them as debt rather than as cash payments. But we hope to go through a number of these items and actually pay cash for the items rather than issue debt.
This is a conservative way of looking at it.
Yes.
And Paul, those are enterprise funds, right?
Yes, these are both enterprise funds.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Here's the non-general fund 5-year debt projection. Again, it's right around, it starts out at $32 million for next fiscal year and really ticks down a little bit over the years as a couple of the VC kitchen lab, you see that rolls off and after 16, 17, and a couple items go down a little bit in the future. So the actual debt service will actually go down in over this 5-year period.
And you didn't include in that the Channel Islands Harbor building or the airport hangars from the last slide in this projection?
No, because here's those two right here. We've done a separate 5-year projection on those. If that okay, so we did cover it just on a different slide.
Right, but I think you separated them out because you're thinking perhaps paying them off and not having it be a 5-year.
That's correct. We hope that they don't line up in this, but we did list them in case they are. And the debt service on those two is about $600,000, roughly speaking, $600,000, $700,000 a year, which again isn't significant relative to the overall, $27 million. So I think it's okay. I think both of these departments are actually in pretty reasonably good shape relative to their cash, so we'll have to evaluate that when they come forward.
Paul, when you look at this, the hangars versus the apron, the hangar is going to generate income. Apron's not. So is that where if debt comes, it's not going to be general fund, if they're going to pay for it out of their own?
Yeah, regardless, airport will be paying for that debt service, correct. That'll come out of their fund. And if they have to, issue debt, hopefully the hangars themselves will generate positive cash flow. And maybe not in the first 5-10 years, but in the long term, when we do the analysis, it's clearly pulling a positive cash flow. Yeah, Todd can probably expand on that a bit. And we get into our debt capacity, and this is where we're saying, okay, how are we relative to our benchmarks? And we have legally authorized debt limits. And that is established, and we're not even close to those. We don't even put those on our list because we're so far under those. But debt per capita, these are just some measurement criteria that we have, and then overall affordability. I think that's the bottom line is, can we afford to do certain things?
I appreciate the fact that you're revisiting some of the debt that we have taken to see, for example, if we did pay it off, how much we could save if we have the ability to do that. I think that's good that you're revisiting.
Yeah, and we revisit, and we have underwriters that are more than happy to evaluate whether or not we should refinance our outstanding debt. Also, they will do that evaluation for free and tell us how much money we can save if we refinance some of our outstanding debt. Right now, our major debt is we have like a 10-year call on our debt for the hospital, for example. So after 10 or 12 years, I'd imagine there may be an opportunity to save some money in the long term if we refinance those. And we'll continuously look at those. And here's our debt capacity limit. If you look at the rating agency guideline at 10%, maybe I ought to just start at the bottom and point out that, this is general fund debt payment. That's the total debt payment for the general fund down here at this green line. This is a ratio. It's about 1% relative to the overall budget. Okay, so we have general fund total debt of about $13 million and a total budget of about $1 billion. So we have about it's a little more than 1% of the total budget.
But a lot of that is revenue offset.
We said our net. This is just gross debt. This is just gross debt.
So it's not net. We don't do net county cost.
We do when we do the budget, but when we evaluate it and the rating agencies evaluate it, they'll look at gross debt, and they'll evaluate it from a net debt standpoint, but they will judge it really on overall.
So from gross debt, are the gross revenues included in our general fund balance?
Yes.
Okay. Be a little tiny bit, right? Okay. So because really, if you were doing net county cost, you'd be at less than 0.5%.
Right. It's very conservative.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is the general fund here, and like I said, when the rating agencies look at it, they look at total county debt payment, and this is judged at 4%, which is significantly lower than the 10% that the rating agencies are kind of looking at as kind of a guideline relative to when they start looking a little closer at you. And we're half of that, and that is and we're at 0.4%, less than half of that amount, and that's judged against the general fund only. So if you look at the overall county debt as being 4% of the general fund, it's it's 40. Let's just call it $40 million. That way, I can say $40 million out of $1 billion versus $40 million out of $2 billion total county debt. Total county revenue is $2 billion. You see that you would cut that number in half if you measured it against the entire county. So we're measuring it very conservatively against the general fund, and still having it only at 4%. Overall, I think it's going back to this statement here. It's affordable, and I think long term we kind of have that same. You see, long term it's in that same number, same ballpark, not going up significantly, not going down significantly. We did have a blip when we added on the hospital replacement wing, because that's almost by itself it's almost half of the debt. But
what's amazing is even with the hospital,
yeah,
the percentages are so low. Yeah, very strong position.
Yeah. And we do get that response when we do talk to rating agencies.
Yeah.
So relative to the overall debt. So I think bottom line, we do continue to invest in our infrastructure, our technology, and our people, of course, as we go forward.
Madam Chair.
Questions?
On the, Paul, on your fourth or fifth slide, on the capital projects accomplished in 14-15.
Yes.
I just want to commend staff, on the first item is the capital improvements at 1911 Williams Drive. That building that we bought has really served us for behavioral health and probation very, very well. So I just want to bring that before the public. And also the other item is the Channel Islands Harbor Boat Launching Ramp. That is really, if you go out there's 7 lanes now that are being used to launch the boats that are really, not only are they much better, but also they're more of a safety improvement too. And also we have the Silver Strand beach lifeguard and restrooms and parking lot that's really helped tremendously there at Silver Strand. And that's a lot of things that we're doing over at the Channel Islands Harbor, and hopefully soon we'll be getting the renderings on the Fisherman's Wharf and Peninsula also. And additionally also in South Oxnard, the Behavioral Health Clinic in Center Point that's really helped tremendously. We have joint use there of mental health and other health issues that really have helped South Oxnard tremendously. So I know there's other projects there, but I just wanted to highlight those projects that really helped the community tremendously. So.
And Supervisor Gosa, also it's really completing some major projects for the mental health, for behavioral health department with the Horizon View locked facility we'll have at the airport, and then also crisis residential for children. I mean, those are just, exactly. It really ticks off some major needs there with the behavioral health.
Just south of Willie Road, there's 100,000 people that live in South Oxnard, so that's really helped tremendously because it's close to the transportation and also to the our Dr. Cervantes' clinic, Las Islas, it's really helped tremendously. So I just wanted to share that with the public, how extremely important those projects are.
Just a last comment. It's easy to take for granted, but as you can see with the list of all these projects, that during tight budget times, your board continued to invest and completed a lot of projects, and then continue to invest even more on top of that. So
that's right. Thank you, Paul.
Okay, anything else then? All right, we need a receive and file action on this item. And this is on the capital projects and debt. So motion and a second. Please vote. And that, did everybody vote?
Our next item.
Paul, if I might, just a minute. Those who are here for the 2:30, we're an hour behind. So it's probably closer to 3:30 before we'll get to it, looking at the items that are still on the agenda. Sorry, go ahead.
That's quite all right, thank you. Our next presentation is really going to be background and information relative to the retirement rates that we're asking you to adopt as part of the motion. We are requesting that your board adopt the retirement rates that in the actuarial evaluation recommended by the retirement board, and we'll go through our presentation and kind of give you background information, update on all the different actuarial data that we have updated through 2014, which is the most recent actuarial study. They do this every year. They do an actuarial study every year to determine whether an assets and contributions are sufficient to provide the benefits. They do it annually. And most recent was June 30th of 2014. And PEPR membership, this is just as a baseline, PEPR membership is growing. The PEPRA we have here from 2013 had 253, or 256 when you add the two together. Now, as of 14, they were over 800, and as of currently, they're over 1,450. We think are in the PEPRA numbers now, as of today. So, this is as of 2014. This is all primarily actuarial data off the actuarial report. So we'll be updating it as we go through it. And this is as of June 30th, again, June 30th, 2014. And so PEPR is becoming more and more of a factor. This is our assets and liabilities.
Excuse me, Paul. Is it growing at the rate we anticipated, or faster or slower?
It is, and we're going to actually have a slide on that, so we'll show you that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
This particular slide is just the actuarial liability, which is the red. and this is the number we actually have to pay off eventually. This is the actuary says if we stop doing business today, this is what we'd owe everybody. And this is the green line is the market value of assets, and this blue line is the valuation value of assets. That's the actual number that the actuary uses to determine the funding status and the contributions.
That's a smooth number.
That's
the blue line's been smooth.
You can see the blue is a little smoother than the green. And this is look at 2009. You see that huge dip in the market value, and that's why they use this smooth number, so you don't have to increase your contributions a huge amount. Right now, the good news is there's about a $300 million difference between these two numbers, which means we have $300 million in quote-unquote pipeline that'll be smoothed through to increase our actual value of assets to get it more in line with market value. So that's the good news.
So from the market line to the red line is about $500 million?
This
from
market
the green line to the red, it's about 500
probably
million?
around 500, yeah, correct.
Yeah, thank you.
And that smoothing is a 17-year period?
So that's a 5-year smoothing, 5-year smoothing on the value of the assets, and then we amortize the difference that happens each year over a 15-year period. So, so there's kind of a double smoothing in that regard.
And Paul, our
double smooth.
smoothing is a lot shorter than other smoothings, right?
This particular smoothing is generally statewide. It's generally about five years, just like ours. There are outliers. LA Count, I think CalPERS is a real outlier. They use 15 years, and
15, 20 years,
there's so many people. It's a $300 billion system, so there's so many people that are in CalPERS. It affects a lot of government units. Mm-hmm. So in that regard, it's always put out there. But the actual number of, for example, I think all of the 37 Act have basically a 5-year smoothing on this. But when you get to the amortization, it's a little bit different numbers.
Okay.
Unfunded actuarial liability, you see, I think the good news is that we're dropped from $900 million down to over 900 down to 830 million. So that's good news, and they ticked down over the last few years. A lot of this is because of the fact that the huge impact in 2009 of the losses that are being smoothed over through the system. Percent change in actuarial accrued liability. This is the actual liability, that red line, if you recall. The liability is going up. It's not going up. What you see is every 3 years it goes up significantly, and that's when they do an actuarial review on the demographics and the assumption change. So every 3 years or so, we see a big spike in the accrued liability increase. And we know that it's going to happen again at the end of 6/30/15. But in general, we see that over the last several years that the increase in the accrued liability has been contained. The funded ratio currently, as of June 30th, 2014, we're at about almost 83% funded. On our funding ratio, you see we were at one time after the dot-com boom, or during that dot-com boom, we were overfunded on an actuarial basis. We were overfunded, and then after 2009 hit, we really took a dip. So I think when you look at these numbers, if we were using market value, for example, we'd be very close to 90% funded if we use market value, and that's that additional $300 million.
And will you email this PowerPoint to us, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
This is the what we call the UAL change from year to year. The beginning UAL as of June 30th, 2013 was $953 million. You see, on this chart it went from it went down. What is this chart? There you go. UAL from 953 here down to 830, and this is how it came. This is 820. This is how it came to that number. Generally speaking, there wasn't a significant impact from the investment return. There was much more significant impact from the lack of salary increases and the lack of COLAs. The actuary assumes a certain amount of. Actuary assumes for everybody that can get a COLA, they get a 3% COLA. When they only get a 1% because of the CPI, we have an actuarial gain. We would expect at the end of this year there also to be an actuarial gain from that particular function. We don't think there will be an actuarial gain from salary increases because we've had salary increases for the first time in a number of years. And we'll get into the details of the impact on the UAL based on all of these different salary increases and those types of things in just very shortly. But overall, it went down. That's the good news. It went down to $820 million. This is what you call the volatility chart. And you can see the investment returns go up and down year after year. So this is very an unpredictable number, and that's why they smooth the actuarial value of the assets. Over the last 5-year period, about a 14.3% return. That's mainly because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We cut out. When you cut out this one, your return looks better. So if we But over the last 10 years, it's 7.2, and over the last 20 years, it's about 8.5% return on an average.
That fall and go back to that chart. You look at the number of years that were on the, I guess, the 2000 with, you look at the dot-com boom, a bust. They had a lot more years of down numbers than we did in this last recession.
Yeah, we did. We had.
Yeah, it went on longer and longer. It was a big hit.
We took a huge dip out in 2 years and then recovered.
1, 2, boom. The other one was 1, 2, 3, 4 years under.
Right. Just continue to go down. The good news is we started at 20% in those old days, back in those days. So it took a few years to get down to a negative 10 or 8 or whatever that number is. This is our chart on the impact of the investment return on the UAL, on the liability. Basically, what we're trying to say is anything above the chart is bad, anything below the chart is good. So below means you're reducing the UAL. That's good. Above means you're increasing. So the investment return finally has an impact as of last year on our actuarial UAL.
But we can anticipate that being below the line and good for the next couple of years now.
That's
because
correct.
We have that.
That's correct. Based from our investment return. Yes, we would expect that, and that's what we're projecting outwards. So the next one is our change in valuation payroll. You see, whoops, wrong one. This year here we had actual valuation payroll went down. And these years, they're not even keeping up. At the time, they assumed 4%. So anytime you're below 4%, generally you'll see an actuarial gain from the salaries. So,
which gets offset by the actuarial change in life expectancy. And
that's correct. That's correct. And so what we see here is the impact of the salary decrease on our UAL. Again, below the line. Again, I'm not talking about employee payroll aspect. I'm talking about actuarial UAL aspect, because this clearly means that people were not getting salary raises, or any raises they were getting were much below the actuarial assumed rate of increase. So these numbers are all subtracting from the UAL in that regard.
So that was for 6 years then?
Yes, we had a number. We expect that probably to flatten out and maybe even go up a little bit.
But a little bit, but because that's still averaging what? I think their actual number is 4% a year.
Right.
And I don't even think even with the rate increase we're giving 4% a year.
That's correct.
So it still should be beneficial.
And I believe that number, they actually, for next time, they're bringing that down to 3.5%, I believe. So.
You say they are bringing it down?
Yes, we'll get a little bit into that as far as...
Is that because of our history or because of statewide trends?
It's because of our history primarily, that we not seeing that increase as much as we would have otherwise.
So they'll stay at 4% for most other entities?
That I don't know. I don't know what their assumption is on that regard. I can tell you that over the 20-year period, the investment impact from this chart has a negative $431 million impact. So the investment returns right now are negative, and then this salary impact over this has a positive $293 million increase. So that's
$140 million difference.
So $293 million, and then when we get into the actuarial assumption changes, when they change their actuarial assumptions, that has a $473 million negative impact on the UAL. So every time the assumptions are changed, like again, every 3 years, you see a little bit of a blip. This is when they change actuarial assumptions. 2012, it was in excess of about $225 million impact on the UAL. And we would expect, based on what the retirement board adopted yesterday, that number for next year will be in the right around the $200 million range for
We do.
Right.
Hardest part with that is that every 3 years they're going to come back, people are living longer.
That's correct.
I mean, in a good sense, but that's what it is. It requires a lot more money to cover them. So,
Does the fact that you have a lot of employees retiring at the same time also impact that? I mean, you take into account the lifetime of the employee and when they're no longer working, when the retirement starts hitting? Does that
Yeah, it
happen?
really has that's a factor of when they retire versus when they were assumed to retire and those types of things. So it's kind of all compiled into the actuarial liability, and it does factor in, but it's not as easily identifiable in that
It does
regard.
seem like there's a wave, where all of a sudden you'll see a lot of our employees retiring as the baby boomers age.
I think we did have one of these years, I don't recall, but the actuarial assumption was decreased in this year from 8 to 7 3/4. And I believe it was decreased in this year from 8 1/4 to 8. So that has a significant impact. The rest are demographic changes. Well, I shouldn't say this is all due to the actuarial assumption change, because there were demographic changes during that period too. But the actuarial assumption change piled on with the demographic changes really has a much more significant impact than the demographic changes. We'll see those continue on regardless of what they do with the actuarial. Yeah. This is our contribution rates over the past number of years. You see below, this is our normal cost. The red is a normal cost. The combined, this is the UAL amortization, the blue line. So you can see the UAL amortization pretty much tracks the overall combined cost. The normal cost generally ticks up and ticks down. Right here it ticked down a little bit because we're assuming it's going to tick down a little bit because of the fact that the 50-50 cost sharing between employees and employers. So there's a little bit less normal cost from the employer standpoint, a little bit more on the employee standpoint. The green line is the combined. That's combined normal. You add these two together and it adds up to the green. Add the red and the blue equals green. For some reason the blue is the UAL, the amortization of the UAL, and that really pretty much tracks. No, it for some reason didn't show up on that chart. But during these years, we had enough UAL, negative UAL, that the actual numbers were negative. So these were the pension holiday years right in through here where there was enough UAL to offset the normal cost. And so those pension holidays are gone now that PEPR is. And I think we had an internal policy that we wouldn't be taking any more. Before PEPR came about, we had an internal policy that we're not going to take any more contribution holidays. This is what the retirement board adopted yesterday as far as their economic review and demographic review. This is what we assumed will be the cost for the normal cost increase for the employer. See, the normal cost increase isn't significant because of the fact that they reduced the salary assumption. So that offsets a little bit the fact that they reduced had some demographic assumption changes and those types of things. They reduced the salary assumption, so that normal cost isn't as significant. Normally, we'd see that about 2% increase relative. If they just did a 1/4% reduction in the actuarial assumption rate, we would see that between 2 and 2.5% increase. So, but the salary reduction that they did offset that quite substantially. The UAL cost we're expecting to be about $17.2 million, and for a total increased cost of about $18 million. Again, these rates don't go in effect until 2016-17, so it'll be next fiscal year. These, just to let you know, we have incorporated these into our projections. They're not in next year's budget because they don't affect next year's budget, but they will have to be incorporated into 16-17.
And how much of that $18 million will be general fund money versus non-general fund?
That's, actuarially speaking, that $18 million is all employers, which the county is about 95% of that.
Right.
And then you take 95% of that, and let's just assume that about a half of that is general fund, and then about a third of that, roughly. I would guess, these are just guesses at this time, $3 or $4 million increase in general fund net county cost out of the $18 million.
Maybe about a third, I would say.
Yeah, a third of
Maybe
a third of these dollars will be
general. Yeah. Well, one thing just to add to that too, in the Becerra Board's action yesterday, they did make these changes, but they also elected not to change the way they calculated the administrative fee, which would have added another $4 to $5 million onto this employer cost. So we really appreciate Becerra's board, and I see Linda Webb there. Thank you. We appreciate their consideration and that determination.
So when we look at our projections, again, these numbers are incorporated into our future year projections. We left up the old ones so you have a point of reference. In November of 12, we were projecting the retirement contribution rates to be in the 33% range. Then we had a little bit of a turnaround in the market, thank goodness. So in April of 13, about 5 or 6 months later, we had brought those numbers, that projection down to about 30%, roughly speaking. A year later, in May of 14, we had, again, another good year in the market. So we brought those down one more time right here. We were expecting the contribution rates to actually start ticking down a little bit, down to the less than 25%, let's say 24% range over the next several years. And then we had the actuarial demographic changes, and that's this purple line here. We expect them to tick up a little bit next in the 16, 17, and then eventually work their way down. The assumptions we've used in this particular chart assume 3.875 return for this fiscal year. So far this fiscal year, the retirement has returned about 3.4%, right in that range. So we've assumed 3.875. Okay, so we've assumed they're going to have a little bit less than their 7 3/4% return for this fiscal year. So we've assumed a lower number in these calculations in our projections, and they do make the assumption that all of the actuarial changes are going to be in there. So we've assumed
So this assumes an actuarial loss this year.
It assumes a investment loss.
I mean an investment loss.
Market-based
investment loss.
Investment loss.
Great.
Well, I should say a market-based investment gain of 3.875, which is less than the actuarial assumption.
Less than the 8%, right. So I really appreciate this, which is showing us, because we sit there with those projections, but this is just an upfront way to say it's difficult to do, to make these projections, but it really helps us put the current projection in perspective when you can see it this way. So my compliments to both of you for giving us the last 4 projections. Not all staff people for all organizations would have the courage to do that. Thank you.
That's right. These are our employer contributions that we're expecting for next fiscal year for our budget 15-16. You see they dipped down a little bit, and a lot of that has to do with the rates were really flat, but the 50-50 sharing has an impact in this regard. So. And then so our projected retirement contribution amounts. These are the dollar contributions versus the rates. And we're assuming that salaries will be increasing at the 3.5 or 4% range. I couldn't guarantee that we have reduced the salary impact down to 3.5 yet.
And this is the total general fund contribution?
Not
net county costs, or
no,
is this the total?
These are total contributions.
Total budget. So this is total for the $2 billion budget.
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct.
All right.
This includes,
so the net county cost is 25% of this?
In that range. If you look at the general fund,
30,
we have about 100.
30%.
I think in the 100
okay.
and I think it's 110 million. It's more than half of the overall.
Yeah.
You're talking about how much is net county cost?
Net county cost, not general fund.
Yeah, it's probably less. Yeah, actually less than a third, because the general fund is the two major non-general fund departments are fire and BCMC. So you take those out of the equation, and the general fund,
So just roughly, if we're 180 million in 2016-17, we're at 65 million net county cost.
Yeah, probably even less than that number, because of the fact when we get reimbursed for the.
Yeah. Thank you.
The general fund portion of that would be a little bit more than half, and then about a third of that roughly would be net county costs, so probably in the $40 million range, I would guess.
Paul, are you assuming that when we go out further out, we just make our assumption rate?
That's correct. From here on out, we just assume the 7.5% return.
So if we have a good year, it can tick it down if we have a good year.
That's right. A good year would tick it down. We just assume that eventually, that the UAL will eventually be paid off over a number of years. And hopefully at this time next year when we make the presentation, that we'll have some good news relative to an out year, because a big piece of the UAL we're expecting to drop off in the future, but we didn't want to say we're going to put a 6 or 7 year projection out here so we can make it look good.
Do these numbers factor in the fact that some of those losses are going to smooth off?
Yes.
So that is built into here, yeah.
This is just to show you that our employer contributions are right where, right the required amount. And then we get into the PEPRA impact.
Thank you, Paul. We wanted to give you just a status report. It's been a little over 2.5 years since PEPRA was passed, and so, how many folks do we have? And we predicted after 5 years we'd have a little over a third. After 10 years, a little bit less than 2/3, but quite a few, 61%, and you see it going up from there. And then just to give you a sense, so right now we got about just a little under 1,500 PEPRA employees.
And we're how many years down the road?
About 2.5 years.
2.5 years, so right on track.
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty much on target.
And just to spice that one up a little bit, actually I think over 1,800 people have actually run through, so we've had 300 come and go since that point in time too.
Yeah. So this is just a little reminder of what's the impact of PEPRA, and we've been asked by your board and others to sort of remind folks when we get a chance, what did PEPRA do? And PEPRA really did have a big impact for our county, particularly when it comes to final comp, and that's where the big reductions were. And just to give you a couple of examples, on a general Tier 2 member, you can see under pre-PEPRA benefit there, this is, the benefit would have been about $39,000. After PEPRA, it'd be about $31,000. So you see about a 21% reduction there. And the safety member, about a 17% reduction. So definitely a significant impact on the more typical employees. One of the things we wanted to highlight too is, there was a lot of talk about, certain higher pension folks and previous CEO and sheriff, and we just thought, well, what if PEPRA were in place today? What would that look like? And you could just see that the dramatic impact it would have is really illustrated. I think in the Tier 1 case, the previous CEO would have been reduced it by about 70%. So just a huge impact. And then you can see for the previous sheriff, almost 50%. So very dramatic impact. When people wonder, was PEPRA really a big impact for our county and our pension costs?
I want to be clear, I'm reading that right. So a final salary of $228,000 for a Tier 1 employee if they were PEPRA.
No, if they were PEPRA, their retirement benefit was $272,000.
Okay, if their retirement benefit, yeah, there we go, $272,000, and their PEPRA.
PEPRA, by comparison, under PEPRA, they would have received $84,000.
Wow, that's a huge.
But we have to understand, PEPRA isn't out 35 years like this is. Ours is out 35 years.
Exactly. No, of course.
We understand that.
It's just for an illustration.
It's a hard way to illustrate, but PEPRA is going to save a heck of a lot of money.
That's it.
As long as we can keep the legislature from not lifting the caps, we'll be in really good shape.
Right. But this is just to illustrate
how
it does.
Yeah, how it works. Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
For some reason mine is not.
That's it.
It is working.
Paul?
It is working quite well.
Appreciate all this stuff. I don't think we have, I see Linda Webb out here. I don't think, we bring her up. We haven't introduced her as a new administrator. I'm not sure all the rest of the board members have met her yet.
Adopting the rates. Adopting the rates.
Good to meet all of you. Appreciate the welcome. Appreciate Paul being so thorough with all of the information that is being passed along on our actual report. It's been a real learning experience for me. This is my first year as the retirement administrator and jumped right into the 3-year study, to the actual report, and hit the ground running. But I also wanted to thank everyone at the county who's been very gracious and welcoming to me and been very patient with me and learning a lot of the ins and outs of the processes. So appreciate that very much. It includes all of our board members and all of your executives. So I appreciate that very much. I'm just here. Paul's got it under control. I'm just here to answer any questions you might have.
So for the benefit of the public, you just introducing, she is the new Visera executive director.
Executive director, what we call administrator, yeah. You can tell with that accent, she comes out of Oklahoma, so we're a little bit different out here. But she's done a tremendous job and really taken a hands-on grip of what's going on over there and really taking leadership, so we really appreciate it.
I appreciate that. I
What
spent half
she's
my
doing.
life in California, then half my life in Oklahoma, and I have both places think I have an accent from the other place. So,
That's right, she was a
but it's good to be
California girl.
back home in California. I was raised in northern LA County, so it's a great, not dodging tornadoes today like Oklahoma.
Yeah,
I appreciate that
well,
very
welcome.
much. But I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Linda, appreciate it.
Okay, is that the wrap-up of the presentation? And we have an action on adoption of the retirement contribution rates as set forth. So, is there a motion? Is there a second? Please vote. And that is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dursey. Okay, now we're just speeding right along here. We're now on our 1:30 time certain item, which is resolutions adopting proposed amendments, including new fees, etc.
Members of the board, Mr.
Good
Powers,
afternoon.
Madam Chair, Scott Powers from the County Executive Office. This is a public hearing to adopt resolutions and county rates and fees for FY 15-16. The revenue generated from these rates and fees will be incorporated in the FY 15-16 prelim budget, which will be made available to your board, presented to your board on June 2nd. This represents a consolidation of almost all county rates and fees, except for the Department of Airports, which is coming later this afternoon. These rates and fees cover a myriad of services provided by the county. I actually counted them. There's 2,100 rates and fees included in here, which really speaks to the breadth and volume.
Are you going to go through each one for us?
I will. Number 12, as you know, there's a few new rates and fees I wanted to point out. GSA has included hourly rates for their electric vehicles and the chargers for them, as well as they've included additional rates for fleet services. They're providing more and more services for non-county entities, school districts, cities within the county, and community college districts. So that concludes my comments. Me and my colleagues are here to answer any questions you might have about the rates and fees for next fiscal year.
Questions, board members? This is a public hearing. No questions from the board. I'll open the public hearing. Anyone in the public wishing to speak to this item? I have no cards submitted. I'll close the public hearing. It's before the board.
I know
for
that
action.
everybody worked really hard to bring these rates down, and to a lot of the stuff that goes to the public and internal
Great
rates and all
job.
that stuff, I know from
Right.
fire and everybody
You got
else.
it.
So.
Well, thank you, Supervisor. And yes, we're not going through each of those rates today, but Scott did and the departments did, and that's a lot of work
Yeah.
to do that, and we appreciate being really mindful of keeping those rates low. So we did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
I note that we will now be charging for ukulele bags in the library department. Okay.
I'll do it for free.
Okay.
Teach you later.
So motion and a second. Please vote.
It's not the public record, is that?
Oh, no, that's on
Oh,
All right, that item passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Powers. Next up, we have item 36, update regarding the 2015 annual homeless persons count.
Look at this, I'm back again. Christy Madden with the County Executive Office. I hope to keep this short and succinct. So today what we want to do is give you a little bit of an overview. First, a little brief review of the results of our 2015 point-in-time count. We'll talk about some of the national best practices to deal with the homeless population. And we'll talk about some of our local successes and give you a brief overview of some of the initiatives of our countywide continuum of care. So we just completed our 8th point-in-time count for the County of Ventura. Realize that this is literally a point-in-time count. The general rule of thumb is that about 4 times this number of people experience homelessness within the course of a year. For the count, we are using HUD's definition of homelessness, which includes people who are literally homeless, those who are on the street, people who are living in emergency shelters, and those who are in transitional housing programs. We continue to see a decline in homelessness throughout the county. There's been about a 35% reduction in homelessness over the last 6 years. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's good. It's good news, no doubt. We'll talk a little bit about unsheltered veterans. There's a national goal. The federal government has issued a challenge to end veteran homelessness by the end of 2015. As of September of 2014, about 225 cities had signed up and joined in the National Conference of Mayors Challenge to end veteran homelessness. Within Ventura County, ending veteran homelessness is really within reach. We have a total of 87 unsheltered veterans that we found in this year's homeless count. Ending homelessness requires finding housing for these people. And as we have discovered, finding housing is difficult. We need to develop new relationships with landlords to accept our vulnerable populations. We need to ensure that we have solid wraparound services for the people so that they are successful in their house status. We need to have funding for housing, and we need to be able to find units quickly. We have several housing authorities in the county have been issued VASH vouchers, and VASH vouchers are like a Section 8 voucher. These vouchers are time limited, so if an individual holding a voucher is unable to find housing within a specific period of time, that individual loses their voucher and it goes to another person. So it's really important that we develop those relationships with landlords to make sure that
and is that because it's a federal requirement that they can only have them for a certain time until they use them?
Yes, and you can get extensions, but the long and the short of it is a specific period of time that they have to be able to find units. And the same problem has been experienced by people with Section 8 vouchers. More and more landlords are not accepting Section 8 vouchers because it's easier for them. There's so much competition for units around the county that they can be very selective in who they decide to rent their properties to. So on this slide, I know that family homelessness has been a particular interest to the board. There were a total of 43 unsheltered families in this year's homeless count. That included 91 children. I want to point out that this number does not include the 66 families that were diverted from the winter warming shelter this year with the board's set-aside funding. I do think it's an interesting observation. According to our homeless management information system, in the 13-14 year, the prior year, there were 16 children that stayed at the winter warming shelter. There were a total of 146 children and 66 families that were diverted to hotels with the board set-aside funding. So I don't know what that says about where those families came from. I don't know if these are people who were doubled up in other situations and saw an opportunity to take advantage of that, but I thought that was an interesting statistic. The national best practices suggest that families be placed into permanent housing as soon as possible, again, talking about relationships with landlords. Just like the rest of the homeless population, the majority of the homeless families and children were found in Oxnard, Ventura, and the city of Simi Valley.
Number 16, what does that mean down at the bottom? For Oxnard, 16?
Well, Oxnard had 16 unsheltered families. It's hard to tell on this, but the top line are the families that are deemed chronic, meaning one of the two adults in the family met the definition of chronic homelessness.
That was about 7 and then 16 of the, okay.
Right. So that certainly the largest number of homeless families were found in the city of Oxnard.
And we have about 206,000 people living there. So.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Exactly. This is a slide that has a breakdown of the service needs of the 451 chronically homeless adults that were counted in the homeless count this year. What's important to see is that, one, the definition of a chronically homeless person is a person who has been on the street continuously for 1 year or had 3 episodes of homelessness within 4 years. Coupled with that, they must have a disabling condition. And many of the needs that you see here are considered disabling conditions. And you will also note that virtually all of these service needs are either being provided for or are needs of county services. So we have predominantly people with chronic physical illness, disabilities, and substance abuse. I should also point out that these are self-reported data, so people who are doing the count are required to record the information as presented by the individual, even if it is clear to the person doing the survey that the person is, drug-induced or mentally ill, and they say no. We also know that several people this year refuse to participate. So even if you encounter a person and they say they don't want to participate in the count, you can't record that. So there may be an underreporting as well. We want to talk a little bit about what's happening, what's working. The rapid rehousing program is working. It's a county-wide program available regionally, and last year there were 622 families that were housed or retained their housing with the rapid rehousing program. Our office is spearheading a county coordinating council, which is bringing together all of the agencies and departments that work with this population. The purpose of this committee is to enhance regional coordination, to try and provide a single point of contact for all things around homelessness so that those inquiries and contacts come to the CEO's office. And we also use this coordinating council to disseminate information to other county agencies about what's going on with our continuum of care. We are implementing a coordinated entry program through the countywide continuum of care, and the coordinated entry means that there's no wrong door. Any homeless person can present at any of our service provider agencies, and theoretically, the open data within HMIS will allow that person to be properly pointed to the services that meet their needs. We are also using this system to prioritize our limited resources for the people who are chronically homeless. The national best practices, the federal government says depending upon the type of population, homeless population that you're dealing with, you should address their needs in a different fashion. People who are chronically homeless are to be provided housing first and permanent supportive housing. Housing First puts people immediately into housing and provides support to them once they are in their house status. It provides ongoing wraparound services to facilitate their success, and there are to be no preconditions to entry, meaning you can't require them to be clean,
so Christy,
sober,
the St. Vincent de Paul is no longer going to do the seasonal shelter,
not going to do the winter warming
and
shelter.
now they're going in the best practice is a permanent
supportive
housing.
Correct.
Which is part of that.
Correct,
Okay.
part of this. For families, rapid rehousing, ideally families get put into very affordable units as soon as possible. And for transitional housing should be reserved for transition-aged youth, recognizing that most of these young adults are not ready to live independently, so they recognize that transitional housing is a good solution for them. Also, for people coming out of detox programs, transitional housing can help prepare them to be stable and ready for independent living.
If I could, I just want to point out, the last bar chart that you showed talked about how for chronic homelessness they had to be both long-term homeless and have some other chronic condition. And you pointed out all of those conditions are things that are addressed by current county services. Very accurate statement. The second half of that is, as you get to this, best practices calls for the solution is housing. For each one of these things, it's housing.
Right.
So we can provide services like crazy. We could knock it out of the park with services. but we have to have our partners in the cities help us with the housing element of this, you know, in terms of it getting built. And, you know, it's a two-way street. And I'm not saying they're not doing anything. They want to make sure we're doing a great job with services. But it clearly needs to be recognized that where our focus is on services. We have guidelines for orderly development, other things. We're not big housing providers in a county like this. Cities are the housing providers, and there's been at least some difficulty getting adequate housing for these three populations here, right, in terms of that. So,
I would agree.
So they think that should be our constant narrative as we talk, as it's a partnership, and it's cities for the housing, us for the services. We got to get that if we want to follow best practices.
Exactly. So what are some of the goals for the current year for our countywide continuum of care? We're developing and implementing the coordinated entry system that I mentioned earlier. It does require open access to data, so we are currently working with County Council and getting waivers from both the participants, the providers in the system, and the users of the system to allow us to see their information so we can most appropriately direct them to services. We're prioritizing our very limited housing resources for the most vulnerable, and in large part that's to be consistent with the national best practices. And we're encouraging all agencies, even our non-HUD funded agencies, to use HMIS, the Homeless Management Information System. I want to also bring to your attention that in the fall we are going to be hosting a system design clinic with the National Alliance to End Homelessness. This is a real unique opportunity for us to partner with a nationally renowned organization. We're funding this through a Continuum of Care Planning grant that we received a couple of years ago. They're going to do a comprehensive survey of providers, users of the system, and members of the public to gauge current sentiment about the homeless issue. They will also use data, concrete information out of our point-in-time count, our housing information count, point-in-time information, and gather all of that, and then frame a conversation with the people in the System Design Clinic, including our Continuum of Care Board, to help frame a regional comprehensive strategy for dealing with homelessness in the county. So we're very excited about that. We're also in the process of building and expanding on the Continuum of Care Board. We're reaching out to partners who have not historically been at the table. We're reaching out to people like Gold Coast and AMR and some of these other groups who deal a lot with this population, and bringing them to the table and engaging them in this conversation. There's also been expanded interest and participation from the healthcare industry, given the Affordable Care Act and the upcoming waiver to Medicaid that may open up some opportunities to help pay for housing out of the healthcare funding as well. So
if I could, before you go on,
yeah.
Actually, your next slide works just as well. I don't know if any of you had a chance to read the recent Steve Lopez. He's been doing a series from time to time in the LA Times about homelessness, and he called elected officials to task, saying, you guys keep saying you're going to end homelessness, and we got hit with this thing a while ago. Adopt this 10-year plan to end homelessness. Did anybody really believe we're going to end homelessness in 10 years? And Steve Lopez said, stop it. Stop saying you're going to end homelessness in 10 years. Be honest about what the problems are, about what you can get done, so that you don't get distracted or create this sort of false conversation out there. So I have for the last few years been raising this issue of we need to come up with a better name than this 10-year plan to end homelessness that we're at about 7 or 8 years on now. And does anybody think we're going to end homelessness in 2 years? Be realistic is the best way for us to, and it should be our plan to reduce homelessness in Ventura County. Pick a goal, 50%. What an amazing accomplishment, right? But Lopez makes that point. I think we should start making that point. So I know as that conference is coming, I just would like to begin the dialogue with with our staff, with our Board of Supervisors, that I would like to see Ventura County start to take some leadership towards changing that. That was presented to us in the mid-2000s, and I remember this, the greatest line was, "Don't worry about the money." Right? The money will be there. If you commit to these policies, we'll guarantee you the money will be there. That was what was brought by, what was his name?
Philip Mangano.
Philip Mangano from the federal government came here, and it was like, how naive are we supposed to be? But everybody went, wow, this is sexy, So we got to end the sexy side of it and do the hard work part of this and stuff. So thank you.
Can I ask a question too?
Yes.
We do surveys of the homeless folks and finding out where they're coming from, their ages, how long they've been. Do we ever survey with questions to them about, what do you think is the most important thing right now? I mean, well, we obviously, as looking, can say, well, you need a home, but to actually get their input on what they think is important and put them in the situation they have. And you're talking about doing a survey now, and I just thought, I really haven't heard from them, and I'm wondering if we can incorporate some of those kind of questions.
That's not historically been part of the point in time count, which is kind of a HUD mandated thing, but I definitely think that the types of questions that you're talking about are going to be part of this survey that will be done by the National Alliance to End Homelessness to say, what is it that you need? I mean, and with all due respect to Mr. Mangano, I mean, he does say that reaching out to the clients and asking them what they want. I mean, heaven forbid that we should find out what these residents want.
We may surprise ourselves.
Exactly.
And then we might be able to deal with their needs better.
Exactly. And to the supervisor's point, my final slide, the key in ending homelessness is housing and a key. And I want to highlight a couple of things. We're not going to build our way out of this problem. I want to bring to your attention that the last couple of projects that have been completed in this county for low-income housing, some of which has been targeted to a homeless population, has run about $500,000 a unit to build. And that's in large part, I mean, talking to Supervisor Foy's comment earlier about the farm worker housing, a lot of it has to do with you have this competitive nature of competing for funds, and you have to put all these extra little things on the project to make your tiebreaker score go up, and it just increases the cost for the projects. So we need to get creative, and the Continuum of Care has been looking at things like tiny houses, container housing, maybe doing master leasing, maybe converting commercial properties or old hotels to single-room occupancy, much like what the El Patio did in downtown Ventura. We have to start thinking outside of the norm of a traditional low-income housing complex for our homeless population. So that's what we need to do. We already mentioned that the winter warming shelter was the last year, theoretically, for this year. The need still exists for small-scale, year-round emergency shelters, not just nighttime shelters like the winter warming shelter. I'll remind you that your board set aside some money for matching funds for emergency shelter. There's still about $950,000 sitting there available for that. If and when projects come forward, I would suggest that before we allocate those funds, we make sure that wherever that project goes, getting to Steve Bennett's point, wherever that project goes, that community have a plan for exiting those people to permanent housing. Because it doesn't really make a lot of sense for us to create, emergency shelters if there's no plans to move people on to permanent housing.
Christy, do we have a list of individuals that are willing to rent their homes and their rooms and so forth?
We don't, but that's another interesting. I mean, it's kind of like the home share program kind of that model. Mm-hmm. And maybe for some members of our homeless population, that would be appropriate. We have to be, sensitive to the needs of the individuals.
And how do we convey the message to the public?
Well, maybe we can take advantage of that in the survey that's coming up before we do the system design clinic. That would be a great opportunity.
Okay.
And just a couple of quick statistics about the winter warming shelter. This year, there were 862 unduplicated people who stayed in the winter warming shelter this year. An interesting statistic is that 137 of those people were from out of county. So I don't know if that would change if we go to smaller localized shelters if that number would go down. So that concludes my presentation. I'd like to take an opportunity to briefly just introduce Tara Caruth. She's new on my staff, dealing with homeless programs and hitting the ground running. So she's our eyes and ears out there on the street with this issue.
Well, I appreciate the report. We can't lose sight that we have made progress. I think we have much stronger communication and collaboration. There's certainly room to grow there. I think that looking at, creative solutions in front of us, tiny houses, whatever it may be, you still have to bring the community along.
Right.
And that will continue to be the challenge, and that's where the cities have to help us. And I mean, we are the providers of services, but the cities are the place where the folks are living and struggling. And to take over an abandoned or vacant motel sounds like that's easy and can accomplish that and turn it into an SRO until you run into neighborhood issues with it. So, I appreciate that we have now at least the collaboration around the table with the continuum of care discussion. That's helpful. So that folks do continue to appreciate that we really are all in this together, particularly if we're going to target veterans and children. And with the projections of El Nino, which, yes, we all really would like a wet winter, and with St. Vincent's stepping out of what they're providing, we have to have that conversation about, okay, what if this does materialize into a 1998 storm season? How are we going to be ready? How can we be ready? We must be ready.
Absolutely.
Just very quick, and I appreciate Christy and her team coordinating all this information and the services, and internally coordinating with all the county departments, because there's so much that this county does. And I think it's great now that we are focusing on the housing piece, but I don't want to take for granted. I see Barry from HSA and Joan from Healthcare Agency out there. This county provides an unusual amount of services, social services, medical, mental health services in the right way to homeless individuals in our county. They're not flooding the ERs. HPRP is trying to get them and keep them in housing and apartments in their families. And the hospital is providing tens of thousands of community-based clinic visits to diagnose and treat folks and keep them out of the ER. So I want to lay that platform for all the things that are happening on a daily basis to put us in a position where we can identify this population and say, let's target it now with housing. So.
Also, society's changing. You're seeing new ways of mobility, Uber and Lyft, and right now we're looking at things like home share, where people have extra rooms in their homes. So I think we need to also start seeing where we might be able to do that too, and utilizing kind of the shared economy.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, and I point out we actually funded an executive director for home share just to move us into that field when the volunteer organization was basically running out of energy, as she was the volunteer that had been running home share, and they're doing a nice job, but there's so much more that can be done in that area.
Well, and we funded rapid rehousing.
Sure, right. I would point out that when we're back in Washington and we ask for help funding housing for homeless, an answer we oftentimes get is, we already provide X amount of Section 8 to you, right? So, we provide the Section 8, you guys have to come up. So after having that meeting in Washington, I know Supervisor Long and I coordinated one of these stakeholder meetings, and we made sure that the area housing authorities were there. And we said, hey, we need some of the Section 8 housing to be set aside for homeless. So when we find a homeless person, we can at least get them in for a temporary period of time. Can you set aside some small percentage? We got complete resistance from the Ventura County Area Housing Authority at that meeting, and I see Christy nodding her head. It was, no, we're not going to set that aside for housing. we then contacted the Ventura Housing Authority, and we got tremendous cooperation. They set aside housing for transitional youth. They set aside a certain number of housing so we got some Section 8s from them. And that's part of the advantage, I think, of the culture of Loretta McCarthy being able to hopefully at least be shared with our area housing authority, because they certainly, now after Ventura did that and we pressed, there's been some mild suggestion that they be cooperative with this, but certainly not the wholesale kind of acceptance that we got from the Ventura Housing Authority. So it's one of the reasons why I think we made the right decision there. But certainly part of the housing solution is to have our housing authorities that are funded by the federal government be part of the problem, rather than just saying, no, that's not going to be an area that we're going to we're going to give any points for or prioritization of, which is where we were. Supervisor Long, you were there at that same meeting, right?
Absolutely.
Thank
have
you.
to be part of the solution.
That's right.
Understanding it's regional.
Absolutely. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank
Okay.
you, as
Thank
always.
you very much.
Final thing I just have to say, we have a great team working on homelessness, and you've done a good job of coordinating a bunch of really good players in your office, Carol Shulkin, but the team it really feels like it's coming together compared to where it was 10 years ago. It is so much more cohesive, and so congratulations to everybody, and thank you to the CEO for making sure that we sort of pull that energy together under the leadership of Christy. So thank you very much.
We have made progress on that.
We have.
Thank you, Christy.
This is receive and file action. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. So here we are at our 2 o'clock time certain item. It's item 37, and you don't look a day older, Mrs. Hughes.
Thank you.
Or two. This is to approve and accept Proposition 84, Drought Integrated Regional Water Management Grant Offer.
You going to time me? Good afternoon, Chair Long, members of the board. Mr. Powers, for the record, Sue Hughes with the CEO's office.
That's right.
Oh, good. My PowerPoint is all ready to go. So I also have Lynn Rodriguez in the audience, who, as you know, does the planning part of this IRWM process. But I thought it might be a little helpful if we took a step back here for a second. When we first started doing this all started in 2002 with the passage of Proposition 50. And Proposition 50 was a multi-billion-dollar water bond, and contained in that was funding for something that was new to everyone in the water world, integrated regional water management planning. And it was new to all of us when we started this in 2002. And none of us really knew, and I think, quite frankly, the state, this was something new for them. They didn't really know what to do either. So Lynn and I always like to use this little chart, because when we first started working, it was like, well, who's included in this? And then you realize everybody's included, and all those arrows should actually go from one to the other to each other, because everyone that touches water or is in a watershed is affected by this integrated regional water management planning.
So pardon me for the interruption, but so these are agencies that oftentimes used to compete for grant money, now coming together and working collaboratively for the same grants.
Absolutely.
Wow, it can happen, huh? Wow, okay, thank you.
It was an interesting beginning, though, I have to say. So when you look at a chart like this, you do realize that this is not an easy, simple process, but you have to start with something. And we thought the best way to do this was to invite everyone to the party. So it touches anything that has anything to do with anything with water or inside of a watershed. But in order to get any of that funding in Proposition 50 way back in 2002, 13 years ago, you had to develop a plan. So as time went on, in 2006, the County of Ventura, your board, adopted our first IRWM plan. And we used that plan through the passage of Proposition 50 when we did the Proposition 50 grants. But when Proposition 84 was passed by the voters in 2006, the game changed a little bit, because the state added some things into the plan because they figured out how to do it a little bit better and decided what other things should be added to it. Because, as I said, in 2002 it was new for the state too. So one of the requirements through Proposition 84 was that you update your original plan, and there were some regions in the state who hadn't written a plan at all, so it gave them an opportunity to write a plan. So our plan expert is Lynn Rodriguez, and I don't know what we would do if we didn't have Lynn, because she has the most, her history for water is like nobody I know. She's been in the water world for a long, long time. So our plan was updated and was adopted by several agencies. And in order to be eligible for funding, you absolutely must adopt the plan if you want to be one of the participants in funding. So just to go back a little bit, and you were given handouts. So the very first one is this same map that shows you the 32 projects that we've done or are in the process of doing to date through Proposition 50 and Proposition 84. So the very first handout is this map that gives you an idea of where the projects are in the watershed. The second handout lists all 32 projects. I will tell you that 13 of those projects are finished. The rest of them are in process, so there's currently 19 projects that are underway in 3 grants. Proposition 84 Round 1, Proposition 84 Round 2, and the drought round that I'm bringing to your board this afternoon. But it gives you an idea of where those projects are and just how many. To me, it's astounding that you look at that and you think, since 2007, the first time we took a grant to your board for Proposition 50, we now have 32 projects either done or underway as part of that. I will back up and say that that third handout, this one, the one on this, we've color-coded them because it's a lot easier in my office if I can figure out which round I'm talking about. So everything under the blue line are Proposition 50 projects. All of those are finished. Everything under the green line is round 1 of Prop 84. And as a reminder, in Proposition 84, we compete with LA County and the Upper Santa Clara River watershed. There was $215 million in Proposition 84 for our funding area. And thank goodness we compete with LA, because the funding area, if we went Central Coast and we're part of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo, is a smaller amount. And we've done quite well competing against Los Angeles County. So everything under the green line is part of that $215 million. For us, it's under the green line is $18 million. Under the yellow line, that's another $18 million. And then under the red line, that's what we're talking about today, is the drought round. So that's what completes those 32 projects. I will tell you, though, under Proposition 50, we got some information from the Department of Water Resources. Only 1/3 of the grant agreements that they issued in the 2007-2008 time period are completed. Only 1/3. Ours has been done for more than a year. I will tell you that our friends to the south of us, Los Angeles County, they still have an active Proposition 50 grant. We've tried for many cycles to say that you should get extra points in your application if you can prove that you've spent your money as you've brought it in. That'll be important in the final round of funding that we do, that we're in the process of doing now.
And can their money be reallocated to us?
Not yet.
So they don't lose that money?
Not yet, they haven't.
So they have a timeline for...
They just keep extending their grant out, I'm guessing, probably for an additional year while those projects get finished.
And they got to do it then.
And, you know, there are challenges. Sometimes there's delays because of regulatory issues or funding issues or whatever kind of issues come up. So I can understand that there's delays. But when I look at this, I thought to myself, I have to manage all of these. I don't need a fourth one. So people, get your projects done. So, and they've all heard me say that before. So that's what, makes it a little bit more fun. So this gives you, like I said, an idea of where those projects are. The longer sheet shows you exactly which projects in what watershed, each one of these projects, where they're located. So this gives you an idea when we first started doing this. This is the funding we've received since 2005. So in the last 10 years, and the math doesn't work out on the longer sheet only because we didn't include the planning grants. So in planning grants alone, we've gotten $1.2 million to help us write the plan and do a couple of special additional studies that we've done. And then in Prop 50, which is closed out, $25 million in round one of Prop 84, which your board accepted in May of 2012, so 3 years ago this month. $17.5 million, $18 million in round two. That was accepted in April of 2014, so a little over a year ago. And then today I'm here with the Prop 84 drought round, which is that $8.35 million for total funding since 2005 of $70 million, which we think is kind of cool for Ventura County residents to see that kind of funding.
Sue, can you do the calculation for us and send it to us of, so what percentage, if you add the total amount of money that was available for planning grants, Prop 50, Prop 84, Grant 1, 2, and the drought implementation, what was the total amount of state funding for all of those? And was it $700 million and we're getting 10% of it, or was it $500 million and we're getting 17% of it? Can you do a calculation and get that for us, or do you know that already?
We can, and we can tell you, Lynn, what's the percentage? Do you remember what the percentage is just out of 84 in our 215? We've run in like 34. So so if you look at just Proposition 84, where we can only compete for that $215 million with the Upper Santa Clara region and LA County, of that $215 million, we've brought in 34% of it.
And we represent what percentage of the population?
A whole lot less than what they do in Los Angeles.
A whole lot less than 34%?
About what percent?
Population. So the population that it's LA County and who else?
The Upper Santa Clara, which is essentially still LA County. So we are competing only because there's 3 applications that go in. So we are competing with the entire geographic region of Los Angeles County.
Right, and we represent about 10% of that population, and we got 34% of the Prop 84 grant, right? And can you don't have to do it right now, but can you get it to us for Prop 50 and
sure,
and any planning grants? I mean, I think it's a great statistic that complements you guys in terms of what you've done. So
we can do that. We can get that for you. While I'm here today to talk about the drought round, and you're accepting the drought round grant on behalf of the WCVC and all of its project proponents, I do want to take a little side trip here and tell you that we are right now working on the final round of funding for Prop 84. All that's left out of that bucket of money is $40,039,000. That means we're competing for that $40 million with Los Angeles County, the Upper Santa Clara region, and WCVC. We've already selected our projects, so our projects that will go forward in the application that is due August 7th, which we're working on right now, is $13.3 million unless a project or two should happen to fall out. That's keeping in line with our 34%. So we thought it'd be fitting that we sort of ask for what we've always received. Plus, we've done really well on grant applications. We have never, knock on wood, ever not gotten exactly what we've asked for. This time it's going to be much harder because Los Angeles County, in writing, has said, yeah, we're going to ask for somewhere between 25 and 40 million, and there's only 40 million available. And we already know that the Upper Santa Clara is going to be putting in an application for 16. Well, if you add the Upper Santa Clara 16 and our 13.3, well, you're just shy of $30 million, and I don't think LA is going to only ask for 10. So this final round that we're working on right now is going to be hugely competitive. And that is when those grant applications and every project proponent needs to tell their story the best way that they possibly can for showing the best amount of water savings that we can, or water quality, whatever their benefit is for the grant application. So today's round, as you can see, this is the latest map that comes out of the U.S. Drought Monitor. And Ventura County, like a lot of other counties, is completely in the exceptional drought category. It doesn't look like it's getting any better. I'm with Supervisor Long. Let's be hoping for an El Nino. We'll have a much different conversation. But we need hundreds of days of rain, I think, to get us out of where we are now. And this is what the governor calls the drought round, because he accelerated the money so it would come out sooner rather than later. These are the projects that are in this drought round that I bring to you today. So as you can see, again, we're across all 3 watersheds. 2 of the projects are managed by the County of Ventura. The very first one by the Watershed Protection District, it's an ag water use efficiency program. And somewhere on here I have some dollar amounts, I think, for what they're worth. And then the El Rio retrofits for a groundwater recharge project. That is essentially the same type of project that Public Works did out in the parking lots here with the pervious concrete. So those are the 2 projects
that's
there.
That's over in St. Mary's, right? St. Mary's Drive. And
there's so many projects, I don't
Halcombe,
remember where the map, where it is on the map. I'll
That's a
have to
good
look at
project.
the map. But again, another segment of the salinity management pipeline is part of this grant application, along with a really interesting project I thought was the Casitas project, and that's an aeration project because of how low their water levels are and the lack of oxygen that's in the water currently. So those are the projects that we're bringing forward in this round, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have about this one or anything that's coming up in the future.
I do have a couple questions, Chair. Yeah, and that is on the salinity pipeline. I don't know whether it's you or whether Callegas can answer. If that goes forward, where will that take the salinity pipeline? How far will it be extended? Can you help us with that?
I still want to say Selmas, but I don't know if I'm right.
You are correct.
Okay.
Susan Mulligan, General Manager, Callegas. That would take it to Somas.
To Somas.
To Somas, right. We'll be complete to Camarillo within a year. We're in parts of Camarillo, but we'll be complete to North Camarillo within a year, and this would be a Somas project probably done in about a year.
And then how much further do we have to go from there? We've got to go to Moore Park?
Moore Park desalter would be another reach a few miles, and then the plan would be to take off from Camarillo and run up Santa Rosa Valley up to City of Simi Valley, which allows the Conejo Valley, Simi Valley, and Santa Rosa Valley, which all have salinity problems, to make use of that
Okay,
pipe.
so we're going to be into North Camarillo, and then if this project goes forward, it takes us to Somas.
Correct.
All right, and then two areas that still need to go would be going up Santa Rosa Valley and also going to the Moore Park desalter.
Correct.
And is there anything beyond the Moore Park desalter that we're trying to take the plan out?
On that branch, it would end at the Moore Park desalter.
And on the Santa Rosa branch, how far out would that go?
The plan is to take it to Simi Valley.
All the way to Simi Valley?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And is there a prioritization between those two?
We are looking at when projects get through CEQA. For example, the Moore Park desalter, we have the alignment laid out, but when that gets through CEQA and gets through perhaps its GMA approval, then we'll know it's a go, we'll know what size the pipe should be, and we should be ready to get that done and by the time they need it.
So is the commitment that whichever one gets through CEQA first is the one that you will be funding first?
We have put money aside in our 10-year financing plan to do both reaches.
Okay.
So it's really just a question of timing.
When they get themselves
right.
forward.
We don't want to spend money
Great.
too far ahead of the desalters.
Okay, thank you.
Since you're at the podium, anything else you wanted to add to this item? I see you asked to speak, Susan. So.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, I did ask to speak, and very briefly, I just wanted to thank all of you, the county, for your leadership on taking on the agreements for this, having your staff, Sue and Lynn, manage the very difficult process of bringing us all together and managing the paperwork associated with this. I mean, your leadership all these years, yes, we're approving drought projects right now. These projects probably, unless it's a very long drought, won't help us through this drought, but all that money that's gotten approved and the projects that have gotten built that are on that map, they've made this unprecedented drought a little bit less difficult for Ventura County because they did fund some local resource projects that are producing water now. So thank you very much, and we all really appreciate your leadership.
Thank you.
If I could ask one other question, and this is for Sue. Yeah, and Sue, you had the 8 projects listed there. Are they listed in priority order? So let's say the state gives us $10 million instead of 13. Do we do projects 1 through 6 or 1 through 7?
Okay, so these particular projects that are up on this presentation, we have that money. So those projects will all get finished.
Okay.
Those projects are in.
The 13.
What's happening with the final round of projects, so there are
drought
5 projects in the final round, one of which is the Moore Park DeSalter project, which is a $7 million ask in that that would be a chunk of that larger DeSalter cost. So what happens, what the group has always said, this is always what they've said, but they've never had to do it, is if we get less, let's say we ask for 10, but we only get 8, do we just pull a project that's $2 million? So what we've always done in the past is said, we'll do it percentage-wise. So you're all in, if you're all in for your, let's say you're getting $2 million, but we have to cut you by 20%, can you still be in? And everyone has always said yes. This final round is going to be a little more complicated than that, and there's some little project things going on where people are going to have to decide, am I in or am I out? And it's expensive to apply for these. You have to pay for the cost of applying for the grant.
Okay, thank you. The final thing I just want to say is, here in Ventura County and just in California and the West in general, about the cushiest job in the world is coordinating water policy and coordinating with people. So, I'd like to say you've done a nice job, but it's such an easy job, doing it. So, but anyway, congratulations.
Thank you.
Pulling all these disparate organizations together that used to compete is no small task. So, well done.
Thank you.
I thought all that stuff you were saying, but you were going to give her a big raise or something for all this stuff she's been doing.
A percentage of the grants,
yeah,
right?
as I say,
Her commission.
So on the project for Oxnard, the groundwater replenishment reuse project, where's that at? Is that part of the GREAT program or?
No, it's completely separate. The El Rio project, it'll almost, it'll be a lot like, almost exactly like what we did in the parking lot here, where they took out, and the El Rio project that's on.
No, that one I know about. The other one, the reuse project, aquifer storage and recovery.
Oh, that's part of Oxnard's project. That's actually a well, and it'll be put in over by the old Oxnard High School.
Okay.
So it's part of their recycled water system. So that well goes in there. So I guess essentially a little bit of it is part of the bigger overall GREAT project.
Part of the GREAT program.
Yeah.
I know about the one in El Rio,
Right.
so good. Thank you.
And in the future round, you're looking at working with the City of Thousand Oaks, is that correct?
The City of Thousand Oaks has always been a participant in the Cayugas Creek watershed. The way we do this is sort of bottom.
I mean a project in their area.
Yes.
Thank you.
They're included in all of our discussions.
Good. So we might be seeing a grant for a project in their area coming up in the next round.
Well, and keep in mind, too, what will be nice is with Proposition 1, we've got another $7.5 billion water bond that was passed. There's a lot less money in that for integrated regional water management. There's only $98 million. I say that like I have that on my checking account. There's only $98 million available in our region, which is a lot different than the 215. So.
Okay, great job as always, herding the cats. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. There weren't any public requests on that, by the way, in case there was anyone wishing to. There wasn't any public request. Thank you. Go forth.
And I'm also number 38.
Number 38. I knew that. So you are wiser. Number 38.
Number 38 is the contract between the County of Ventura and Kennedy Jenks Consulting, and they're the technical experts in all of this. Because I'm not technical, I couldn't tell you how many linear feet of this size or that size pipe fit into some other size pipe. So the project proponents have asked that we, again, contract with this firm because they're the ones that have the expertise in putting all the progress reports together. So. And the invoicing, because our very first invoice package is usually over 2,000 pages. So
they put the agreements together.
They
Any
put
questions
the
on that?
invoices together.
The invoices together, yeah.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
There's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you. Happy birthday. Old wise one. Is that what I call you now?
Old and wise one?
Just wise.
And it was Brian's birthday yesterday, too.
Coming out now.
All right, board members, and full speed ahead here. We go to item 39, and it is the public hearing regarding the approval of the Department of Airport fiscal year rent and fee schedule. Mr. Todd, you're up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Powers. My name is Todd McNamee. I'm your Director of Airports for the County of Ventura. So in the interest of time, I've shortened the presentation up. We'll try and keep it brief for you. Just a reminder on the public process, we've done a lot of outreach, knowing that this might be controversial to try and actually achieve the rates that we approved 5 years ago. But it does represent somewhere between an 8 and 10% increase. I would remind you that the Commission and the authorities both approved staff recommendations for the full increase. And I say that because we did offer at one time a compromise to try and smooth it over 2 years. The hangar owners rejected that compromise, and while we left it on the table, neither the Commission or the authority chose to pursue that path. So let's get back to policy. Policy is really full cost recovery compared to market rate, and then with hangars and tie downs, we do 2 years of CPI every other year, and then on the 5th year, we do cost recovery analysis. So why do we do that? One, obviously, to make sure our costs are recovered. The other is to make sure that we're not setting rates so high that we're driving businesses out of Ventura County. And then the other is to make sure that they're not so low that we invite everybody to take over Ventura County from outside of our local area, putting pressure on our local pilots. And just a reminder on the excess revenue from the business park, it's clear in the rent and fee policy that it's not supposed to be used to subsidize aviation rates, but it does allow us to pay for capital improvements on the aviation side. So in a sense, that means the users of the aviation side of the house don't have to pay for some of those capital improvements, thus allowing us to keep rates lower and more competitive. So for private hangar owners, it's a penny per square foot per month, about a $15 a month increase. County hangars, it's about double that, $30 a month because the hangars are smaller. When we look at comps, Whiteman that we used as a comp in 2010 at 33 cents is now at 49 cents, so we're already falling behind again. We're not looking to go to 49 cents. We're looking to achieve the rates that were approved back in 2010. If we applied that same ratio, private hangars would be at 18.5 cents. And then talking with the Santa Monica airport manager today, they're actually going to 26 cents per square foot for private hangars. And a lot of discussion came up about the auto storage that's been happening out at the airport, and it's a one-time money. Yes, it's generating hundreds of thousands of dollars over the 6 months that it's been there. I think we're in excess of 300,000. We might get to $500,000. It's one-time money. Well, in discussion with behavioral health, you saw a project coming up there that's about $9 million. We're on the hook now to fix a parking lot that's adjacent to that project. That's probably going to be a couple $100,000 that we didn't have in our budget that the money from the auto storage can help pay for. So I don't feel it appropriate to count on those one-time monies to not continue down a path to increase rates when for the long haul it's something we need to do.
Why do we have to fix that?
Because it's not in their project scope. It's adjacent parking lot that serves another part, another entity. It's actually probation. And so rather than just tie up all brand new facilities and then have it abut an older parking lot that's coming apart, then we're going to take care of that at the same time and try and realize the benefit of economy of scale in doing that parking lot project at the same time they're doing theirs.
So it's not that they're going to use it, you're just...
No, it's a parking lot that needs some help, and we want to do it at the same time to
But it
realize
wasn't
the
something you're
cost
planning until this thing came around?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
So, assuming we move forward with the full increase, it does amount to about $244,000 worth of new revenue for us. There's a lot of discussion about what the standing agreement is. The standing agreement in 2010 was let's do 10% a year for 3 years. That was the board resolution. In 2011, we offered a compromise. Let's do 5 plus CPI until rates are achieved. It still included discussion on the 5-year cost recovery analysis. In other words, this year, doing that analysis and seeing where things are, and if we thought it appropriate to recommend adjusting rates beyond CPI, then doing so, and that's where we are. Both of those compromises in 2010 and 11 were offered because the economy was in the tank and the price of fuel was high. Both of those things are trending more positively now. And based on the next 2 slides, I truly don't feel staff is either violating an agreement or reneging on an agreement, as you may hear in some testimony today from the public. So a quick soundbite, if I can get our AV guys to play this for you. This is from our airport authority meeting in 2011 when we made this compromise for CPI. Again, the market, as it recovers, the CPI will reflect that, and then that will determine how fast we get to the ultimate rate that we want to be at, which
depends on what happens following.
yeah, and in 4 more years, we'll be at another cost recovery analysis, and we'll get a very thorough look at it again anyways. So discussion about how we would do the cost recovery analysis to see where things stand. Didn't say we would raise rates. It didn't say we wouldn't. It just said we'd do the analysis. This is your board meeting from 2011. If I can get them to hit play on this, please.
Before we were going to go 10, 10, 10 to get your 30 over, compounded was probably some number of 30-something percent.
About 33.
33. And then you're going to say, now it's the 10 we did last time, and this compromise, and then CPI after. So how long will it take you to get what you originally did?
What's the crystal ball on the CPI? Even if it was sort of historical average of 3% a year, it's going to drag it out some number of years.
So it is. So in one sense, what we had done approved, so we are trying to make even, not just a short-term compromise, but a long-term compromise to try to keep these prices down as long as possible and just use the CPI. So you're not going to get, the airports are not going to get as much of the money quicker. So we're going to have to do a little bit and try to make it easier on all the tenants. And
this year we're looking at not collecting around 85,000. Let's assume some CPI increase next year, so maybe it's 80,000 we're giving up next year, et cetera, and that number will shrink as the CPI gets us caught up.
Sure.
In 4 more years, though, we'll be back at the 5-year window for a full cost recovery analysis, and we can look at where we are and see how things are doing. The same airports that we did comparables. So it's staff's understanding that we didn't sign up for a perpetual CPI that may go 10 or 20 years. It was that we would look at it again this year, see where things are. Well, how are things doing now? It's still an imbalance where I don't think that the hangars and tie-downs are necessarily paying their share. Well below market, and adjustments needed to cover cost, and that's why we're recommending something beyond CPI. And so this is results of our cost recovery analysis, and so you have the big cost center is the airfield, runway, and taxiway. That's where most of our capital dollars are spent. Even though a lot of that's grant money, this doesn't necessarily reflect grant money, but the local match and then other work we do. And then these are the income providers for that area, and the hangars and tie-downs are still the smallest number and historically have been. There's always going to be some imbalance. We might add a hangar project like at Camarillo. That will boost hangar and tie-down revenue in the long haul, but there's always commercial development going on in the business park or on the aviation side. So we're just trying to get it as balanced as we can, but historically this has been on the low end, and we're trying to bring that up a bit. And I'll address your hangar question. I know you've got when we get there. But so again, looking at rates, Whiteman at 33 cents back in 2010 is now at 49 cents. Santa Monica was at 15 cents, and they're in July, they're going to 26 cents. And so based on appraisal. So we're, again, going to be sort of behind. So at 2010, we actually approved getting to 33 cents. Well, actually, okay, so when we started down that path, we were at 9.5 cents. And we wanted to get to 12.5. Right now, 5 years later, we're at 11.5. So we were trying to get that last penny. And so the need. So you'll see next month when we do our budget presentation that we're showing about $900,000 net income for the airports combined. We're going to spend about $650 on capital, and then we're on the hook for about $162,000 for roads and lighting projects in the business park area. So really, we're going to be putting $100,000 in cash with this, with the increases improved in there or approved in there. It also, there's no large grant project for Oxnard in that capital budget. If we tried to smooth that out, you'd basically pull half of that $244K out, and now all of a sudden we're operating net negative cash. And then if you just went CPI of 0.73%, your negative net cash for retained earnings or reserves of $123,000. So ultimately, what do we defer in our capital work? Really just looking to get back to standard policy with this. The way it works now are hangars and tie-downs. It's, again, every 2 years they get 2 years worth of CPI, and then on the 5th-year cost recovery analysis. So doing the increase this year, their increase next year is 0%. There's no increase. And then 2 years after that, it'll be 2 years worth of CPI. Same thing, 0, and then 2 again, and then a cost recovery analysis. The formula's worked for many years. It's when we have these adjustments along the way that it brings a few more of our tenants out than we'd normally have at these rent and fee discussions. So it also, for the long-term leases, we get back on the 5-year increments, which is actually what's written in the leases. We got them to agree to 1-year incremental changes based on CPI instead of going full rate. And then just a reminder again that both the Commission and the airport authorities approved staff recommendations as you have in your board letter. That's the report.
Okay, board members, are there questions? There are public comments on this. Mr. Zaragoza.
Yeah, Madam Chair, as you know, I'm on the Airport Authority as well as you are, but I just want to share with the board that the Advisory Board and the Airport Authority did approve the rent, fees, and insurance. And as I mentioned before in the Airport Authority, the airport is an enterprise fund, a self-supporting enterprise fund that really has nothing to do with the general fund. And of course, for the last 5 years, we basically have been kicking the can, and now we need to adjust the rates. And I know that some of the discussion was that why don't we use the automobile storage dollars, the one-time dollars, and well, my understanding is that it's not a good way to do things. It's best to go ahead and adjust the rates now, so then next year and the following year we get back on track again with zero increases, as was shared by Todd. So I still believe that that we had the standing agreement that we go to CPI plus a cost of doing business. So I just want to assure that the Airport Authority and the Advisory Board did approve of the rate, fees, and insurance.
I just I'll report out that, because it was reported to the Airport Authority that the advisory body voted 4 ayes in favor, 1 no against, and there were 2 abstentions. And the Airport Authority's vote was unanimous.
With 2 abstentions.
Just for the record.
Oh, no, there was 1 no, actually, Bill Little from the city of Camarillo.
Yep.
There was, yeah,
right. So it was actually a very similar vote.
Why do those people abstain from voting?
They're tenants at the airport, and so voting on a rent increase for their hangar is a bit close to home.
They recuse themselves from it.
Right.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have public speakers. Yes, Mr.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is the proposal that you have in front of us taking us, in your mind, fully back to the policies that we had before, where we get full cost recovery, we do it every 5 years, are we going all the way back, or do we still have any compromises built into this proposal that you have?
So there was language put in the rent and fee document back in 2010 that gives the director discretion to incrementally increase rates. There's the land lease rate for the aviation side of the house will go from 54 cents a square foot per year to 71.5. That's a large jump, about 23%. We're still, because of all the compromising we've been doing, we haven't fully achieved the 54 cents with some of these leases. And so the board letter says to get to the 54 cents for existing leases, look to the 71 cents for new leases, but provide some flexibility. So maybe it's not all 71 cents at one time. Maybe we do it half in a year and half the next year and move on. But to provide some flexibility. Other than that, it's back to standard policy.
Great. I want to hear from the speakers, but I start from a perspective of we have to, the compromises just added more confusion, changed expectations, and kept us from making probably as good a business decisions as we should make. We're below the market. We have fuel prices that have come down significantly, at least for a while they have. Who knows what's going to happen with them? And with that being the case, I just want to make sure that you're not, outside of the one compromise that you just identified, we don't have other compromises built in there if we go forward. At some point in time, we have to bite the bullet in terms of that. But
It'll like to hear
reduce
the staff
hear what the
load
other
on
speakers. I
adjusting
have
these
one
leases.
other question for you.
Yes.
The contention here is that we've been operating the airport at $1 million profit each year, and that we've grown our reserves from $3 million to $8 million. That's in this note here. Can you respond to that?
So it varies. Some years we put in $200,000, and this is a good year. We're showing $900,000, but we have a large capital outlay as well. So yes, we've saved so we don't have to borrow with a loan from Caltrans or tag on to a larger project with a bonding activity, which essentially for us would still be a loan. And so we've been saving the money, waiting for the FAA to come up with their share on the hangar project on the east end of the airport. So we've got the cash in hand now.
So these are revenues that are being set aside as sort of a planned capital improvement.
Exactly.
Not a cash fund that is just
No.
sort of a surplus fund that
No.
we don't have any
And that particular
capital
one is new development for the airport, and it'll help, again, balance to where that eventually becomes hangar tie-down revenue to the tune of about $200K a year with those new hangars once we get them built and occupied.
which could help keep rates down for the
Correct.
for the current operators. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right. Spreads the fixed cost. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll open for the public comments, and again, apologize for the lateness of the day. Sheila Haskins.
Ms. Haskin dropped a pen there on the floor.
Just copies of what I'm going to say. Thank you, Todd. I have concerns with two of the basic concepts used to justify the increases as they pertain to the recreational aviation users: the agreement that we have in place and fairness. In 2011, as you've just discussed, you approved an agreement, and it has all the basic concepts of, or elements of a contract. It has a detriment and benefits to both sides and a termination point, and we haven't reached that termination point. And there's been a lot of discussion about whose miscommunication it was, but there is a written agreement, and it's not in there. And so if there's a miscommunication on the part of one party that entices another party to agree to it, then the onus falls on the party that drafted the agreement. And that's where we're at. So I really think that we need to stick with the agreement as it is until we reach the termination point, and I don't think that it should be set aside. I'll try and relax. The other thing is fairness. I'm just going to read. We are primarily recreational users. We've been supporting Oxnard for years, historically more years than not. We have also been contributing to the betterment of the entire county by absorbing the never-ending costs associated with attempts to get a commercial carrier in at Oxnard. We also contributed to other subsidized recreational activities via our possessory interest taxes and aircraft taxes. We're not asking for any kind of subsidy. We're just asking for a fair allocation of costs. Recent expansions at both airports have been more to accommodate commercial operations, the profit-making operations such as FBOs. Recreational aviation could have continued for many more years without the expansion at either airport. Therefore, the primary beneficiaries should be paying a greater share of the ongoing maintenance of those expansions. Like other recreational facilities, which are supported by government agencies, some cost recovery is obtained by recreational user fees such as golfing, camping, and others, but not all costs. The Director of Airports suggests that costs should be balanced, meaning the Flightline commercial and Flightline non-commercial should each be contributing equally to the Flightline costs. We are currently at a 39-61 split, and that's acceptable. 35-65 is probably more realistic, but 50-50 isn't fair or reasonable. The number of operations is not a reasonable measure. Speed and weight are more of a measure. No expensive consulting is necessary because we all drive the freeways, and we all know that even though there are more cars, the truck lanes need a lot more maintenance than do the other lanes. So in all fairness, it's not reasonable to ask for recreational aviation to subsidize commercial aviation. So I ask two things of you today: that you stick to the agreement and that you ask the Director of Airports to modify his approach to more fairly allocate costs to the real beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you. David Timms.
I'd like to give you a handout.
Well, good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Dave Timms. I'm a hangar owner and an aircraft owner here at Camarillo Airport, and I'm the president of the Hangar Owners Association. I'm a resident of Simi Valley. Let's go over the how things are doing at the airport, a little bit in contrast to what Mr. McNamee had presented. We have a standing agreement approved and adopted by the County Board of Supervisors for hangar rents, which would impose a 0.73% CBI agreement this year. And in the two clips that Mr. McNamee presented, I didn't see anything that suspended that agreement at this time. The economy continues stagnant at CPI, running at about 1% a year. Ventura County Airport operations are down approximately 9.1% since 2009. Hangar rents at Ventura County airports are comparable with those airports and other surrounding similar economic areas. The funds in the Airport Enterprise Fund account are possibly at an all-time high, up 257% since 2011. So our bank account is very, very healthy. And I just presented to you 174 petitions signed by airport tenants and users opposing this proposed rent and fee increases. 174 petitions from both airports. Let's look at page 1. Let's look at the rent and fee. Let's look at the agreement that was signed and approved by the County Board of Supervisors January 22nd, 2011. Page 2. The agreement says it implements an annual consumer price index until such time the rates reach those previously adopted are depicted in the rent and fee schedule. Until such time, it says.
Sir, I just want to ask you a question specific to this. You saw the tape that Mr. Magny showed where he said, but at the 5-year mark, we're going to reanalyze that. Do you recognize that as part of our...
I saw the tape. It didn't say anything about us terminating this agreement.
But it said we were going to redo the rates after we did
It didn't say you're going to redo the rates. It did not say you're going to redo the rates.
Why would we do this?
It says we're going to see how things are.
Why would we do the cost study if it didn't open up the possibility of redoing the rates?
Well, you're going to see how things are. You're going to look at the budget and you're going to make adjustments. It did not say that you're going to terminate this agreement. The agreement stands.
Thank you.
This last paragraph. Enclosed are the proposed rent and fee schedules, Exhibit B. That agreement was signed, page 3, by Mr. McNamee. Let's look at Schedule B. Ground rent private hangars. Each following year until a rate is achieved. We've not reached that rate. Page 4. County-owned hangars. Each following year until a rate is achieved. We've not reached that rate. Let's look at the forecast for the budget. Back in 2010, the forecast for the budget and the bank account. Originally, in 2010, they were estimating an enterprise fund to be 4.5 million. It turns out right now we got 8.1 million. So we underestimated the enterprise fund growth. Page 7, the consumer price index for 2014, it says 0.7, it's rounded off to 0.7, actually 0.73. Comparables. Mr. McNamee has chosen Whiteman Airport as a comparable. Whiteman Airport is a very different, and Los Angeles County is a very different economic location. In fact, if you look at Santa Maria Airport, 15 cents per square foot originally, and now it's at 20 cents per square foot. That's actually below where Camarillo's at. San Ynez Airport, 2.1 cents per square foot. Originally, 2.1 cents, 2.14 cents per square foot at this time. That is far below what Camarillo is. And Santa Monica, San Ynez are very comparable airports to Camarillo. And it's very simple. We have an agreement. That agreement is still in effect. And I heard nothing in the two clips that said it terminates the agreement at this time. You have 174 petitions from users and operators and tenants on the airport opposing this increase. The increase has not been well received at the airport. I expect the County Board of Supervisors to honor the agreement. We've trusted in this agreement. And if the Board of Supervisors violates that agreement, we're going to have a lot of very unhappy tenants on both airports. I'd ask you not to violate this agreement and not to approve the proposed rent increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tim. Okay, that concludes the public comments at this time. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
Madam Chair. Todd, the Oxnard Airport complements the Camarillo Airport, isn't it, when it's needed? And also, number two, I think you're looking at bringing a commercial airline into Oxnard.
So it's part of the aviation system for Ventura County and the national system. So certainly if, let's say, we're closing a runway at Camarillo for rehabilitation, we can shift those operations to Oxnard and vice versa.
And we've done it in the past, right?
And, I'm sorry?
Yeah, we've done it in the past.
We have, and we'll do it again in the future. And certainly we can't absorb, if you didn't have Oxnard operating, all those operations in Camarillo Airport, you couldn't absorb them there. As far as an airline goes, we're coming up on 5 years that we've been pursuing one. We've got some new leads. We're hoping by the end of the calendar year we'll come back with some good news. But if we don't, then that's a different conversation that I, as the Director of Airports, will bring to your board.
But the important thing is that complements Camarillo.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But they're right. It has been subsidized historically. We've gotten it close to break even in 1 year since.
And the administration is 80-20, right?
Correct.
80-20.
Supervisor Foy?
Thank you. Hey, Todd, I know this is never the fun stuff of you have to go through, and you're the big ogre and everything else that goes on, but I don't think that's always true, because I've heard people compliment you and your leadership in the airport, and it's a great airport and things. I think if Mr. Timms would say that's why he's there. I know you need to get to a certain level you're trying to get to, and it sounds like what we saw in those videos was that you said that we'll do this now and see if we can get there. If we can't get there, we'll take another look at it 5 years later. I thought we were on something different, but I see that clearly. I mean, technology shows that. So I guess the other thing, though, is you're looking for about a 10% increase or so. Right?
It's 8 to 10, yes.
What's 8 to 10?
8 to 10%.
8 to 10. So none of the people want to have to pay the increases, and it's just some of the thing I have concern about what we're really doing here is only this one thing, is that raise this up, and then we go for a year without an increase, then we come back and do a little CPI and go. I just, myself, coming out of a place where people have to deal with and the healthcare side of it, I've always found, as I told you, it's always easier just to give a little bit every time as you go, and people, okay, I know I can plan where I'm going. So I'm just wondering if there's something that we could do here to break up your large, big increase. And I think you and I talked that possibly you left on the table, maybe a 50-52 years. But I'm not talking about, and after the 5, maybe 5 and 5, let's say 5 and 5, and then it's an automatic 3% minimum with a 6% maximum, and it just goes on like that. You can do your review if you wanted to, but I think at that point you'd probably have enough money on a regular basis. Would you think at a 3%?
So, yeah, but if you look at, say, 3% a year over 5 years, that's a 15% increase, gradually implemented.
Yeah.
But so the concern I have with that is that's not a process that's been discussed with the stakeholders at the airport. And so whether that's implemented now or maybe we do what we're trying to do, and then that's a discussion we can hold this next year.
Well, that's what I'm looking at. I mean, if you got to do your 10 or when you do it 5 and 5, I have no, it is what you got to do. I'm just trying to get to the point where you don't have to come back this every 5 years and say, we look at it, it's great, we're making our money, and people are used to, at least they could plan the idea of, I know that I've got another 1 cent next year, 1.25 cent the next year, something like that, that it's just easier to budget, do it, and all of a sudden walking in here, wow, things got, and I'm going to hit with a 8% or 10%. I know it's not usually a lot of money in the sense for some of the small people, but it's just different, and we're trying to do everything we can to protect airports because it's a difficult situation right now, and that's what I appreciate. I'm just trying to get away from we have this thing every 5 years if you can help it.
Certainly open to discussions with the stakeholders to see if that's something they're open to and possibly recommending something different for your board next year when we come back.
Right. Okay, but it sounds like the other two commissions or your advisory boards just said take the big increase one shot and just do it that way?
We're falling behind market rates substantially again already, and so we're just trying to get caught up from what we approved in 2010.
Okay, like I said, if
there's a real need for it.
What's that?
There's a real need for it. You can see in the budget that if we don't do it, we start withdrawing from our cash, and that impacts our projects.
And I got to say that you manage very, very well, and you're looking to do things. I think Paul Dursey was up here talking about we had put maybe some debt for the airports, but really you don't have to. I think you could. I can pay my bills out of what I make. I don't have to put the taxpayer in a position that we don't save.
When we looked at doing the loan, our $3 million project payback on that was 4.7. So let's save out $1.7 million, pay for it out of cash that we've saved, start collecting the revenue right away.
Right. So I appreciate the good fiscal management that you've done.
Thank you.
I would just ask, you're saying 8 to 10% is what you need?
So if you go back to the one slide that shows our budget, for next year, it basically, that puts $100,000 cash in the bank if we do the full increase. If you do anything less than that, we get to break even or negative cash based on the capital work that we have planned. And that didn't include the parking lot that came up as part of the discussion. But we've got...
Either way, you may be negative because of the parking lot, even with your full increase.
That would be negative for sure, but we do have the one-time money from the auto storage that can help offset that.
So that's taken care of?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett.
I remember at the time that we did the compromise, there was at least some concern that we would have misunderstanding or we would find ourselves 5 years down the road and we would be significantly behind and so that's why now we are here. And we have the misunderstanding. We have people that, in spite of you showing the video, that there would be no reason why we'd do a 5-year study if we weren't thinking of adjusting the rates. So I think you've got two boards that have said go forward with this like it is. I would not be supportive of splitting it now or implementing another compromise. That's one. Two, Supervisor Foy's comment about doing it every year is one that we've generally talked about. We prefer to do smaller increases regularly, but what I don't know is how much of your staff and your time is chewed up with going through the process. You may say going through the process is so time consuming because of the way the process is set up that you just go, it doesn't make sense to do that every year. But if I would suggest, I would be comfortable, I shouldn't say I suggest, I'd say tell us what you think is best, in terms of that. But I would ask you to look at, if you can come up with an efficient way to do a smaller increase every year, it's a lot easier for us to vote for a 1.5% or 2% increase every year than a 6% increase, right? Or whatever that is. I don't know whether it's a 1.5% and 2% or 3% or whatever. But I don't know what that does to your time, and I don't know how much time is spent on these rate increases. And the public can make that time-consuming and difficult, or they can, can
certainly willing to look at it.
So I'm not saying go that way, but I'm saying don't go that way if it's going to cause a problem. But on the other hand, I'm not opposed to that. But I am not in favor of not getting the full bite right now. So you begin the process of getting caught up. And so we don't find ourselves 5 years from now going, well, we're still not caught up. It's a lot easier to digest this 5 years from now for a future board. So with that, I'm all ready to make the motion and go.
I'd just like to say that to suggest that we just fix something to CPI and it's going to take care of the cost of doing business is not realistic. And to say to the board that we have had both practice and policy. Practice of every 2 years, the rent and fees for the airports is considered. And every 5 years, we do a market analysis to see where we fall in the market. We've run this as this and other departments as a enterprise fund, which means this board and other boards have not wanted to step into putting general fund dollars into the operation of it. So, you know, the users are the ones who are taking care of this asset. And as tough as it may be, rather than, if it's something that we want to look at this every year for rent and fees, I think that has its own pitfalls, and perhaps that's for Mr. McNamee and the CEO to have further discussion. But it is a small staff. I see a note there saying that they have more staff than so and so and so and so, but we have unique in that we have 2 airports and we have a significant business sector of the airport that pays the rent also, and that does require management and oversight and treating them professionally. So I think that's where we are. Supervisor.
I remember the last discussion because you were in a very similar discussion, and so we've got a big bump. And we decided last time, instead of doing that, let's smooth it out. And, I would still, we're hearing that he could do it in 2 years instead of at 1, and that would be something I'd favor, even though, from my understanding, that's not what the tenants have supported. I guess they support nothing. But that's the benefit of having like a CPI gradual increase each year, so we don't end up with these big bumps and everybody coming out. So.
But at the time, I'm sorry, at the time, as you remember, we were in the recession mode too, and we had a lot of concerns.
So what's happened with the compromise is we got halfway there, and then even following CPI, we're just keeping pace at getting halfway there, or 2/3 of the way there. We're never going to get that last bit caught up unless we do something like this now. We need the money for our budget to actually maintain our cash flow, and we really are. We're still well below those that we compared ourselves to 5 years ago.
Well,
and I think we're okay. I think we should be proud that we can offer very competitive rates that way and still cover our costs. But we can't do it for nothing.
Right. We definitely have to make it up because we've got a gap because we haven't been doing it every year.
Right.
I think it's part of the problem.
Just hearing the conversation, and I appreciate Supervisor Long reminding us this is an enterprise fund that needs to make it, cover all of their risk, all of their capital cost, everything else. A small enterprise fund needs a reserve to handle all of these kinds of things, and it just has to be built in, and it wasn't adequate before for where you have to be. So I'm afraid that our conversation is going to lead us to another confusing thing a year from now. So I'm going to be very clear with my motion. In spite of, I think we've indirectly said you can look at that if you want, but that's not what the motion is going to be. The motion, I think,
it sounds like he may, if you do something here, he may look at some other options to figure this out.
We're happy to explore something else.
I think the motion is clearly to go with staff's recommendation and to direct staff to unless staff has some other recommendation, to go with staff's recommendation on the every 2 years and the 5-year adjustment that has been the policy for a long period of time. So that's clearly the motion. That doesn't mean the CEO and staff can't come up with something else, but I don't want somebody looking at this and saying, well, you kind of
So they can film you this time and heard it clearly out of your... They filmed it and heard it clear this time, right?
You say,
yes, I mean, did you hear it clearly?
Yeah.
And you heard it clear.
That's the motion, right? And we're going to every 2 years, and we're going to 5 years, right? 2 years for an adjustment, 5 years for the...
For hangers and tie-downs, that is the policy.
Right. And for the cost recovery, and we're going for the recommended action here at this point in time.
And make sure it's recorded so that way we don't have any problems.
Well, I think it just got recorded, right?
It has the word hangers and tie-downs because you have a different thing for other things.
I think we do our staff, and I think we do the public actually a favor by being really clear today. Okay. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. I appreciate you coming in to speak. We agree to disagree. and we'll just continue to do our very best to make sure it's a well-run operation and go on from there. Thank you.
We too appreciate the tenants' participation in the process that's afforded them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board members, we still have agenda items to work on here because you all delayed me.
41?
So we're going to item 41. Yes, please.
I recommend that we appoint Brett Rosenbaum to the Mobile Home Park Rent Review Board. We have a number of openings on that
There's
board.
a motion. And a second.
Sure you don't want to take 20 or 30 minutes on that?
Please vote.
And
One more vote. Item 42, that one passed unanimously. 42.
And then I recommend we appoint Jill Borgerson and Chris Cohen to the Ojai Valley Municipal Advisory Council.
There's a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Item 43, Supervisor Foy.
Reappoint James Vandenberg to the Civil Service Committee, please.
There's a motion and a second.
Oh, you
Please
missed it.
vote. And that passed unanimously. Supervisor Zaragoza, item 44.
And recommend that Steve Solomon be appointed to HIV/AIDS, and also Tina Ramirez to RMAC.
There's a motion and a second.
Gee.
Please vote.
You're holding it down. All right, we're going to have a breath holding contest next.
All right, that passed unanimously. Now we'll go back to board members' board comments. Does anybody wish to make a board comment?
Well,
I'll start. I'd like to adjourn a memory of the people on this list, and don't forget to remember Memorial Day.
I'm a little torn. Go ahead.
Supervisor Parks?
Okay, I've got a few things on mine, and one is I'm inviting you all, as well as the public, to attend a dinner event that we have. Our next quarterly dinner event is a really exciting speaker. It's Dr. Lucy Jones, who's the foremost earthquake expert in the United States, and she's going to be speaking at a restaurant in Thousand Oaks, and the cost is the cost of the dinner, and it's a new restaurant. It's delicious food, and get an opportunity to hear her and ask questions. So I think we'll have a good turnout for that, and hope y'all can come. And then also, just wanted to mention that I was able to attend a Relay for Life in Thousand Oaks with the communities out there, and just really nice to see everybody out there in the community getting together and trying to fight and doing successfully, working hard to see that we can get funds for research and prevention of cancer. Also attended with Supervisor Long and Supervisor Zaragoza, Supervisor Foy, were you there on the wildfire prevention press conference? That was pretty neat. They had that's right. They gave some great presentations and weren't very successful at lighting a building on fire. I know they kept trying to light that one to show how the thermogel works, but I know it does work. And then also being able to see thousands of goats on the hill and find a really good way to get rid of your brush if you can get yourself some goats. And then I have just a quick slide if they can put that up there. I also got to go and see an example of some really neat solar panels in the shape of sunflowers, and there's two of them. There's this one, and they actually have there was a second slide too, but there you go. There's like actually a bouquet of 5 of them. Oh. The sunflowers follow the sun, just like a normal flower does. When it's windy, they go like a table and get flat. But just such a neat concept, and I just wish that we had the opportunity to do something like this at the government center. It looks like we may be able to connect with these folks. They want to see these presented for educational purposes out in, and so a potential of having it at the government center I think would be a neat thing to have, and I'll be looking into that. And these, unlike what we just purchased, actually do cover 70 to over 100% of the energy needs of the facility, and then also have, I believe, a 7-year payback like most ones that I know of.
Okay. Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to share with you that this last week I attended the retirement of Robert over at the Tower Club. It was very well attended. Over 300 plus individuals were there, and so the Wedgwood people, I understand, took over now the Tower Club. Additionally, I also attended the groundbreaking retirement for Housing Retirement Foundation project, the Sonata over at River Park for seniors. A really, really nice Sonata retirement housing unit. Additionally, I attended the graduation at Channel Islands University. My understanding that there's about 3 million graduates now that have graduated, and 10,000 over at Channel Islands University this year. And also, I just want to adjourn in memory of those folks on this list, and also I just want to share that I'm really, really sorry to hear that Dave Humboldt, our Behavioral Health Advisory Board Chairperson, passed away, and Dave served for many, many years as the chair of the Behavior Advisory Board. Was very instrumental, and he's going to be sorely missed. And I understand that he passed away a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I think on our next board meeting, we'll have an opportunity to discuss his benefits and contributions to our county.
Thank you.
Supervisor.
Yeah, I only have about 20 minutes to do this thing. But I do want to say one thing. Our earlier testimony, I think the best phrase I could say is the behavior of Mr. Tapping over the last 4 or 5 days regarding this appointment, and then his behavior here in this room is at least disturbing. And I think it certainly raises some questions, but I won't go into that anymore at this point in time. I do have a PowerPoint slide I'd like to put up, and I would put this off, except we don't meet again next week. We had Ride to Work Week last week, and a year ago we did this thing, and that is we list the names of everybody that signed up to Ride to Work, and then we have a raffle here for a $50 check that I'll write to whoever's name gets pulled of the people that ride to work. And so we need to have the person with the most credibility in the room pull this. And so Leroy, this is
Opportunity.
it. Leroy is going to reach up here, mix them up, pull one out. And it's $50 to whichever one. Could you please put the slide up before we read it? Leroy, don't read it. Put the slide up with the names of all the people that signed up to Ride to Work. All right, we've got that pulled. Could you please put the...
They don't have it.
You don't have it?
We'll wait till next week.
We'll put it up next week, and we'll announce this next week. But who is it, Leroy? We can't...
John Enneking from the Ventura County Fire Department.
John Enneking from the fire department. All right. So John rode his bike to work, and so Bike to Work Week. And next year, I'm sure all the supervisors' names will be in here for this $50 thing. So
only if I move closer.
And can I also ask that we close and honor the people on my list? And if people are interested in that dinner event with Dr. Lucy Jones, they can go to my website and sign up.
Okay, thank you. I too have one person to adjourn in memory of. And I'd like to just let the board know, and I know all of you get involved with the Memorial Day recognitions on Monday, the Least We Forget Memorial Day. And I wanted to just say that I will be attending the one at the Caneo Mountain Funeral Home, Memorial Park, and Crematory, as they also are celebrating their 50th year of recognizing the fallen heroes and men and women. So I'll be taking a resolution on behalf of the board to that. And as you know, we do not meet next week, so we'll be back here on the 2nd of June. And I'd like to, that concludes my comments, and turn it over to the CEO for brief announcements.
Yes, thank you, Chair Long. I will put the brief in brief announcements. Appreciate the opportunity to make comments. Just real quick on the May revise. It was a net positive for us. We, in terms of the SB 90 claims, we received all of our pre-2004 claims, so a little bit more than we thought. What's still out there is post-2004, but that's a really good start, and we appreciate that support. A lot more revenues, of course, we talked about that, mostly going to education, but cap and trade, a lot more funds for cap and trade, and two big areas, affordable housing and green projects like organic diversion. So Those are my comments.
Madam Chair, I just want to share one more thing too. You reminded me. I'm going to be attending the El Rio Lions Club Memorial in El Rio for the El Rio veterans. I've been doing that for the last 6 years.
Okay. I also provided to the board the Ventura County Civic Alliance 2015 State of the Region report. I know Supervisor Parks attended the first one. I attended and participated on the panel yesterday. And we are sponsors, one of the many sponsors for this report, and it is 20-some plus pages longer than the last one, but I think it has some very good information in it, and appreciate the work of the Alliance. That it?
That's right.
You weren't there yesterday.
I should have been, sorry.
You don't want to hear it twice, huh? All right. Thank you all. We are adjourned. Have a wonderful long weekend. Go honor those, and we'll see you on the 2nd.